I'm the world's leading real estate trainer today, and I teach people how to buy and sell houses without using their money or credit all over North America. And because I personally teach my events, I hear the same things over and over everywhere I go, no matter what city I'm in. People are hating more and more of what they do. I'm not in control of my life, and I have to work 70 hours a week, whether I like it or not. To take your life back and build your own business is really what we are here to do.
When it comes to Ron LeGrand, there's nobody else that has had more of an impact on our real estate investing business. Ron himself has invested in more than 3,000 single-family homes himself. So he knows what he's doing. He's been through all the failures and the mistakes to teach us and other students.
Our folks come in, they start wherever they like. I like to teach people how to be a transaction engineer. There's all kinds of ways to make money in real estate. And if you only see one way, then you're walking through the business with blinders on and usually walking over the dollars to get to the dimes. Real estate is a vehicle to generate cash, not to bury cash.
It's amazing, just 2 years ago when I was working a day job at a restaurant and quitting that to go do the real estate full time, I've made more money in one transaction than I ever made in 1 year working at a restaurant.
My goal is to get people out of a job and into freedom by taking control of their own financial destiny. It's all about freeing up your time so you can enjoy life.
Because of Ron LeGrand, we were able to triple our income and go from 6 figures a year to 7 figures a year within that first year of meeting Ron.
Some of the common objection, I don't have time, I don't have money, it's not for me. Ron's had 18-year-old kids go through this program, make $30,000. It works for anybody.
Thankfully, we finally found him, and he was the guide. He was the mentor I'd always been looking for.
We have a community, and that's what it is. It's a community. It's a great big family. So we're not going to run you in a seminar and love you and leave you in the morning. We're going to be there when you get out of the seminar, and we expect this relationship to keep going for a lot of years into the future. Once you enter Planet Ron, as I call it, you're in it for life.
Well, good morning or good afternoon, depending on where you're at, wherever you're at. Welcome. We're going to spend a few hours together here talking about how to make more money. I assume that's the reason you're on here today. If not, you're on the wrong event, because that's all we're going to discuss. Now, I've got a complete agenda. We're going to go through the steps of buying and selling houses, pretty houses in pretty neighborhoods today, and get through all of that. But when I'm through with that this afternoon, I'm going to spend about an hour or so, give or take, because I've got 7 deals the last time I looked to discuss this afternoon. Some of you sent in property information sheets. Most of them were called by our virtual assistants to fill those out. And then you actually sent in the lead and they filled them out. And then I had a couple of mentors call them. And we've got actually more than 7 deals to go through, but that's about where all we're going to get in the time we got today. So you're going to see those numbers this afternoon. I think you're going to be impressed, especially those of you who are asking the question, how can terms possibly work in such a hot market? Trust me, they do. And I know no better way to convince you of that and show you real deals, your deals that you submitted, and talk to the mentors and the students at the same time. And let's see what they negotiated. And then I'm going to go through that after we get the facts. And here's what we would do with the property. Here's what I could expect to get out on the front end for the deposit. Here's the cash flow and so forth. You're going to be really impressed. And I can tell you that most of these deals are nothing down deals. I said nothing down deals. So today you're going to learn how we get nothing down deals and the components that are involved in that. And in fact, the scripts are already posted on my Gold Club site. But then again, the key is learning how to handle those. And I'll offer you a 4-day training today so that you can actually get into this business and get into it quickly and start making money quickly. So many thousands of my students have already done. And if you want one-on-one help, I'll be offering that to you as well. So you're going to have a chance to grab all the help you need, grab the training. But in the meantime, I'm going to go through the steps, step by step, so you can see where the money is being made and answer a lot of your questions, maybe explode some myths that are rolling around in your head, because everybody who comes in has false impressions of what this thing is all about, garbage that other people have told them. And so the first thing we got to do is change your thinking. I cannot change the money coming into your life until I first change your thinking, and that's the hard part. Teaching you real estate is not so hard. Changing your thinking is really hard, especially in a world right now where everybody thinks because of the hot market, it won't work here, it won't work now. All baloney. It does work, but like any other business, you have to follow the proper steps and you have to hang in there, and you get that process correct. And once you get the process correct, then it's just a numbers game. And you're going to see along the way that when I teach people how to buy and sell houses, one of the lessons they learn is to get out of the way and delegate almost everything. There is very, very little for you to do in the art of buying and selling houses if you'll listen and use the tools and sources that we've already created for you over the years, some in-house, some outside. But listen, this business has never been easier. I'm in my 40th year at this right now. For those of you who may be watching me for the first time, I'll tell you a little bit about me later, but this is not going to be about me. It's going to be about you and what we can do for you and how fast you can get involved in real estate and collect some real checks, some of which are larger than you may make an entire year working on a job. And I mean that sincerely. That's not seminar crap, as you'll see. All right, so let me get my punch list out of the way. I'm working here today with John Duck behind the scenes. We have a studio set up here and all the equipment back here. Looks like we're, hey everybody, looks like we're at NBC or something. And I'm working with Nick Plavastis, who's also working with me today. And then behind that scene is Debbie Waters, who we can't get on camera because she's hiding back there. But she's in the marketing department. Her and Nick pretty much run the show here when it comes to that. And Nick is the internet guy. He's the guy that runs the Gold Club for you. They help build most of the Gold Club for you and constantly adding stuff to it and so forth. John is our tech guy, and Debbie is our marketing brain. Between her and Nick, they are pretty much our marketing department. Now, questions. John, how do you want them to handle questions today?
Well, let's bring Nick up.
Nick, how do you want them to handle questions?
Well, if you have a question, then just post it right in the comments, either on YouTube if you're watching on YouTube or on Facebook if you're watching there. It helps me out if you put a Q out, the letter Q out in front of the question, so that it's easier for me to pick it out from all the chatter. Also, include your city and state, because sometimes that'll affect Ron's answer to your question. And last, just please keep your questions short. That means like a sentence or two, not a dissertation on the subject. And keep the questions to content that Ron has already covered. Anything to add to that, Ron?
Yeah, well, you pretty much covered it. Just make sure you put the Q out there. Don't forget that, guys, because you can see all the comments on the right. If you don't put that Q there, you have to go through all of those to get to your questions, and they'll miss them for sure. So maybe you could even bold that or highlight it or somehow make sure that it's separated from the rest of the copy so you can spot it easily. And yeah, keep your questions on the subject that we're talking about. Question is a sentence, not a page. I won't answer very long questions. And try to not ask the same question I just got through answered if you don't mind, okay? However, I know you asked your questions in advance of me answering them, so okay, I'm not going to get mad at you if I just answered your question, because I know you didn't hear the other answer before you posted it. Now, John has got a grouch monitor over there, don't you, John? Huh?
Yes, sir.
So if I get grouchy today, John's going to throw the grouch monitor up there to keep me in check, because sitting behind this desk, there it is, and talking into this computer is not an easy job, in case you've never done that for hours on end. Now, I know you got a cell phone beside you, as I do. Yep, it looks just like this. And so I'd appreciate it if you take that thing right now and put it on silent. No vibrating, no lighting up, no dinging, no ringing, no noise, no distraction of any kind. In fact, the best thing you can do is get it totally out of your sight so you can't even tell, and turn it face down so you can't even see it light up. Because we'll take a break or two and you'll have time to answer your calls. And frankly, who's going to call you between now and the time we're through, about 5 o'clock this afternoon? It matters that much anyway. And if they do, they can wait. Or you can answer them on the breaks. I'll check mine on the breaks just like you, but please don't let that thing interfere with your attention here, because you never know. I might be saying something really, really important just about the time your mind goes to that telephone, and you miss something that's critical in the process. And you could miss a very important piece that would kill that whole step, because there are steps involved in this business. I'm going to be talking about the business all day, and I'm just guessing here, but I would say somewhere around 3:30 or 4 o'clock is when we will get into structuring the deals. And frankly, your questions along the way will determine the length of space between now and then. I'm going to go through the business step by step. Now, if you're not on my podcast, you should get on it. TheMentorPodcast.com. TheMentorPodcast.com. Write that down. Go to that site, register as a member, and you'll also see all of our previous podcasts posted on the site. There's a ton of them, and there's some really, really, really good podcasts posted on that site. I try not to do bad podcasts. They're all really good, but some subjects will interest you and some won't. Some of them are just plain old training that I've done, and some of them where I've interviewed some very important guests. So that's every Wednesday. You'll be notified of it with a text if you get registered, so you can't forget it. And follow me on Instagram at realronlegrand.com, at realronlegrand.com. All right, that takes care of my punch list for today. So let's get going. Now, if you're probably going to want to be in a position to where you can take a screenshot of something if you see something that you think is worthy of taking a screenshot, and you certainly will. So just keep your phone handy, and of course, take notes if you wish. So let's get going. We got a lot to cover. John, you want to give me my slides? Okay. I call it the modern day money machine because that's exactly what it is. It's a modern day money machine. And it's a business where we make money now, we make money monthly, we make money later, we make money even after that, and we continue making money for years to come on the same property. And that's why I call it the money machine. Now look, I've done everything. I've done wholesaling, I've done retailing, rehabbing, probably rehabbed over 1,000 houses. I promise you, I know I've wholesaled at least 1,000 houses. I'm doing commercial properties. In fact, I'm probably closing on one today or tomorrow with a student of mine in my commercial mastermind group, closing on a piece of land up in Michigan. We were constantly processing commercial deals. I'm working with students on single family house deals through our mentors. So we're still very active. Most of the deals I'm doing today are with students involved. I mean, they bring the deals and I process them. And usually if there's any money that has to be put up, it's from me. So I've done it all, but today we're going to focus on the pretty house side of the business. And it's all about single family houses today, and houses that are not ready to tear down or ugly or smell bad or whatever. Now, some of them need a little bit of work, but we're going to talk about a side of the business that very rarely gets talked about. Everybody comes in, they want to do wholesale, they want to do rehab, but they're missing the biggest money machine there is, and that's the pretty house business. This is, you can start immediately without money or credit or partners, and that's exactly how I want you to start. Little money, maybe. No money, you can do it. Definitely not credit, and you don't need partners. Unless, of course, it's me. You don't need partners unless you need money, and you don't have the money and have no way to get the money. You don't need partners if you have the money, what little money it may need. If you take title to a property, you're going to have to pay closing costs, and that'll vary on the state you live in. And sometimes you need a down payment, but that'll be a small down payment, or you won't be taking title to the property. On the other hand, you can at least, you're going to see we can lease option the property with no money and still make money. So we can work this business with money, a little money, or with no money. And either way, the profit stream at the end is going to be pretty much the same. So let's talk about this. 3 ways to lose on Planet Ron. I am an advocate of working without risk. Now, there's nothing you can do that's absolutely void of risk. But there's certainly a way you can limit that risk down to the point to where it certainly ain't going to keep you awake at night. And if things go wrong, you're not going to have to start all over and lose your empire. There's 3 ways to lose on Planet Ron. Number 1, you can write a big check. If you write a big check, you can lose the big check. Don't write check, can't lose check. It ain't rocket science. We don't write big checks. Now, every once in a while, we do write big checks, usually when we want to pay cash for a property, I'm assuming we have the check. But we also know that we're going to get a lot bigger check back quickly, or we're not going to write the check. And we've been around long enough to know that the odds are with us doing that. So we're not just blindly going to write check. You cannot throw money at this business and make it work when you're doing everything wrong. You pay too much, you write a big check, you're going to a seminar. It's just that simple. In the pretty house business, we have no reason to write big checks. So we don't write big checks. Number two, if you risk losing the money, but if that's the least of my concern, because you can make that back up on the next one. But you also risk your assets, because if you use credit, if you go down to the bank and guarantee loans, then you are a slave to the bank. And if things go wrong, they're going to come after you and they'll take your assets away from you. And that's happened an awful lot, especially after 2008. So the last thing you want to do is guarantee debt. Under no circumstances do you guarantee debt. You do not use your credit in any way, shape, or form in this pretty house business, or the ugly house business for that matter. On Planet Ron, I hope your credit score is minus 480. You won't be tempted to actually apply for a loan. Now, the last one, you could also lose your marriage. I mean, come on. You really want to risk problems with your spouse because you made a mistake and guaranteed debt that you should have guaranteed to begin with. So we don't write big checks. We don't guarantee debt. And we don't have to worry about loss. Also, we close with attorneys, and we use the attorneys to create the proper documents. They keep us out of trouble with any state or federal authority. So if you think about it, I'm not writing checks. I'm not guaranteeing debt. I'm going through this whole business, got an attorney closing on both sides for me. That creates a very safe business, a business that I can be proud of, a business that I am serving the public, both sellers and buyers, a business that will continue producing revenue for me, a business that I know I'm doing properly and have an attorney to back me up, and all the paperwork is properly done by the attorney. That's the business you want to run, and that way you don't have to make promises you can't keep, because I've discovered that if you don't make promises, you don't have to keep any you wished you hadn't made. So we're going to run this business without risk. We're also going to run it on autopilot, and that means you have very little to do. So you're never going to use your credit in the pretty house or the ugly house business, and it's a part-time business with a full-time income. And I mean that sincerely. You're going to see that this afternoon. You're going to see a handful of deals come across my desk that were generated just yesterday with a handful of phone calls by a couple of mentors. Yeah, they know how to handle the phone, but they didn't when they started. I know, I was there. So by making simple phone calls, screening out all the dead wood quickly, getting to the people who are interested in doing business with you, doesn't take much time. And all of the work to fill out all the information on the property information sheet is done by our virtual assistants, so you don't have to do all that grunt work. All I need you to do is just make a handful of calls a week. They're usually 2 or 3 minute calls or less. Screen out the dead wood, get to the ones who want to work with you, make an appointment, a few appointments a month, and go out and get a contract or two a month on a house. There's not a lot for you to do, and you're going to see that as we go through the systems today. It truly is a part-time business with a full-time income, and that income is whatever level you want it to be. I hang around people who are doing 150 to 250 deals a year. And of course, I hang around people who do 2 or 3 deals a year. So it's wherever you want to be. And honestly, that has a lot to do with your wants in life and your background and your self-confidence. Very little to do with your financial situation, because even when you're down and very little money to work with, you still, one deal will fix that, and you don't have to have money to do that one deal. So this truly is a part-time business if you will allow yourself to get out of the way. And gradually, I'll work on you until you do, till you have nothing left to do except run your business and make decisions. How does it work in a pandemic? Well, actually, it worked better than it did before the pandemic started. And what we learned in the pandemic was that we could actually do business without running around and doing stupid stuff anyway. But here's the reality. We've always operated virtually. With the only thing, I'm thinking back, once this pandemic hit, and we had no choice but to operate virtually. I'm thinking, I said, we've been operating virtually. We've been operating virtually the whole time. We've been doing everything virtual. We've been closing virtual. I haven't been into a closing room in years. I can't even remember the last time. We've been communicating by phone, communicating by email, communicating by text. The only thing we ever did that wasn't virtual was go out and look at the house. And I quickly discovered we don't even have to do that if we don't want to. But the reality is, because we can get photos of the house and videos of the house, and the seller can provide them, or we can send somebody out there. But even during the pandemic, I had no problem at all getting into people's houses. When people want to sell their house, amazingly enough, the COVID didn't scare them away to the point to where they would not let anybody in their house for the most part. There were a few, but not very many. But even if they wouldn't, then all we needed was some videos and pictures of the house. Now, that might be difficult to understand if you're thinking about, well, but if I pay all this cash and buy this house, I'm going to be at risk. Yeah, but what you haven't figured out yet is that you're not going to be paying all that cash. You're going to have little or nothing invested in this house. And if you can get that up here and realize you're not going to personally guarantee any debt, you have little or money invested in the house, what's the worst that can happen? You lose little or no money, because that is the worst that can happen if you do not guarantee debt. We're going to give this risk thing out of your life. I'm violently opposed to taking big risk. And when I buy real estate, I'm not going to take big risk. In fact, most of the time I'm taking no risk. Look, if I'm buying a house with nothing down and I'm not guaranteeing any debt, there is no risk. Okay? Worst can happen is some reason you lose a house you got for free and already got paid on anyway. Better keep that in your head, because that makes you think right. That helps you make decisions quickly. Because especially in this market, you better move at lightning speed. You can't steal in slow motion. And I had no problem during COVID getting into people's houses. And I've learned, my students from all around the country, all of them report, well, we did better during COVID than prior to COVID. And I don't really know why. Maybe it's because sellers thought they had a hard time selling their house or something. I don't know. Of course, after this thing quieted down, the market exploded. But for some reason, people still take terms, as we're going to see this afternoon. But I think what that means to you, when you can sit at your home or your office and buy houses anywhere in the country. If I don't have to go see the house, what difference does it make where the house is? Once you learn the business, you'll see that everything you can do is virtual. In fact, the people that are doing, all the people I know that are wholesaling houses, 150, 200, they never see these houses. They do it from their desk. You can wholesale them. They buy them online, they sell them online. Why do they need to see them? If the buyer comes, if the buyer doesn't come, they don't have anything to risk anyway, because they don't even close on them. They just flip contracts in the wholesaling business. In the pretty house business, I want to buy it, and you're going to see why. But that doesn't mean like I got to take a big risk or I got to have a big bank account. Most certainly, I don't need credit. So if I get videos and pictures of a house and there's something wrong, I'm going to quickly find out. And in fact, it very well may go back to the seller and we'll work out something to fix whatever may be broke. But worst case, just remember this. When I take over debt or when I create debt to the seller, there is no personal guarantee. That means you are in total control. So if the seller hid some monstrous thing on you, like maybe a house sitting on a sinkhole and you didn't know it and the seller knew it, I'm just making that up. That ain't going to happen anyway. But point is, I'm always in control because I'm not guaranteeing the debt. And that makes me make decisions based on, I don't have to worry about loss. It's a big deal when you finally figure that out and operate without risk. And what I'm telling you is contrary to what any real estate instructor out there will tell you. Many of them will be teaching you, well, go down and improve your credit line at the bank so you can borrow more money and guarantee more debt. Go get your credit card limits raised. Baloney. Never preach that, never have, never will, because that is not the way you buy houses if you want to stay out of trouble and eliminate risk. If you don't use your credit on Planet Ron to buy single family houses. Write that down right now. No credit. No credit. We do not apply for loans. And that includes your credit cards. Now, I'm okay if you use your credit cards for short term, like, suppose I wanted to use my credit card to pay closing costs with. So I take title of the house. That ain't even a problem, because within a few days, I'm going to get $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 non-refundable deposit back, and I pay back that credit card. Short-term use of that money and your credit cards are personally guaranteed is okay with me. Use common sense. We're going to cover the best way to make the most money in real estate, not using your money or credit, nice houses, nice neighborhoods. But the big word here is residual income. You know, you can go wholesale houses, you can retail them, you can get a check. You can give Uncle Sam whatever tax bracket you're in, short-term capital gains, or you can buy houses and put tenant buyers in them and create multiple streams of income and cut your taxes in half. In fact, you know, there's a lesson on my Gold Club where I can show you how to totally eliminate taxes when you're selling. Go look up the 1031 exchange lesson on our Gold Club site, and I promise you, you'll be thrilled when I take one house and turn it into 3 houses. So go find that lesson if you're a Gold Club member, because that's a very important lesson to eliminate taxes when you sell all single family houses and increase the value of your portfolio, triple it overnight, and, you know, double the amount of cash that you started with when you're doing the exchange, because most people think you can't. They think you got to tie up the cash. It's not true. So not only do I get all these properties, I get money up front, I get money monthly, I get money later, but I'm building that residual income, that monthly income that comes in from the difference between what I collect from tenant buyers and what I pay to the seller or to the seller's bank. That can be huge, my friend, as you're going to see this afternoon when we talk about live deals. It can quickly put you out of work just from the residual income. And you're not going to have to raise money. If you do, it's going to be small amounts. You're never going into a bank. You're not going to have large overhead. That's one thing about this business. We get great big checks with very small amounts of overhead, very small amounts of marketing costs. We don't need employees, especially at our beginning stages. And we don't have all the costly entanglements of running businesses. I've had multiple businesses. Now, if you really want to know the pain of having a business, go buy a restaurant. I challenge you, go buy a restaurant. Then you'll see what it's like to run a real business that makes little or no money, has all the risk and all the work. And anyway, there's a lot of restaurants that make a lot of money. Don't get me wrong, but I can tell you right now, they earn every penny of it. I've had 6 of them, 6. So we're going to talk about how you can get great big checks within the first 60 days. And 1 or 2 more, you know, people always ask me, well, how fast can I get a check? And my answer is, well, how fast are you going to get trained? And then how fast are you going to put it and implement the training? You answer me that question, I can pretty much tell you how fast you're going to get a check. So, you know, I'm not going to make any representations. I'm not guaranteeing you any money within 60 days, but I can tell you that is ample time to get a great big check, $20,000 or more. And here's the cool thing about this hot market, boy, once you get them, you don't have to worry about getting rid of them, because they're going to stand in line and bid up the prices for you. Now add lease option to that. And you can just imagine what's going to happen when you put a house on the market for lease option today. And that's assuming you don't want to cash out of it. And you probably know as well as me that if you put it out there to a cash buyer, qualified buyer, it's gone. It's gone very quickly. I've never seen a market like this. So your job is to get the ones that you can get. I mean, think about it. How many you need a month? 1 or 2 a month? And if you want to cash out of them, this is the perfect time to do it. But on the other hand, there's a downside to that, and that's you lose all the residual income and all the goodies I'm going to talk about here in a few minutes. John, you can turn that fan off now if you don't mind, because I think the air is working fine. All right. So how would your life change if you had an extra 20 grand a month coming in? By the way, that's one small deal. $20,000 is a $250,000 house. That's because I don't want to do a deal that I don't get $20,000 on the upfront deposit from, at least. I mean, I've done quite a few that I didn't, but I'm telling you, I have a choice. I can make more, I can make less. 20,000 is my bottom line to where I even want to mess with the deal. So let's just say I don't know, can you do one of those a month? I have people doing 4, 5 of them, 6 of them a month. Can you do one? What would change in your life? Just ask yourself, what would change? Well, heck, what if you only did one every other month? Would $20,000 coming into your bank account every other month change your life? Well, it would. Most likely it would. But I can tell you what's going to happen once you start getting that 20 grand coming in. You're going to find out, well, I can get 40 grand just as easy. Just a little bit more work. I get 40 grand. And then greed steps in, and then you realize, well, gosh, there's no limit to how much money I can make if I want to apply myself and do the basic steps, and then, you know, do what Ron told me to do, which is highly unlikely, but, you know, I'm hoping you'll actually follow instructions, but I know if you're a male species, it's totally unlikely because the last thing a man's going to do is follow instructions. And if it's working perfectly, it needs to be fixed, right, guys? Anyway, that's Beverly and I holding up the Leaning Tower of Pizza. This is a trip that we took with Brian and Lynette Wolf a couple of years ago, and then we went and saw the Coliseum. And I can tell you right now, that trip cost, I don't know how that trip cost, but it was quite a bit of money because we spared no expense. I mean, we had guides taking us around. We hired our own guides to work with us all day long. We flew over there first class in one of those lay down seats, and, we did it right. When, you don't have to worry about how you're going to buy groceries next week, you can do these kind of things. And I suggest you go see this Coliseum, by the way, because it's a lifetime experience. I just stood right up there and I could see Spartacus down there in an arena battling. I mean, it was really a cool experience. And we go there every year. That's Salmon Falls, which is in Ketchikan, Alaska. I go there to kill fish. I owned that resort for 3 years, but I've been fishing at it now for 20 some odd years. And as fate would have it, we'll be going there at the end of this month. We're going to go there again. I'm taking most of Global Publishing with me, and we're paying their way. So we're going to go kill a lot of salmon and halibut. And, here's the prize fish in Alaska. That's a halibut. And that's a small halibut, to tell you the truth. Those things get up 300 pounds or so. So these are the kind of things you can do when you're not living on a shoestring budget. So many of you watching are not living on a shoestring budget. So I would strongly suggest you look up Salmon Falls Resort in Alaska, because I promise you, once you go fishing in Alaska, you don't have to fish. To me, go to Alaska and don't fish doesn't make any sense whatsoever, but a lot of people do. There's plenty of things to do besides fishing, but I'm killing fish, just so you know. We're going up there for 3 days, 4 nights, and I promise you I'll be fishing all 3 days while everybody else is out sightseeing. I have enough sightseeing. Send me a postcard, especially when I own the place for 3 years. I know what the surroundings look like. So, point is, when you have more money than you need to live on, these are the kind of cool things you get to do. And frankly, you're not far away from that right now. I mean, some of you watching are already in that position, and you're looking at real estate as an additional income or basically just something to retire on. So if you're looking for a retirement, keep watching, because I promise you it's built within this thing called real estate. A little bit about me, because some of you watching may not know who I am and may not care either. I'm actually in my 40th year in this business, and I've done all kinds of real estate. I still do commercial. I've done a lot of commercial, several running right now, and I train the trainers. I train most of the people that are out there training in real estate right now. I trained in real estate, and then I trained them to be trainers, and now they're training their trainers, and they're training their trainers, and it's expanding. I've been at this so long, some people call me Godfather. Some people call me Moses. Some people call me other things. And I've spoken with the best of the best, even this guy. In fact, we hired him to speak one time. And by the way, I looked right down at his head, and the hair was growing out of his head. His hair is real. Don't let anybody tell you it's not. And here are my children today. That's Goldie and Ruby. I should say that's my wife's children. And frankly, those dogs get treated better than I get treated most of the time, but I'm okay with that. So we have 2 dogs and we have 1 cat. But nobody starts that way. And I'm no different. I started back in 1982. I was a mechanic working 6 days a week, sometimes 12, 14 hours a day. And I was running my own service station. I was in control of my own service station, which may not be a good thing because now everything was my responsibility. So I had this service station and I had 2 bays. So I was fixing cars, same time pumping gas, and then selling groceries on the inside. Little teeny place where you're selling a little bit of groceries and cigarettes and so forth. So all this mess was mine to manage. And guess who the chief mechanic was? Yeah, me. So I'm working in the hot Florida sun on hot engines, and then had to pump gas when didn't have enough help there or whatever. I'm running back and forth to the gas pump. This was back in the days when you actually had somebody pump gas for you and check under your hood and all of that. I often thought maybe we should bring that back. Maybe we should bring full service back. I don't know. What do you think? Huh? Would you like somebody washing your windows? I bet I've washed a million windows in my life and checking under your hood for you. You don't have that today, do we? So anyway, that's the business I was in, but I couldn't, I just couldn't make any money. I'm just barely making a living and working my butt off. I'd come home with greasy hands and burnt hands and bad mood. And frankly, this all started because of a wash machine. I came home one day and Beverly said, my wash machine is broke again for the third time. Would you please get me a new one? And I blew up. I said, how in the world can I buy you a new wash machine? I mean, we barely have enough. We had to go to the grocery store twice a week. Couldn't afford to buy enough for a whole week at a time. So I said, no, I'm not going to buy you a new wash machine. And we got in an argument. We argued. I went to bed mad. I don't know. She probably went to bed mad as well. So anyway, I lay there all night. I couldn't sleep because I kept saying to myself, what a loser. A loser. What a loser. Been married to this woman for 17 years, got 4 children, and can't even buy her a wash machine to wash your stinking, dirty, filthy, greasy clothes with. What a loser. And I said to myself, I'm not going to live the rest of my life like this. And I got up the next morning, and I'll tell you right now, there was a turning point. Something snapped for me. And I didn't know what I was going to do. I really didn't have any idea, but I knew I wasn't going to do that all the rest of my life. So I started looking, and I found real estate. And I saw an ad that said, come learn how to buy real estate with no money or credit. I didn't believe it, of course, but I went down to check it out. And sure enough, I put me into a 2-day seminar, and I had to pay for that. And I didn't have the money, so I borrowed that. I really had to borrow my money to go to my first seminar. But that 2 days changed my life. Now, I got to tell you, I had no idea I was going to a life-changing seminar. I didn't expect to have a life-changing seminar. I didn't even know it was a life-changing seminar 2 years later, to tell you the truth. But I made the decision to attend it. And I don't know, everybody else in the room probably went home and went, there was several of us that attended that 2-day seminar. That 2-day seminar was all about buying houses without using your money or credit. And that's what got me started. And 3 weeks later, I did my first wholesale deal, and I netted $3,000 on it. And I immediately quit my job and started doing real estate. I had no idea what I was doing. I was guessing at a lot of it, but I learned how to wholesale a house. That's really all I got out of that 2-day seminar, was how to wholesale a house. But that got me going. Then I kept doing a deal and a deal and a deal. And next thing you know, I was doing deals on a regular basis. And then I learned where I could get private money to actually buy properties, having no credit. And I started buying them and rehabbing and fixing them as well. Next thing you know, a couple of years went by, and I had over $1 million worth of equity in real estate, but no cash flow. $1 million worth of equity, but it was more problems than it was worth, because it's all low-end crap, because that's all I could get my head around, low-end houses. I didn't think I was worthy of buying anything above the minimum price houses in my market. Of course, this was 1982, so the numbers were a lot lower than they are right now. But I made a mess. And in fact, it took me 5 years after my first 2 years, 7 years into the business, to clean up the mess I made in the first 2, not really knowing what I was doing. I was buying all the wrong kind of houses from the wrong kind of places for the wrong kind of reasons. And, I had all these tenants, and they were destroying my life. And all their problems were my problems. And, I quickly realized I ain't going to live long enough to get rich this way. I'll be dead the way this thing is working out. And my cash flow sucked, because a lot of times a lot of them were HUD tenants. One time I had 200 Section 8 HUD tenants. And imagine what life was like dealing with that. Constant calls from people coming into my home, I might add, telling me all their little petty little problems. And, it took me a long time to figure out this is not how we want to get rich. So I spent 5 years getting rid of all that junk that I bought the first 2 years and getting back to normal. And along the way, I started learning the business. And, not too long after that, I started teaching it, because I learned a lot of hard lessons. So anyway, I went to the seminar, I got my first check, and I got another one shortly thereafter. And by the way, my wife got a washing machine, and she's had one ever since. Okay. So we've been married now. This is our 56th year in September. So she gets pretty much anything she wants. And by the way, guys, if you want to know the secret to a long marriage, You ready to write this down? Hey, here you go. You can be happy or you can be right. Pick one. You only get one. This is a lesson that took me years and years and years to learn. I can tell you that right now. And this is a lesson a lot of people never learn. They die never learning this lesson because most people will spend their entire lives personally involved in their job, their business, got to have their hands in it, got to have their head in it, got to make the decisions, got to do every little thing because nobody can do it better than you. And I can tell you, as soon as I started turning loose and letting other people do the things that they can do better than me, and even if they don't do them better than me, they can do them good enough. Everything started to change because now I was freed up to do the thing that I should be doing that took me so many years to learn, and that's simply make decisions. Guys and gals, if you will work toward building a business where everything is jobbed out, everything is delegated, the only thing left for you to do is make decisions. You're going to be doing some little more than making decisions, especially in the early days. Because once you get the system set up, of course, we've already got them set up for you. All you got to do is plug and play. Once you get somebody to take your inbound calls, somebody to make your outbound calls, somebody to do the grunt work for you, the rest of it is deciding who you want to buy from and on what terms and who you want to sell to. That's all I do. And here's the truth. I don't even do that. I delegate that. So after you get your system set up and you get your machine rolling, frankly, you'll find that it's not difficult to delegate even the decisions that have to be made once you find somebody you can trust to make those decisions for you. And maybe you'll never want to get to that point. I don't know. Maybe I'm a little overboard on that because I delegate everything. I delegate everything in all of my businesses. But the only thing I do is teach what I'm doing right now. So if I'm not teaching, I'm probably home working on my classic cars. I'm working on classic cars right now. I got 6 or 7 of them sitting around, and I buy them and we restore them and we sell them, maybe, or not. In fact, keep your eyes on our emails because on September, first week of September, we're going to do a 4-day event, and it's going to be a unique event. And then I'm going to give away one of my cars. It's a 32 Studebaker Rockney. Look that up. 32 Studebaker Rockney. Go look up that car. I happen to have one of them. So somebody's going to win that thing in September at our upcoming event. We haven't even got a name for this event yet, so maybe you can tell us what we ought to call it. But it's going to be a special one. It's the first week of September. It's over my birthday. It's my 75th birthday. So I'm going to give you a present and give you a bunch of quality information over that week. Make a note. Don't do anything in the first week of September. Keep it open. All right. I want you to start working on getting to the point where all you have to do is make decisions. Because you know what happens when you do? Your decisions are better. You're not working from chaos. You're not caught up in minutia. You're not in a trap where every day goes by, you don't get anything important done because you're so busy putting out fires. Delegate, 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 delegate. You're not going to hang around me very long to where that's going to become part of your life because I'm going to keep pounding it into you piece by piece until you get up every day and you don't really have anything to do. Now, look, I'm first to tell you, everybody needs something to look forward to. Even when you get your businesses up and running, don't keep an eye on them. But, that's why I do classic cars. I want to do something that I enjoy doing. And, because I don't have to do anything that concerns my businesses, other than teach when the need arises. And frankly, I don't have to do that. I'm not the only one that can teach. I've trained a lot of people to teach throughout the country, and they've gone on to create their own businesses of teaching. But everybody's got to do something. All right. A lot of ways to make money, as I've discussed. But before I can do anything for you, I got to change your thinking. Got to change your thinking before we can change your income stream. Now, here's what I got to change. Number one, I got to explode all the myths that you have about real estate right now, most of which don't have anything to do with reality. And then for some watching today, I've got to change your thinking on what you're worth. People come to me from all walks of life, all mindsets, and sometimes they come in with this low self-esteem, spent most of their life not making much money. I'm not worthy. I'm not worthy. I'm not capable of making a bunch of money, which is not true. Get that thought out of your head. If you got the thought into your head, we can get the thought out of your head. But I tell you, the only way I'm ever going to convince you is a series of checks. Okay. Starting with the first one. So my first goal is to get you that first check. Watch that self-esteem go through the roof. And then also watch the dream stealers go away. All those folks that are trying to tell you you can't do this, who have no idea what they're talking about. And be careful to whom you listen, because you're going to get a lot of advice from broke people trying to tell you how to get rich. Broke people cannot teach you how to get rich. By the way, some of them have your last name. Be on guard for the dream stealers, because they're coming. They're coming till you start getting checks, then to see how fast they convert. Dream stealers are only dream stealers till you show them proof. Proof is checks. The two fastest ways to get a check today are wholesaling and deposits on and down payments on pretty houses. Now, I'll grant you, I've never seen a better time to wholesale a house than right now, because there are a bunch of stupid buyers out there, really idiotic buyers out there, way overpaying for these junkers. That, I mean, I've never seen prices selling junkers like they have right now. So if you can find these junkers, and I'll show you how, come spend 4 days with me, and I promise you, we're going to go through this whole marketing thing, buying and selling piece by piece, and explore them all individually. But today, your wholesaling business is with FSBOs, for sale by owners, not with realtors, because you're not going to get any deals out of the MLS. You're going to get them from FSBOs, individual owners. Well, wholesaling, there's tons of them out there. And once you put them on the market, they're gone like that. Beautiful time to wholesale houses. However, it's also a beautiful time to get deposits and down payments on houses, because they're also gone like that in this market. And we sell them for more than what they're worth. I've always sold them for more than what they're worth, but today I sell them for much more than what they're worth, and get it. Whether I'm selling them for cash or whether I'm putting lease option tenant buyers in there, I'm going to get much more than they're worth, because that's the market we're in today, whether that be wholesaling junkers or pretty houses. Wholesaling has always been a good business, still is today. I know a lot of people don't do anything but wholesaling, but it has its problems. Number one, you're not going to find deals in the MLS, and if you do, you're going to need proof of funds, and you're going to need a non-refundable deposit, $1,000 or more, and the competition is just fierce, and it's going to be very, very hard for you to find a deal in the MLS, because people are overbidding on them. And then you got to be a slave to the banks and the realtors, because that's where all, if it's listed in the MLS, there's a realtors involved. So you got this barrier between you and the seller. You're going to make a lot of offers to get one accepted. And then to get one accepted, you're probably going to wind up paying too much. And if you're buying properties from the bank, whatever name you put on the contract's the name you got to close in. You don't have any flexibility like you do with FSBOs. And your profits are small. There's only so much you can make wholesaling a house. Now, I know some people do pretty well at it, but I'll tell you, the average wholesale amount of the profit that you make is somewhere between $10,000 and $15,000, some more, some less. And you pay maximum taxes because it's short-term capital gains. Anytime you sell something within the first year of you buying it, you're paying maximum taxes, whatever tax bracket you're in. So the maximum tax bracket today is 37%. If you happen to be in that bracket, which I hope you're going to get there pretty soon, and I'll help you if you let me. It means 37 cents out of every dollar you get out of a wholesale deal is going to the IRS. All right. And there's no residual income. There's no growth. There's no wealth. There's just get one check and it's done. And, it's kind of like giving a job. You got to go back to work. Every time you get a check, you got to go back to work, and you never know when your next check is coming. That's not the way I want to see you build a business. I have no problem with you wholesaling. I have no problem when you're getting a check. But I can tell you right now, the real money's in the pretty house business, as you're going to see today. Rehabbing and retailing. I have no problem with you rehabbing and retailing. Okay. It's a good business. It is fun if you do it right and get out of the way, and you control the contractor, which is probably the biggest lesson you're going to have to learn in the beginning, and you buy it right. You buy it right. You use private money to close it, private money to fix it, private money to hold it. You put it out there in this rabid market today. It'll be sold as fast as you get it retail or get it repaired. And it's a good business. But the problem is it's full of mines and traps, especially for beginners. There's so many things that can go wrong. And then, of course, it still has all the problems of wholesaling, capital gains, high taxes, And it takes months to buy, fix, and sell a house. It takes months. There is no 3-day check. When you're wholesaling a house, if you're in that thing more than 15 days, something is wrong. When you're putting a pretty house on the market and getting a big deposit, if you're in that thing more than 15 days, something is wrong in this marketplace. But there is no such thing as a 15-day check rehabbing and retailing a house. It's going to take 4 to 6 months before you get paid. And it's all out though while you're waiting on that big check. Okay, get the big check. You look at that check. Well, that wasn't so hard, but I promise you, it is the rehabbing a house is the highest risk part of the real estate business that we do. And then there's those contractors. Not only are they difficult to get a hold of nowadays, but if you don't learn how to handle contractors, they know how to handle you. So if you're going to rehab and retail houses, you better come see Papa and let me teach you how to control those contractors. And then you got the picky buyers. They want everything done. They want it all pretty and beautiful. Then you got home inspections that rip it apart after you think it's all done. Then appraisers who want to downgrade your appraisal. And then you got the tough lending requirements. Sometimes your buyers don't go through and you got to start all over again. And then you always got the risk of cost overruns or appraisals that didn't price high enough or whatever. So all of this is part of the rehabbing business. Now, it sounds like I don't want you to rehab a house. That's not true. I think everybody should rehab a few a year. I think it is in your best interest to learn about repairs, what repairs cost, and then how to handle contractors, because you're going to be using some sort of contractors no matter what you do in the real estate business. Some houses just need cleaned up and minor repairs and so forth. Contractors, you need to learn how to handle those regardless. But again, it's the riskiest part of the business. So if you want to rehab houses, have at it. But I suggest you don't make it a business. You just make it a bonus. What if we get some pretty houses turning into burning? Wholesale one occasionally when we get a chance, and then rehab the ones with the biggest spreads that need the least amount of work, and that are once you're trained on, are the best candidates to rehab and retail if you want to. Now there's a downside rehabbing and retailing. I just explained all of the problems, but remember, as soon as you sell that house and you get that check, there's no more income coming in, and you don't get any of the benefits of owning real estate. So let's talk about the pretty house business. No banks involved, no realtors involved, no lenders involved, none of those costly entanglements, no appraisers involved, none of those costly entanglements that come along with rehabbing and retailing. Down payment or deposit on a nice house quite often will be as large as your net profit renovating a house taking 4 to 6 months to do it. I probably need to say that again. Just a front end, non-refundable option deposit on a pretty house in a pretty neighborhood, especially one with any value, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000, $600,000, will probably be more than your net profit renovating and rehabbing and retailing a house. And you'll get your big check in the pretty house business within the first 30 days. There's not a chance you're going to do that rehabbing and renovating a house. So look, again, I'm not against rehabbing. I just don't want you to get caught up in doing nothing but rehabbing because it is the toughest part of the business. So let's look at a business where you're never going to need credit or to borrow money. And if you ever have to borrow money, it's an extremely small amount of money. And that's the terms business. So write this down. No terms, no deal. Repeat after me. Raise your right hand. No terms, no deal. No terms, no deal. Okay. So what are terms? There's only 3 of them. Number 1, you lease it with an option to buy. That's called a lease purchase. And then you sublease it with an option to buy, or you can lease it with an option to buy and cash out of it. Either way, you're getting terms. Or you can buy it with owner financing, which is what I buy most of mine. And then you can put a tenant buyer in it, or you can cash out of it. Or you can just get the deed subject to, which means the seller just deeds you the house, the loan stays in their name, and walks away and gives you the house with little or no money out of the pocket. That's called buying the house subject to the underlying loan. Thousands of houses get sold that way all across the country every single week. But my favorite is buying them with owner financing. And I'm not going to have time to discuss it here, but It's a downside to selling with subject to. I like owner financing. Very rarely will I do a lease purchase because I want to actually own the property. I want to take title to the property, but occasionally it makes more sense to lease it with an option to buy. Now, here's some benefits of actually owning the property. Number one, I get monthly cash flow. I don't get either one of those rehabbing and wholesale. Number two, I get debt pay down. Every month that goes by, my debt gets larger and my value goes up. That's appreciation. And then don't forget that big non-refundable deposit I got on the front end. And quite often those tenant buyers move out and I get to go do it again. Because when we lease purchase a house, ladies and gentlemen, if they move out, they forfeit that deposit. That's not a security deposit. It's a non-refundable option deposit. And guess what? Most of them will move out. Most of them will move out. Not some of them, most of them. They just don't buy. And then that equity on the back end, when you get the house, you're probably going to get some equity in it. But even if you don't, every month your debt goes down and your equity gets bigger. All these are benefits of owning the property. And guess what? This can be done inside your profit sharing plan, your pension plan, your IRA, or your solo 401k, and never pay taxes on it. So add all these benefits up and you can see why keeping the house is in your best interest. The longer you own the house, the more money you will make. And debt pay down is one a lot of people forget. I'll show you a house. Well, I'll come back to that. I'm going to show you a house I got in a minute. How big the debt pay down over a short time. Money now, money monthly, money later. We call them the golden geese because they just keep on laying the golden eggs. Every month we get paid. Like wholesaling and retailing where the poor old goose has got to die. Okay. So, and you pay maximum taxes after the goose is dead. But I'll grant you, sometimes the goose has just got to go. All right. Sometimes you need cash, you need it now. Don't care about all that other stuff. I get it. Trust me, I've been there. And I will be the first to tell you, we got to take care of today's cash flow needs first before we worry about building an empire. Okay. If we need money like we need oxygen, that's the thing you should be focusing on first. Get a good check. Get a good check. Now you can think better. You can sleep better. And frankly, you're a lot more pleasant to be around because when things aren't going good, when times aren't exactly good, you know, you're probably not fun to be around because it affects your attitude and, you know, it just makes you hard to live with, most likely. You get money, you'll find that that attitude changes and you'll just gradually see that everything around you is smoother and better. And you know, people want to be around you more because you're not grouchy all the time. I get it. I've been there. Of course, some people say I'm grouchy all the time anyway, but I don't care. And very little of your time is required. Now, this is a key. This is a key. Most of the work is done for you. And I've got to get that through to you. So I'm going to go through the system with you so you can see why. Most of the work is done for you if you'll let it happen. So it starts with property information sheet. This is a sheet that you can get off your Gold Club site. Of course, it's in my course. It's in my terms course. It's in my boot camp manual. It's all over. This sheet's easy for you to get. Now, this is the property information sheet that our virtual assistants will fill out for you if you let them for very inexpensive cost. So in other words, we generate leads for you every day on the Gold Club site, FSBOs. And then I'm going to show you later how to go generate your own leads also to send to your VA. Your VA calls and gets these sheets filled out for you. You calling and filling these out is a gross waste of your time, and it'll take you out of the business like that because most of the people that you call are not going to want to do terms. So let's get this perfectly clear right now. In fact, write this down. You ready? Most sellers are worthless, which means you're not going to be doing business with most of the people that have a house for sale. You don't need to do business with most of them. You're doing business with a very skinny minority of them. That's all you can handle anyway. Just how many houses do you think you want in a month? 1, 2, 3, whatever. So you got to go through all the people that don't want terms to get down to the few that do, just like any other business. We got to get everybody in the funnel and weed them on down to the people that we can work with. I don't care what business you're in, what product or service you sell, it's the same process. Same here. So the key is let them all come in the funnel, but you don't get involved in that top of that funnel. You don't call all these people. You don't fill out all these sheets, because you got to know that our virtual assistants can't get more than about half of them to even pick up the telephone after 3 tries. And then when they get those half to answer the phone, a lot of those are sold or they're listed or whatever. They're just time wasters. So now we're down to about 25% of the total lead pile that we got turned into these property information sheets. That's a lot of calling that you don't need to be doing. So our VAs will call them, fill out these sheets. They'll post them on your CRM site, which we call Dreams, that we can furnish to you very inexpensively, or they'll send them to you if you don't have Dreams, and then you make a closing call. So this is somebody else's job. It's your job to generate leads. But again, we generate them for you during the Gold Club. Every single day they come into your inbox. These are FSBOs in 2 counties that you choose. These are for sale by owners. Now you're going to see this afternoon that the deals we do came through those leads. They came right through your Gold Club site. They were called by the VAs, and then they're going to be called by the mentors. And out of that, we got at least 7 deals this afternoon. I think we got more, but I know of 7 this afternoon from a handful of calls made yesterday. I'm going to say that again. The calls were made yesterday by 2 mentors after these sheets were filled out by the VAs. And out of that, we got 7 deals that I know of within 24 hours after they started calling. 7 deals. Watch what these deals are worth this afternoon in 24 hours. Now, they're all not going to go through. I can tell you that right now, because either the student will go out and screw them up, or sometimes the sellers change their mind, whatever. But what if half of them go through? What if only one of them goes through? Okay. 1 out of the 7 goes through. More of them will go through if properly handled. But yeah, compare that to what most people do for a living. Again, they started calling yesterday. Okay. They got an oral agreement from making that closing call after this sheet was filled out. So now all the student got to do is go to the house and solidify the deal. The deal has already been virtually cut over the phone. So now they go enhance it a little if necessary. You'll see this afternoon, because sometimes the numbers we get, we don't like, and we have to change when we get to the house. But guys, most of the work was done before the student got involved. Student signed up for the Gold Club site. Here comes leads. Okay. Student forwards leads to virtual assistant. Virtual assistant is doing all the grunt work. Now, in this case, student has to make the closing call, but for the sake of this event, we had a couple of mentors do it for the students. So there are going to be several students this afternoon who got potential deals just because they submitted these leads when we asked them to do it prior to this event. Every event we do the same thing. Almost every event. So you ought to see the deals we're going to go through when we get into a Leo Live 4-day boot camp. I mean, there's very few boot camps that go by that we don't do 20 deals for students during the boot camp. Wait till we get out there, that live one out in Vegas coming up in August. You're talking about some deals. We're going to really pop some deals out there. And they're not in Vegas. They're all over the country. So these leads come from all over the country. In case you're saying to yourself, well, it won't work here. Yeah, there is no city where this doesn't work, even if you live in it. So this is the sheet. Needs to be filled out. And in the middle of this sheet, you'll see these 2 blocks. Block A is if the loan amount is very close to the asking price. If the loan amount that they owe is close to the asking price, we're always going to ask them, will you sell for what you owe? If the answer comes back, yes, you just got a free house. All you got to do is go out and take over their debt, and you got a free house. You're buying it for what they owe on it, and you're not guaranteeing any debt. Loan stays in their name. So, and by the way, it doesn't make any difference how you buy. The loan will stay in their name until you cash out later down the road. And yes, for some sellers, that's not a problem. Okay. So quit trying to talk yourself out of it. You'll see this afternoon. Now, if they say, no, I won't sell for what I owe, then the next question is, well, what's the least you could take for your equity if we took over your payments? And you're going to find that a lot of them will just want a little bit of money to move. So if there's equity in the property and they just need a little bit of money to move and the house in good shape, we'll buy it anyway. But if I don't ask that second question, I'll never know what actually they got on their mind. Now, that only implies if there's a small gap between what they owe and what they're asking. If that's not the case, then we go to B. And B simply says, would you be interested in us making your monthly payment or making you a monthly payment until we can pay you off in full? And so the answer is going to be yes or no. If they say yes, that means they want to talk about it more. It may not mean they understood the question, but it means that they're a really good target to talk about it more. And we call that a yes lead. If they say no, that's a no lead. Okay. Either way, we're going to call them because a no doesn't mean no. We've discovered that there's as many deals in the no pile as there is in the yes pile once you get on the phone and use my no script. Okay, I have a script for yes leads. I have a script for no leads. The no lead script simply tries to convert them into a yes by explaining what we can do for them and the benefits that are in it for them. And a good percentage of those no's turn into yeses, as you'll see this afternoon. So yes or no, your job now is to get on the phone, use the appropriate script, and do the closing call, which just takes a few more minutes. And some of them will turn into duds. Some of them will turn into appointments. So let's look at the system so far. Number one, we got the Gold Club sending us leads. We got a virtual assistant calling them for us. And they can do a lot of other stuff other than that, but that's the main purpose you're going to want a VA for. Talk about them a little bit later. Okay. All the time, once we set it up, I mean, all we got to do is forward the leads that we want to forward to the VA every day, and we're done. Now the VA calls these sellers and gets some property information sheets filled out for you. So you'll get several of those a week just from our lead sources alone. And that don't even count what you can do to generate sellers calling you, which are always going to be the best leads. So now you make a handful of calls a week and you go visit a few houses a month. When you go visit the house, you've already orally negotiated the deal over the phone and by asking a few questions on a script. So you can see it doesn't take much of your time to get to this far. And now when you go to the house, now you either going to solidify the deal, get it approved and get a contract signed, or you're going to go back, send them a contract later, or you're not going to be able to make a deal. One of those things are going to happen. There's two types of pretty houses. There's a free and clear house, which were you surprised to know that a third of the houses in the country are free and clear? A third. And you're not going to be able to get leads, whether we generate them for you or whether you generate them, where you don't find free and clear houses. So in a free and clear house, get this now, in a free and clear house, I'll be making the seller a payment. But on a house that comes with debt, which is 2/3 of them, I will probably be making their payment to the bank. So only about a third of the time am I asking the seller, will they accept a monthly payment? The other 2/3 or 75% of the time, I'm asking the seller, is it okay if I make your payment for you for some length of time until I pay you off in full? So when I say I'm buying a house with owner financing, it doesn't necessarily mean the seller is going to get a payment. I'll pay their payment directly to the bank. And most of the time I owe them some money above that, but I'm not paying them that money until I cash out on the back end. And sometimes that's for the whole length of their debt. Sometimes we get owner financing for the whole length of their debt, 20, 25 years. And there's no term by which we have to pay it off until that loan is paid off. Sometimes we have to put a balloon in, which is a date which it's all due and payable, maybe 5-year balloon, 10-year balloon. Either way, we're not going to pay the seller off until our tenant buyer cashes us out somewhere down the line. All of this with no risk, no personal guarantee. So quit worrying about all the things that can go wrong, because there's nothing that's going to go wrong that we can't fix. And worst case scenario, we have to give the house back to the seller because they don't want to work with us because we can't pay them off in time. So let me answer that question before you ask. Ron, what happens if 5 years goes by and I can't pay the seller off? Well, there's always suicide. No, just kidding. Let's say 5 years goes by and you can't pay the seller off by that time. They have two choices. They can either extend the contract or you can give them the house back. Their choice, because they cannot harm you. So I'll say it again, because I need to say it 7 times for you to get it. When you don't personally guarantee debt, there's nothing they can do but take the house back. They cannot harm your credit. It never shows on your credit. It never shows on your financial statement as a debt because it's not your debt. It's non-recourse debt, meaning no personal guarantee. And that's the only way you're going to buy houses. That puts you in a very, very strong position. The minute you go down to the bank and borrow money, you're in a very, very weak position. You're a slave to the bank. All right. Here's a house I own. I've had this thing for several years now. I probably should get a newer one, but I got pictures of this one. Okay. And besides, it's a really great example of the kind of deal I want you to do. When I bought this house, it was 3 years old. It's right down the street from my home. And we got a lead from the seller who was moving to St. Louis in 2 weeks. They had the house listed, listing expired. They didn't sell the house. So they were looking for a solution because he had a $1,925 a month payment on it, and he knew he couldn't make that payment and make one in St. Louis as well. And the house was worth $385 and listed for $385, and the realtor didn't sell it, and they owed $351 on it. So don't take a look at those numbers. This seller clearly told us before I even got involved that he'd sell the house for what he owes. Now, what do you think his main objective was? His main objective wasn't to get the difference between $351 and $385. It was to get debt relief, to get that payment off his back. Truth is, if he'd have sold it through a realtor, he wouldn't have had much left out of that difference between those two numbers anyway. So he really just needed to get off from underneath the debt. He needed debt relief, which you'll find is quite common with any house that comes with a loan on it, like this one. In fact, this kind of house, about 2/3 of the market. Remember, houses come with debt, and they're my favorite for that reason. There's not that much equity in them. Therefore, I can get some or all of it for free if I can relieve them of the debt, which is what I'd agreed to do. Now, I agreed to buy this house for what he owed, which was exactly what he's asking. And I put it on the market. And in 2 months, I got a tenant buyer, and they gave me $50,000 as a non-refundable deposit. And it took 2 months because I turned down a lot of people with a lot less smaller deposits because I knew this house would command a $50,000 deposit. It's a $400,000 beautiful house, 3 years old, in a beautiful neighborhood, 3,500 square feet. So I turned down lesser. I got 2 months before my first payment was due on this house, which I always do, get 2 to 3 months. So my first payment was due about the same time I put this tenant buyer in the house. Now, the tenant buyer agreed to pay $2,500 a month because I didn't make the mistake of naming the rent. I named the price of $395, which, by the way, is $10,000 more than the realtor never sold the house for. You see, folks, when I put a house on the market on a lease purchase, we always raise the price. Now, in today's market, we raise the price regardless, cash or lease purchase. I'd always raise the price. If I were selling this house today, I'd raise it more than that. I'd raise it much more than that, and I'd get it. Because it's not about the price now. It's about, can I get in the house? Now think about it. I'm advertising this house on a lease purchase. I'm advertising it to people who cannot qualify at the bank for a loan, which is 70% of the people looking to buy a house. I'm advertising this house to folks who know there's no sense in applying for a loan because they're not going to get approved. However, they can get approved with me if they have enough down payment to satisfy my needs, and if they can pay a big enough down payment a monthly payment to satisfy my needs. So we went through 6 buyers with less than 50,000, considerably less, to find the one with 50. And they told me they could pay up to $2,500 a month. So I accepted their offer. I accepted their offer of $50,000 down, and I accepted their offer of $2,500 per month. And they asked for 2 years, and I gave them 2 years. So they gave me $50,000. It was made very clear to them that if they moved into the house and they didn't buy the house, that they would forfeit the $50,000. But if they did buy the house, the $50,000 would come right off their down payment. They only owed me $345,000. So they had to go take 2 years to clean up their credit. I think their credit was low was the problem. And then go to the bank and get a loan, which was more than enough time, because I can have somebody raise your credit score about 100 points within 6-7 months. They had more than enough time to clean up their credit. In the meantime, they paid $2,500 a month rent and 2 years. So I made $50,000 right up front, minus the closing costs that I had to pay to buy the house, because I bought this house and closed on it 7 days after I met this couple. And then they lived in it another week and they took off. They left it clean and showable and ready to put somebody in it. So I immediately put on the market. And again, it only took 2 months because I turned down several on the way. I made the decision that I'd rather make the $1,925 payment out of my pocket than taking $10,000, $15,000 from a non-refundable deposit. I knew this house would command 40 or 50 grand. So I just waited till a couple came along that had the 50. Remember, I did not name the 50. They told me they had 50, so I accepted their offer. When I buy houses from sellers, we don't make them offers. We ask them questions from scripts. They make us offers. What's the least you could take if we could agree upon the rest of the terms? We usually buy with nothing down, okay? I assume it's okay if I make your payment until we get you paid off, until we pay off the loan. We ask them questions. Their answers determine whether we're going to buy the house or not, and they make us an offer. Well, it's the same with buyers. We ask them, what's the most you can put down? Really, is that the best you can do? What's the most you can pay per month? Okay, that's how we get the big down payments. That's how we get the big monthly payments. They tell us. So I just made 50 grand within a few days. And can I spend the 50 grand? It's a question I get all the time. But Ron, don't you have to put that $50,000 in escrow? No, I do not. There is no escrow. I'm not a realtor. I'm not working for somebody else. That's my money. That $50,000 is a non-refundable option deposit. In other words, it's a down payment. If $50,000 is my money, the day I get it, I can do whatever I want to do with it. There is no escrow account to put it in. And no, I do not have to bring it to closing. Hello, get this. A realtor would have to put it in an escrow account and bring it to closing. I'm not a realtor, okay? I'm the owner. It's my house. So I get to keep the $50,000 because it's made very clear to the buyer that it's non-refundable if they don't buy. If they move, they lose it. And if they buy, they show a $50,000 credit right on the closing statement for the down payment. So they've only got to bring the difference to closing. I don't have to bring the money. So you can do whatever you want to do when you get that money. And incidentally, a $400,000 house in this market should easily command a $50,000 down payment. If you don't think so, ask yourself this. Once it's above the FHA limit, which it is here, they need 20% at the bank. They need $80,000 down if they have an 800 credit score at the bank. Okay, I let them in with 50. All he had to do is come up with a difference and clean up their credit, and he'll go get a loan that could have bought the house. So every dime of that money is yours to keep. I also got a $575 a month cash flow out of the house. $1,925 going out, $2,500 coming in, which ain't bad. Don't take too many of those to put one out of a job. And then when I get cashed out, I get whatever's left over. Now, in this case, I got most of the money, most of the equity up front, so there wasn't going to be a big back end. You know, whatever it was, it was. So how long does it take to get cashed out? And the answer is never, I hope. Why? What are you saying? I thought the whole purpose of buying houses was to sell them and get cashed out. Well, that may be what you learned in the other seminar, but why would you kill the golden goose? Why would you kill a house that's going up in value? Debt is paying down. You get $575 a month, and when the tenant buyer moves out, you replace it. And by the way, that's exactly what happened. Their 2 years was up. I got a call, and they said we're moving. I couldn't believe it myself. I said, you're going to move? Why don't I just extend the term another year? They didn't even want to do that. I had no charge. I'd have done it. I don't care, because the longer they live in the house, the more they're paying down my debt. I didn't want them to move, but they decided they wanted to move. So what are you going to do? Well, I'll tell you what you're going to do. You're going to go lease it out again and get another $50,000. That's what you're going to do. So now when you get a call saying I'm going to move, you ask, when will you be out? And then you hang up and you go get a beer or something. Okay. Because it's a good thing, not a bad thing. They move. By the way, did I tell them to move? No. Did I ask them to move? No. I asked them not to move. So who made the decision to move? They did. I didn't. I gave them a chance to buy a house, plenty of time to get qualified and go to the bank and get a loan. They made the decision. I don't know why, to be honest with you, why they didn't buy. I still don't know to this day. I imagine it's because they just figured out they couldn't afford it, would be my guess. I don't know. But it was made very clear up front that they would forfeit the $50,000. And by the way, she asked me, I guess I'm not going to get my $50,000 back. And I said, well, that would be correct. And that was the end of that conversation. So, guys, to tell you the truth, 80 to 90% of the tenant buyers I put in houses never buy. I said, never buy. So You might be thinking, who in the world is going to be walking away from 50 grand? And the answer is 80 to 90% of them will walk away from the 50 grand. I don't know why. Maybe they get tired of it. Maybe they get a divorce. Maybe they get mad. Maybe they don't want the house anymore. Maybe they get transferred. Maybe they get sick. I don't know. But when people give you a big chunk of money, they intend to buy. But intend to buy doesn't mean they're going to buy. 3 frogs sitting on a log, 2 decide to jump. How many's left? 3 deciding to jump ain't jumping. So I don't know what makes the decision. I didn't even ask them why they weren't going to buy, to be honest with you, because the truth is I didn't care. I just care. You're going to move or you're not going to move. And they moved. By the way, they left the house clean as a whistle, ready to show. So I should have went out and I should have at least optioned it out, but my executive assistant, Tish, talked me into letting her rent it. So I did. So she's been in that house several years now. She's renting it. She's paying the payment. I'm not getting any monthly cash flow out of it, but I am getting debt paid down and all the repairs are their responsibility. Okay. So by the way, I've had that house last time I looked, about 5 years now, and that $351,000 debt is paid down to about $290,000. That's $60,000 worth of debt pay down that I received on that house by simply not cashing out of it. 60,000 plus the value has gone up considerably. Last time I looked, it's worth about $470,000 now. Let me say that again. Debt paid down to 290, value 460. Got the house for free. Already collected 50 grand plus 575 a month for 2 years. Try to beat that at the stock market. Okay. There's nothing like real estate. The returns are infinity if you don't have any money invested in them, because you got money back without putting money out. I mean, this is an incredible business, guys. Now think of what it would be like if you had about 20 or 30 of these houses out there like that. They make you rich by just waiting. And remember, the tenant buyer is responsible for 100% of the repairs, 100% after the first 30 days. That's a beautiful thing about a lease purchase. You don't get that when you straight rent houses. Plus, you don't get a $50,000 down payment when you straight rent houses. It makes no sense to me to put a tenant in a house. Tenant buyers, they pay for repairs. They give you big deposits. And they're also way better tenants than tenants that don't give you the deposit. They have skin in the game. They have something to lose because they know if they don't pay the rent, they lose their deposit. And they act like buyers, not tenants. Totally different business than rentals, just straight rentals. I've been there, trust me, never going back. I'll never put a tenant in a house. It's always going to be tenant buyer. And if I were to sell the property and I didn't want to do an exchange, it's long-term capital gains, which is either 15 or 20%, depending on what tax bracket you're in. That beats the heck out of the 37% I'd pay if it was short-term capital gains, because I'm in a 37% tax bracket. And that's going to get worse. In times we're in right now, they're going to raise the taxes even more. And again, these deals are about 2/3 of the market. So why don't they just get a bank loan? I don't understand. Why would they come to you and give you $50,000? Well, first of all, if they went to the bank, they'd need $80,000, 20% down. I don't need 20% down. And secondly, they can't go to the bank because they can't qualify. 70% of the home buyers cannot qualify at the bank. In fact, I pulled this off the internet. This says that 32% of the applicants are turned down when they apply for a bank. This is 2017. And I can tell you for sure, and I just made up the 70%, I will confess, but I can promise you that if 32% are turned down by the bank, there's at least another 40% that never apply for the bank because they know they're going to get turned down. Now, this is not 70% of the world. This is 70% of the people looking to buy a house. Okay. So there's a huge, huge market out there that you can help by allowing them to lease your house with an option to buy, giving them plenty of time to fix whatever's broke. And think of the public service we're doing. We're letting people qualified to buy a house while they're living in it and fixing whatever they need to fix. And incidentally, when you put somebody in a house and they have a good track record of making you payments, that makes them very, very easy to get qualified, because the lender is most certainly going to send you a verification of rents. And when they see that they're paying on time, that's huge, huge to the lender, because now they know they already have a history of making their payment on time. So your job, buy on terms, sell on terms, and become the bank. Most people spend their whole entire lives as a slave to the bank, making payments, paying interest. What if we decided we want to become a bank? Receiving payments, receiving interest on money that we didn't put out. I didn't put out that $351,000. The loan was already on the property. I'm just making $575 a month off the bank's money. Say that again. I became the bank the minute I put the tenant buyer in that house. But I don't have to put out the money. I don't have the government regulations on me. I don't have all the problems that banks have. Now I'm collecting money. I'm collecting more than I'm paying. Banks suck you into putting money in into your savings account so they can lend it out at a higher rate. We're just doing the same thing. We're using the bank's money or the seller's money to lend out at a higher rate, all without risk. You're welcome. And how many of these $50,000 paychecks do you need before you're out of work? Well, do you honestly believe we can't do one deal a month? Okay. If you believe that, then I need to work on your self-esteem a little bit, because one deal a month is a part-time job. And what if I can't do but one deal every 2 months? That's only 6 lousy deals a year. All right. There are many of my students doing 6 deals a month, much less a year. Now they don't get $50,000 on all of them, but on the other hand, they don't need to. So it's, it goes beyond the $50,000 up front. Remember all those other goodies. Every time I go out and buy a house and I put a tenant buyer in there, I'm literally creating a cash flow, an income stream. Remember the debt pay down, the appreciation, and the depreciation, which I didn't even put on the chart. When I take title to a property, I get to depreciate that property and write it off over a period of 27 and a half years. In other words, I pay less and less and less taxes because I own the property, no matter how I bought the property. I don't have to buy it for cash. If I take over a debt, doesn't matter if the loan's in my name. I get to depreciate it if I own the property. So that house right there, 27 and a half years, that's probably $15,000 worth of depreciation a year. In my case, that's about a $5,000 check that I do not write to the IRS simply because I bought that house for what the guy owed on it. $5,000 gets added to that monthly cash flow because that's $5,000 I'm not writing to the IRS. It pays to own real estate, and it pays to keep the real estate because it depreciates and you pay less taxes. And then when I get a chance, I'll show you how to sell it and not pay any taxes when you sell it or have to recapture the depreciation. I'll see you on September on that one because I'm going to do a class on just that. Okay. Ask yourself this. What is my net monthly income? And how many houses do I think I need based on at least $300 to $700 a month positive cash flow, give or take, to surpass my monthly income? Because that's really the first goal I would set for you. Get enough residual income coming in every month so that you don't have to go to work if you don't want to, or if you can't. A lot of people didn't go to work when COVID hit. A lot of people wish they had that residual income coming in, because you see, people are always going to have a place to live, and that means they're always going to be paying rent. And regardless of what goes on out there in the rest of the world that we can't control, people are always going to be paying rent. So that money's going to keep coming in. All right. And in my case, I own this house. So what if the value went down, you're asking? Well, if the value went down, they're still going to be paying that rent. So, I might choose to lower the price, or I might choose to just extend the term, whatever. They're still going to be paying the rent. And it doesn't, if they're not going to buy, if they still want to live in the house, then they have no reason to move. Plus, it's very costly to move. Again, it's a recession-proof business. Get this. When the market changes, and it most certainly will, when the real estate becomes not so hot, start turning the other direction, and it most certainly will, you have a recession-proof business. And frankly, that's probably the best thing that could happen to you, is if the market changes. Because when the market changes, sellers need to sell more, get a lot more flexible, and buyers will need to buy more and they get a lot more flexible. So frankly, the worse the market gets, the easier the terms business gets. So we get plenty of deals in today's hot market. You can imagine what it's going to be like when it's not so hot. Get ready now. It's coming. What if the seller wants full price? Well, you can give it to them if you want to. Besides, it's not about, I mean, I don't like buying full price if I'm going to keep the house, but in this case, Kirsty out of Oregon found a seller that wanted $699 for a house worth $699. She put it under contract to lease it with an option to buy. And the deal was $7,000 a month and $7,000 deposit. Now, Kirsty made it very clear to the seller that she does not intend to, she's not going to put up that $7,000 until she finds a tenant buyer that she wants to put in the house. And she was going to sell it for more than $699. She was going to keep whatever she could get above that. The seller said, okay. And when you think about it, what's the seller got to lose? Kirsty asked for 90 days. Seller didn't have anything to lose except the time. So Kirsty put it under contract with full intent of not buying the house and not staying in the deal. So she went out and she found a buyer for $744. Buyer knew that was more than what it was worth. By the way, the buyer made a smart decision because it quickly went up to past the $744 mark. Buyer put up a $50,000 non-refundable deposit to Kirsty. Kirsty gave the seller $7,000 of that. The buyer also had to put up $7,000 for the first month rent. Okay, Kirsty kept that because Kirsty's rent wasn't due till 30 days after she put the tenant buyer in the house, thanks to a simple little clause I gave her. So she actually made $43,000 plus $7,000 in rent for the first month. And she never owned the house. She never intended to own the house. She never made any promises she couldn't keep. Her total investment was a $100 deposit she gave the seller, which I don't know why she did that, because there's no place in my lease purchase agreement to put a deposit, for one simple reason. When Kirsty walked out of that seller's house with that lease purchase agreement signed, there was no escrow period. The deal was done. It was already closed. She already had an agreement with the seller to lease the house. So it ain't like you're buying where you got to have an escrow period and wait for the attorney to close it. So I don't even know why she gave him the $100 deposit, probably because she thought she had to, because she saw that in my seminar, okay, but not on lease purchase. Anyway, she went out to the marketplace. She didn't know for sure she's going to find a buyer, but she had nothing to lose. I look at it from Kirsty's point of view. The most she had put up was $100. The worst that could happen is she didn't find a buyer within 90 days. And then the seller could either extend the term or the seller could kill the deal. Talking about a risk-free deal. By the way, what a great deal to do in your IRA. If she'd have done this in her IRA, that $50,000 would have went into her IRA tax-free forever. Tax-free forever and grown tax-free forever. Great deal for your IRA. And it's a copy of the check after she got a deposit. All right, but Ron, I don't know what to say. I'm scared. Well, that's why we have scripts. Can you read? If you can read our scripts. And this is a script as if they say yes on B. Remember, B, ask them if they'd be interested in taking a payment or letting us make their payment for them. And it's very simple. Hey, John, this is Ron calling you back about the house you had talked to my assistant on yesterday. Do you have a minute? Yeah. Okay. Then the script goes on to say, well, listen, it's my understanding that you said that you'd be interested in talking about me making your payment for you. Is that correct? Yes. All right. Then we go down to what I call $1 million script. $1 million script is just 3 simple questions. Well, John, what is the least you could take for the house if we can agree upon the rest of the terms? No matter what John says, your answer is always, is that the best you can do? Is that the best you can do? The 7 most powerful words in the world of negotiation. Is that the best you can do? Guys, you better write that down and remember it, because that phrase ought to be used on anything and everything that you are buying or selling. And get this, don't ever tell anybody what you'll pay for anything until they first tell you what they want. You'll be surprised that most of the time, what they tell you they'll take is a lot less than what you were about to open your mouth and tell them you'd pay. Don't be first. Now, when I sell a property, I name the price, but I never name the down. I never name the monthly payment for that reason. When I'm buying a property, I don't name any of the numbers. The seller makes me an offer. Seller just told me what they would take. We usually buy with nothing down, okay? Notice it says shut up right after that. I have to put that in there to make sure you do. Don't get diarrhea of the mouth. The seller will either say yes or no. If the answer is yes, you shut up and you move on. All right. If the answer is no, well, what is the least you could take down? Because the answer to that question could kill your excitement about even going to the house. Because if the seller wants too much down, we got to get that fixed right now. There's no reason to go visit the house. If the seller says, yes, I'll take nothing down, it's because we asked that question correctly in the right tone of voice after you've been trained to do it. And lastly, if the seller has a mortgage, I assume if I make your payment till it's paid off, you're okay with that? And the seller says yes. Or says, no, well, I'm going to be paid off before that. Well, then how long can you give me? And that's when that discussion comes into play. Or if this house is free and clear, what's the least you could take per month for your payment? That is the $1 million script because it's worth $1 million right there. Now, if you get a no somewhere along the line and seller doesn't act like they're interested in terms at all, then you go to my no script. I have a no script that gives them all the reasons why they should consider allowing you to make their payment or taking a monthly payment if the house is free and clear. And at the end of that script, we ask them again, so would you be interested in me making your payment? And if the answer is yes, now you come back to this $1 million script and get those 3 questions answered because they have to be answered. And then I have an appointment script that you make an appointment with if you like the answers on those 3. So I have scripts for everything. All you got to do is learn to read them. But Ron, I hate making phone calls. I don't want to talk to sellers. It scares me. Plus, I just don't want to talk to them. Well, what do you do when you don't want to do something? The answer, you get somebody else to do it for a small amount of money. Do you know somebody that is communicable on the phone, that's not afraid of their own shadow and likes talking to people? You know anybody that'd like to make 12, 15, 20 bucks an hour for a few hours a week? In fact, it don't even take a few hours a week. It takes a few minutes a week. You can get somebody to make these calls, these closing calls to these sellers using my scripts after they practice a little while. And I'll teach you all of that. You come see me at my 4-day event because I'm going to ask you to go home and practice before you call anybody, record your calls, fix them. And I'm going to give you the 12 mistakes you make so that you can correct them. And by the way, this is really not about buying houses. This is about fixing your communication skills, no matter what it is you're working on, by learning to ask questions and getting other people to answer your questions and make you an offer. It's a skill that'll be with you for the rest of your life. And there are 12 mistakes people make when they're having these conversations, like talking too much, talking too fast, and begging. Begging is the big one. You don't know you're begging, but you're begging. And when you tape record your conversations, your practice conversations and play them back, you'll see you're begging. You cannot hear yourself beg unless you play it back from a recording. You cannot even find these mistakes until you play them back after you recorded them. So can you get somebody else to make a few calls a week and get it to a conclusion as to whether you want to make an appointment or not? The answer is yes, with a little bit of training. In fact, you can bring them to my training at no cost if you want to, and I'll show all of you what you need to do to handle these calls. And then if you want a mentor to work with you, our mentor can actually help you make the calls on the front end and then call the seller for you before you go to the house, and then pretend like they're your partner and then be on the phone with you when you get to the house. So to talk to the seller, so you don't even have to know anything. You just the boots on the ground looking at the house. Okay, we got making this business as easy as we can for you folks. You just got to decide you want to get in or you don't want to get in. But anyway, if you're not going to make these calls, the best thing you can do is replace yourself with somebody that will. And honestly, I don't care what you have to pay them, because whatever it is not going to be much. And that takes the pressure off of you. And it only takes a little bit of time. They can do them from their home. Visit 2 or 3 houses a month. I got a 1-page agreement front and back. And it's simple. It's in layman's terms. So your whole goal is to get that agreement signed by the seller. Sometimes you'll do it in person. Sometimes you'll be emailing it to them. By the way, you do not email agreements until you have an oral agreement. Okay. We do not send blank agreements. We do not send any agreement until we have an oral agreement. Only when we have an oral agreement can we fill in the blanks, because we don't have an agreement until we know what goes in the blanks. And if you start sending out blank agreements to people before you have an oral agreement, you're going to kill the deal right then and there. You're not going to get deals by just firing out agreements and taking the lazy way. You've got to get on the phone with a seller and come to terms with them. And by the way, even if you're getting somebody to make that closing call, once they get to the point to where the numbers look good, you got to get on the phone and confirm that appointment, because it's you that's going to the house and getting the agreement. And of course, if you're working with one of our mentors, then you're just the boots on the ground. The mentor will then get on the phone with the seller and tell them that you're coming out to the house and you're not all that bright to begin with, and you don't know that much, but you're just coming out to take pictures and so forth. Takes the pressure off of you. Mentor negotiates whatever needs to be negotiated while you're at the house. And by the way, when we have a mentor involved, there is no way you're going to the house with an agreement until you run it through our mentor first, because they will correct your mistakes, and you absolutely will make mistakes in the beginning stages of filling out agreements. I'll tell you how you can get our mentor here after sometime today. Don't worry about it. I won't let you go till you know how to get a mentor. So remember this. You are a welcome guest, not an unwanted pest. First of all, you're talking to a seller who advertised their house for sale. Guys, we don't cold call anybody. If they don't have a house for sale, we're not calling them, period. So they're asking people to call them right up front. So it's not like they're getting a telemarketer call from somebody trying to sell them something they don't want. So the seller asks you to come to their house. When you use my appointment script, they're waiting on you to. They're probably more afraid of you than you are of them, by the way. So you are what they're advertising to get, a potential buyer. So there's no reason you should have any anxiety about going to their house. They need you 10 times more than you need them. All right. Let's raise the ante on you a little bit here. Let's talk about little higher price houses that we've been talking about. And hopefully the message will come across to you that, hey, we can make this, we can do this on multi-million-dollar houses as well as we can multi-$100,000 houses. That bottom house is a house out in Vegas. That handsome gentleman to the left there is Joel. Joel was one of our mentors and was my partner on this deal. Now, Joel found this deal. And in fact, it was on Zillow for $4.6 million. The house was vacant and is owned by the coach for the Oklahoma Sooners. He didn't live there anymore. And in fact, when Joel found this house, it had been listed twice and it didn't sell. And we didn't know it till later, but there were over 40 houses in Vegas, over $4 million that hadn't sold within the last 2 years. So anyway, we went into this deal and we negotiated. Well, first, let me show you the house here. You ladies will appreciate this. Ladies, and by the way, there's about $500,000 worth of furniture in this house. What do you think, ladies? Is this what he promised you when he sucked you into marrying him? Maybe time to get him to deliver, huh? Beautiful house, beautiful landscaping, beautiful pool in Las Vegas. So we figured the R was about $4 million. Seller agreed to sell it to us for $3.9 million with a 5% down payment, which is pretty cheap on a $3.9 million house, $195,000, and take back a mortgage for the balance. And the seller's payment was $16,000 a month. And he was willing to give us a 3-year balloon. Now, we made it very, very clear that we are not going to buy this house from the seller. It was perfectly clear to the seller that we're never going to write the $195 check, and we're not going to pay the $16,000 a month, and we're not going to close anything until we find somebody that'll pay us more than what we're asking, what he's asking. And by the way, here's exactly what he said, because I was on the phone with him. He said, well, God bless you. I hope you make a lot of money. You see, he didn't care what we made. He only cared what he was getting. So we got a 90-day term to find somebody that would give us more. What we figured was that we'd put this thing out there for about 4.3 on a lease purchase or owner financing. And we get about 600 down. And we'd probably, get 25 grand a month. Now, before you go crazy on me, $25,000 a month. Wow, Oh, don't forget, we're talking about a $4 million house here, folks. People looking at a $4 million house aren't expecting to get $1,000 a month payment. And 1,000 of that month, that 16,000 we were paying the seller was for association dues alone. So we didn't know he was going to get 25. It was just a guess on our part. We knew he was going to get more than 16. And we figured we'd stay in the deal. We'd do a double closing. So, we figured we'd make about 400 grand on this thing up front. Now, I want you to take a look at our investment down there at the bottom. It was huge. We gave the seller a $100 deposit. How much, Ron? $100 deposit. The seller didn't ask for a deposit. The seller didn't care about a deposit. We just put $100 on the contract. Seller didn't even mention it. So we have $100 invested in this deal. Wow. You got $100 in a $4 million house. Guys, they don't care about the deposit. They could care less about the deposit, especially when they know I got 90 days to find somebody we want to put in the house. And if we don't buy the house. Well, unfortunately, 90 days went by and we did not find a tenant buyer or a buyer for the house. We had some people apply, all had scams. Some of them were lender fraud. I recognized them immediately from the old days. We didn't find that tenant buyer that first 90 days. So we called the owner and we said, we need another extension. He said, well, okay. So we got another 90 days and we didn't get that house sold in that second 90 days. So we called the seller again. We said, we need another extension. He says, well, I think we're just going to list it. And I said, well, if you recall, we already have it listed. It's in the MLS. And as fate would have it, well, he did extend it for the third 90 days, reluctantly, but he did. I mean, what are his options? We already had it listed. What was he going to do? List it? Fortunately, in that third period, it was a realtor who brought us a buyer, a tenant buyer. Now, prior to that time, we knew the house had deteriorated in value. So we asked the seller if we can get it appraised, and he said yes, and at our expense, and it appraised for $3,350,000. So he gave us permission to lower his price down to that amount. And in that same conversation, we said, well, if we lower the price down to that, that's what it appraised for. So whatever we can get for a deposit, we're going to keep, and you get the rest. He said, okay. So that's exactly what happened. Somebody came along with a $150,000 deposit on a lease purchase, and in 1 year they owed the balance. So we sold it to them for $3,350,000, 150 down, which Joel and I kept. Now the realtor agreed to wait till we got cashed out to get their commission, so that made it easy. So all Joel and I got out of this deal was $150,000. And to be honest, we were more interested in getting this done for the seller than we were even the money. So we expected to make a lot more money on it, but 150 grand, Joel and I split it. Everybody live happily ever after. And as it turned out, 1 year later, this guy did cash them out and everybody got paid, and seller got out, seller got what they wanted, realtor got what they wanted. We didn't exactly get what we wanted, but we accepted what we got. So what's the point here? Point number one, $100 tied up a $4 million house with no promises that we were going to do anything except do our best to find somebody that would pay us more. Yes, we had to have a contract on it. By the way, guys, gals, you cannot be out here looking for buyers unless you have a contract to buy it, or at least option it from the seller. Because if you do, you're acting as a realtor without a license. You have to have contract first, then you go find buyers. Don't try to put buyers and sellers together, or you technically are violating the law. So don't do it. Contract first. I don't know why I'd want to put buyer and seller together anyway. By the time I found the buyer, somebody else had already bought the house. No, bad business. So number one, tied up the house with $100 because it didn't matter to the seller about the deposit. Number two, this is a $4 million house. I know that makes your pantyhose pucker up, but it's a $4 million house that we had no way to lose on. Don't forget that. Now, this market is way smaller for a $4 million house. Don't get me wrong. On the other hand, the dollars are bigger. I mean, we should have made $500,000 on that deal if the times were better. We just caught bad time in Vegas. If we were to do that house today in Vegas, it would be a breeze. It'd be gone. But even then, the market is smaller for a $4 million house. So don't let the numbers scare you. Write this down. The more dollars you waller in, here, I have it right up here for you. Write that down. Take a picture of that. The more dollars you waller in, the more stick to you. That's Ron's rule. When you can waller in the higher dollars without taking any more risk, you can expect to make more dollars. So the higher priced a house, the more dollars you should make. Don't forget that. And don't be afraid of these high priced houses as long as you don't make commitments. We clearly told this seller, not coming up on $195,000, and we're not paying $16,000 a month till we find somebody that can do it. Just give us 90 days. You got nothing to lose. And he didn't. And what a great deal for your IRA. Now get this. Your IRA puts up the $100 deposit. Your IRA gets back the $150,000 tax free. Try to explain that to your CPA or to your attorney for that matter, because you see, they know your IRA can buy houses, but they don't know how to buy houses without using your IRA's money. And most certainly your IRA's credit, because your IRA don't have any credit, for the record. So this is not known by your CPA, and it's not known by your attorney. They know you can buy them, but they don't know how to do it without using the money. Conventional wisdom says you got to have money and you got to have credit to buy real estate. Conventional wisdom is full of broke people who have no idea what they're talking about. And most of them have a license. There's a big difference between people who have a license and real estate investors. Now, I have a lot of licensed investors, but when you have a license, and you hang around people who have a license all day, they live by a different set of rules. They live by different conceptions, and they deal with people who put up down payments and go to the bank and borrow money. All right. You add investor training to your licensing training, and you get the best of both worlds. And I have a lot of investors who have a real estate license. All right. You should know enough by now to know whether you want to know more or not. Okay. So if you want to know more, I'm going to give you a chance to get trained. And honestly, I don't know where you're going to get any training any better than what I'm going to give you, because I'm the best in the world at what I do. Quite modest too, I might say. Maybe just because I've outlived everybody. I'm not sure. 75 years this year. And so make sure you're at my birthday celebration in September. No, you don't have to send me a present either. All right. I got a 4-day school that I still teach. I still teach it because I want to. All right. There may be a time in the not too distant future where I won't be teaching this anymore. So you might as well take advantage of this old brain while you still can, because I teach this event. Now I'm going to teach it virtual next week, and I'm going to teach it live in Vegas. That means human beings are in a hotel room next month. And then, of course, I teach it about once a month. Right now, we're swapping virtual and live. We're rotating them. So you can do one, you can do both, no extra charge. So you're going to learn the art of wholesaling step by step. You're going to learn the ACT system, which is when you just assign contracts. ACT stands for Assignment of Contracts and Terms System, kind of like we did on that big house in Vegas, kind of like what Kirsty did on her house in Oregon. Made a bunch of money with them never owning the property, never taking any risk, don't even have to come up with closing costs. By the way, remember that. They didn't even have to come up with a dime on the $4 million house or the $700,000 house. Did come up with $100 deposit, maybe a little bit of marketing money. That's it. Go ask your CPA, how can I make 150 grand with $100 I got? See what kind of answer you get. There's no business like this business. Excuse me. You're going to learn how to take over debt subject to, and you're also going to learn how to buy houses with owner financing, whether they have a debt on them or no, they don't have a debt on them. And I don't know any better way to teach you this business than to do the business while we're teaching the business. So the very first night, we're going to make live seller calls. You get to hear both sides of the conversation, and you'll see exactly how it's done, because we're doing it live with real deals that you bring to class. I mean, you don't required to bring the class, but if you're coming to this boot camp, whether it be virtual or live, I can't imagine why you wouldn't let our virtual assistants get some lead sheets filled out so we can work on your deals. I mean, geez, what's the worst can happen? You don't get one. What's the best can happen? You get one. Oh, crap. Now what? Well, if you let us, we'll help you through the deal. But we're going to spend the first night, we're going to call these sellers live, and that's going to save a lot of time off your learning curve. And we're going to work with you, the ones that bring leads that we get accepted. We're going to help you fill out a contract right there during class. make an appointment for you to go out to the house. And if you want to get I hope you have a mentor before you even get to the class, but then you can make an appointment with a mentor to actually be on the phone before and while you're in the house. So we're the real deal. I haven't done a boot camp in quite a while where we haven't done more than 20 deals in that 4-day period. And most of them are done within the 3rd day. We start calling before you even arrive, but we continue call the whole time you're there. And we have live mentors there doing the calling for you. And you can sit out there and listen to them call if you want to while they're making these calls. And you'll find they aren't that difficult, especially when you learn to read a simple script. You're going to learn how to raise capital. If you want to go out and pay cash for houses, you're going to be using private lenders. Private lenders, not mortgage brokers, not loan sharks, private lenders. Private lenders are humans who want to get a higher rate of return for their money sitting in their IRA or any other investment accounts. You've got more money in your Rolodex than you can ever use. You don't have to go out and do a bunch of advertising or build a bunch of websites. In fact, your Gold Club's got a website already built to attract private lenders on it. You'll go explore it. And do any of that. The truth is, all you got to do is start opening your mouth and finding people who are looking for a place to put money, and they're all around you. And you don't know what they look like. You can't predetermine who they are, and none of that. So we're going to teach you how to raise capital from humans. You're going to be doing them a favor, giving them a high rate of return, maybe 7 or 8%, which is 14 times what they're getting in their bank account. You're doing them a huge favor, secured by very low loan to value ratio loans on houses, secured recorded mortgages and deeds of trust downtown. Very, very safe place to put their money, and with a fixed rate of return. So you're going to learn how to go get all the money you need. There's no end to it. There's no banks to apply for. There's no personal guarantee. There's no credit needed. Your credit score is never going to be asked, and you're never going to fill out an application. And you make the rules. You make the rules. You decide what you're willing to pay them. You decide the terms. They don't. You just ask questions, and then you tell them what you can do. Because once you start getting private money, you're gonna quickly learn there's way more of it than you can ever use, and you don't need but just a few lenders that'll satisfy all your cash needs for buying houses for cash. And by the way, the only time you're going to need private lenders is when you're buying houses for cash. And then remember, that's the ugly house side of the business, having nothing to do with all this term stuff. But during this boot camp, I'm going to teach you the ugly house business and the pretty house business. So I've got to also teach you where to get the money to do the ugly houses. I'm also going to talk to you about how to handle contractors, what repairs really cost, what repairs you should do to the houses. And we got a whole video presentation of us going through houses of both ugly and pretty. And you'll see exactly what they should look like when they're done, what they look like before they're done. So this is the learning experience you won't get anywhere else. So raising the capital is just part of that training. And then, of course, selling houses is also a part of that training. And when you see how we sell houses on autopilot, with almost no work on our part, it's all done for us, especially in this market today, you're going to love that you can actually put houses on the market without showing them. We don't show houses. We don't go out and show houses. That's for realtors to do. We don't do that crap. We don't even take inbound calls from buyers. They're all pre-screened and sifted and sorted before we ever talk to anybody. And we're only going to talk to the ones who have a big enough down payment to satisfy us getting on the phone and a high enough monthly payment. Those questions are asked before you ever even pick up the phone, because buyers will drive you nuts, especially in this market. You put a house on the market that says lease purchase on it, or even cash, you better be prepared to take an awful lot of phone calls. And now I don't want you doing that. We got a company that'll take the calls for you. Got a very short script. They get the information that you need to know before you ever even talk to this potential buyer. So you're only going to be talking to a handful of people to sell a house. You're not going to go show the house. We put a lockbox on them, and we don't even give them the lockbox code unless we know they got enough money to satisfy us, and they got enough monthly payment that they can afford to make it make sense for them to even be a candidate. You'll also learn how to screen them, the process of getting them from the time they say yes to an attorney, which is probably 3 days later. And there is no building that they have to go to. It's all done virtually today. And you know how to get somebody to screen them for you and compute their debt ratio and tell you what kind of issues they have and all of that. It's all a system, folks. We have it all done for you. All you got to do is plug and play. And selling houses is going to be the easiest thing you do, especially in this marketplace, because it's not about selling them. It's about taking the highest bidder. And I'll show you how to never name the price, never name the down payment, so we can put this house on the market and let them bid on it, not even knowing they're bid on it. Okay, so I'm not going to have an auction, so to speak. Kind of we are, but they don't know we are. And that's how you get the big down payments and how you get the higher prices than what you even want to list it for, and how you get the big monthly payments. So in the world today, I'm doing it a little bit different. I'm not even naming the price. I'm letting the buyers tell me what's the most they can pay. And in fact, I'll show you how to have an open house for 1 hour, let people flood through there, and how to have them to put their highest bid down on an open bid sheet on the door before they leave, and then call them later and get them on a conference call and let them outbid each other. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. All part of a system. Now you can bring a parent, child, spouse, or significant other, and or somebody in your business. It's got to be in your business now, okay? Not somebody you met at a seminar somewhere. So they got to be in your real world. And if they are, one guest is free. The second guest is only $500. A lot of people obviously come with their spouse. Spouse is free. Sometimes they want to bring a high teenager, an adult child. The child's $500. Or sometimes they want to bring somebody in their business if they have one. It's $500. There's no limit how many guests you can bring at $500 per guest to the live event. Now, obviously, if you're doing a virtual event, I don't know how many guests you got watching the TV, but you only get one access. So how many people you can put in the room is entirely up to you. I have no control over it. But to a live event, it's $500 per guest per person. We have a lot of expense at the live event. And don't forget your uncle. You see, your uncle is going to help you pay for this because it's tax deductible. And don't sell that short. I don't know what tax bracket you're in. I hope you're going to be in the 37% bracket with me here pretty soon. By the way, one of the things we do at this event, we talk about entity structuring, asset protection, and estate planning as well. I have a whole section on just that, because it's one thing to make the money. It's another thing to keep the predators away and keep the wolves away from trying to get it. I'm going to tell you something. Well, you may or may not believe, especially if you've lived a life that doesn't have much litigation going on in it. But I can promise you, the more money you start making, the more people are going to want to try to get it that didn't do anything to earn it. So I'm going to teach you how to keep them away. So even if they come and they win, they don't get anything, because it's not about hiding stuff. You can't hide anything in today's world. It's not about hiding stuff. It's about making sure they can't get it, even when they know you got it. And I don't think you know anybody better qualified to teach that than me. And I'll explain why when we get there. All right. So that's part of the training as well. Uncle is going to help pay for it indirectly. So if you're in a 25% tax bracket, that means that every dollar you spend is 25 cents you save, because you get to write it off. You write off a dollar, you're in a 25% bracket, that's 25 cents you don't send to the IRS. Don't sell that short, because that's a big deal. That includes your plane fare, your hotel, your food, all the costs of the event. And of course, with the virtual event, that includes tuition, because there are no other costs. If you come to any of these events, you can come back to any other ones. You can come back for an entire year at absolutely no charge. No charge, zero, even the live events, once you've been to the first one. So that includes virtual and or live. You get to do both of those if you want. Every month we have a conference call with graduates only. It's the last Monday of the month. And that's just for boot camp graduates, speaking boot camp graduate language, processing deals, and answering questions just for the grads. All right. So you're wondering what it's going to cost. Why do you care? Just sign up. What difference does it make what it costs? Here's what it used to cost. From 1991 to 2008 was $5,000. And in 2008, there was a recession hit, and I figured, well, maybe I should lower the price a little bit. So we lowered it, and it's been lowered ever since. However, I can tell you, it ain't going to be long to where it's going to be raised back to what it was prior to the recession. I've just been kind of lazy and haven't done it yet. That is a lot of money, though. I mean, when you think about it, you could buy a couple of big screen TVs for that, couldn't you? It's a lot of money, $5,000. On the other hand, the least amount of money I want to see you make on any pathetic little real estate deal is 10 grand. And honestly, I wouldn't touch one for 10 grand. My minimum is 20. But let's say you go wholesale a little cheap house, make 10 grand. Okay, well, you just paid for my boot camp double, and that's assuming you had to pay 5 grand. So let me ask you this: how much do you pay to go to college? Bet it was more than 5 grand. And could you bring your spouse? No. Do you get to come back for free? No. And in fact, what'd you learn? I forgot. Okay. What they teach you in college, how to go get a job so you can make a living, so you can be an upstanding American citizen and swap hours for dollars. And who teaches college? Broke professors. So, when you compare the cost compared to the gain, it's insignificant. It's half of one little old cheap deal to pay for your training. But don't worry, you're not going to pay 5 grand, because I'm going to give you a special deal today because you're here. And I mean it. I'm going to give you a really special deal today. Again, you can watch it digital. I'm doing that next week, and you can come live. Now, if you don't already have the terms course, many of you already know that I've got a terms course on video where I teach the pretty house business step by step. Now we go way beyond that at the boot camp. We're actually implementing the steps, and there's a certificate in there that says you get $1,000 if you show me that you've done a terms deal within 90 days after getting that terms course, which comes with this boot camp, unless you already have it. And I'm going to send you a check for $1,000. All you got to do is show me you did the deal. And trust me, we send out checks for the $1,000. And so if you don't have my terms course, I will supply it with this training. If you do have my terms course, I'm going to give you $1,000 credit for it off the price of this training. You just won't get another one. You already got one. And I know when you bought the terms course, you only paid $897 for it, and you got my Ugly House course with it as a bonus. You got all 3 of my cash flow systems already if you bought the terms course. If you did not buy it, you're going to get all 3 of my cash flow systems with it. Plus, you're going to get a 180-day helpline. That's 180 days that somebody be answering the phone for you whenever you want to call them, 5 days a week, 7 hours a day. It's $1,000 value just to have somebody on the phone, so you're not like this cat. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. Listen, when you're out there doing house deals, you need somebody to talk to. Now, a little later, I'm going to offer you a mentoring service. Mentoring means you got somebody by your side one-on-one for 6 months. But if you cannot do that, then at least I'm going to supply you with this hotline service for 90 days. Now, that 180 days does not start till after you've attended the boot camp. All right? Relax. I got a plan to get you from here to there, but it starts after you've attended the boot camp. And it's call-in service. So maybe we get a letter like this from you. This gal made $125,000 on a house, and she knows darn well she'd have never made it if she had not had that hotline to call into. Again, you can come back free for a year, and it's only $500 after that year for 5 years, as many times as you'd like. And my best students have attended this event 2, 3, sometimes more times, because the first one, you're going to get all this information. I mean, like in drinking out of a fire hose. It'll get you started. It'll get you out there doing deals. But when that second one comes, you're going to get quite a bit more out of the second one than you got out of the first one. You're going to hear stuff you didn't hear the first time. You're going to understand it a lot better because you're out there actually doing something with the information you got the first time. And any of my successful students, ones that are really, really doing well, will tell you that the second one was better than the first one for them, for those reasons. $500 worth of return. Here's the guarantee. It's very simple. You got 30 days to totally reverse your decision. And I don't need a reason. I don't care. There's no restocking fee. You get 100% refund. and that's 30 days from today. So if you purchase this event and your spouse is not present today while you're purchasing it, and then they find out about it and you're threatened with divorce, well, you got to make a decision, I guess, one way or the other. But hey, I don't want you losing sleep over this. I don't want to take groceries off your table either. But you got to ask yourself, if I need to make a change, what's going to happen if I don't change anything? Okay, honestly, what do you think? I don't care what business you're going in. What do you think is going to happen if you don't get the proper training? The answer is you're just going to go out and make a big mess and go look for another one, always looking for the next shiny object. Well, you have an opportunity right now to get the proper training, and there is no better training at what I do than what we provide. I'm telling you that for a fact. There's nobody better qualified at it than Papa. Plus, we have my expert staff in there, and I have mentors in the room. You sit down, you talk with them, you talk about your business, you talk about your problems, and watch them on the phone, calling leads that you bring. I mean, there is no combination better than what we've done over the years. I've been doing this boot camp since 1991. I think we got it figured out by now. But if you don't like what you see, for any reason whatsoever, you got 30 days, just tell us and we'll give you a 100% refund. There are no conditions. That's simple. So you don't have to lose sleep over whether you made the right decision or not. But again, I'll ask you, if you don't make the decision to come, what's going to change? The answer is nothing. If that's okay with you, it's okay with me, because your decision is not going to affect my life any way, shape, or form. It most certainly will affect yours, though. All right. I'm going to give you a $1,200 discount if you register by 3:30 today, Eastern Standard Time. Right now, it's about, almost 2:15. You registered by 3:30, you get $1,200 off. If you register after 3:30, you get $1,000 off. So yes, it'll cost you $200 to procrastinate. Now you're asking, well, I know you're going to give me the $1,200 off after 3:30. Well, if that's what you think, test me. Call in at 3:35 and ask for the $1,200 discount. You're not going to get it. You're going to get $1,000 discount until 3:30. I mean, after 3:30, and a $1,200 discount prior to 3:30. So, $200 just for getting on the phone, making a decision. Plus, if you are a veteran or first responder, please take another $500 off, because you are. And thank you so much for your service. And we love our veterans, and we take care of our veterans, and we love our first responders, especially during this COVID thing. So if you qualify, tell us when you call. Please don't try to scam us. Okay, it's pretty easy to check what you do, whether you are or you aren't, and we will check. All right. So if you are, great. If you're not, don't tell us you are. And I'm going to do one more thing for you. And I've already told my team, when you call, if you register to come see me live in Vegas, you can take another $500 off as a travel allowance. That's $500 more. But it's only for Vegas now. That means you got to travel to get there. But hey, what better place to travel to? In fact, Vegas has the cheapest airfare from anywhere in the country. And we're going to be staying at a hotel. The rates are very reasonable. We're going to be staying at a big new hotel and off the Strip as well. And frankly, it doesn't matter, because the 4 days you're going to be in the event, you're not going to have much time to go to the Strip. So you might want to plan on coming early, or, well, that's actually not true. We're through at 7:30 the first night, 6:30, 6:30, and 4:30 the fourth day. So you actually do have time for some evening shows. We'll be going to some evening shows ourselves. So I'm not going to keep you working until 9 o'clock at night. First of all, I can't take it that long anymore because I'll be teaching the whole day. So, I need to get off too. Anyway, take $500 off just for travel if you come to Vegas. Now, that only applies to Vegas because you're traveling. All right. If you're a Gold Club member, and many of you are, you got Gold Club points. That's those little gold points up there in the corner of your home screen. And each one of those points is worth $1. You may use those points for up to half of your remaining balance after you take off your discounts. So you take off your $1,200, you take off your $500 if you're a veteran or first responder, and now you take off another $500 if you're coming to Vegas. Oh, and by the way, I think I told you, if you already have the terms course, you take off $1,000 for that as well. So gosh, by the time it's over, I'll be writing you a check to come. Now you take whatever that balance is, and you can use up to half of that balance in Gold Club points at $1 a piece. So those are pretty valuable points right there. So there's not that much left. And in a minute, I'll tell you how you can even finance that. So Gold Club, pretty important to you. Oh, there it is. I knew it was there somewhere. So got the terms course. Don't forget to take off that $1,000 as well. When you get on the phone, they'll look up and they'll find out what you got. And if you, by the way, if it's a repeat, you've been longer than a year, you get to come back for $500. It's $500 per person to Vegas, or to come back to the virtual event. So you can do that as well. And they can look it up and they can tell you. Now, you must have been the principal in the past. You couldn't have been somebody's guest. You got to, if you were the principal, you get to take come back for $500. If you want to bring your spouse, it's another $500. Dirt cheap. And that's the virtual or Vegas now. So here it is in a nutshell. I want to take a screenshot of that. Go right ahead. I take a little studying on your part, see what applies to you. And then don't forget the $500 travel allowance to Vegas on top of that, because that's not on that screen. Make yourself a note. I'll give you a second to take a picture of it. Okay. Now, you register right now if you're among the first 10. You and I are going to get married for the next 90 days. This is your marriage certificate that'll come with your package. And what this says is for the next 90 days, you can send me as many property information sheets as you want, and I will personally go through them and comment on them for you. And if I see you're close to a deal, I'm going to pick up the phone and call you and guide you through it. Now, I want you to call them first. I mean, I don't want you to believe that you're just going to send me leads and I'm going to call the seller and do all that for you. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to guide you after you make the closing call or somebody you hire and you see that there's merit there. Then and only then do I want you to send me that lead. And then I will, if it looks like junk, I'll just email you back and tell you why. But if it looks like it might be a deal, I'm going to get on the telephone with you and tell you exactly what to do next. And that means that this certificate could be worth a lot of money for you if you use it. You got 90 days from today. Well, from the day you get this, which will be tomorrow, you get 90 days to use me. What do you think the chances are of you getting the deal if I'm on your team? Yeah, send me leads. I say they're pretty darn good, actually. I mean, I can do deals in my sleep that don't stir up the molecular structure of my brain, and I'll save you a lot of deals as well. So use this certificate. Call them, send me the leads. There's no limit to how many you can send. You'll be surprised how fast I will respond. And don't be shocked when I pick up the phone and call you, because frankly, that's easier for me than typing out an essay for you. So I want you to clearly understand what to do next. And so you can ask me questions at the same time. Quite a package, my friends. You get all of that for a whole lot less than it used to cost, with a whole lot more than you used to get. And that doesn't even include the $500 travel fee if you want to come to Vegas. Trying to save that kind of money is ridiculous. You're going to spend more money than I'm charging you the next time you buy a residence to live in, because you let them put the check marks in the wrong place for closing costs. The cost that you're going to give me, you're going to waste multiple times over anytime you buy real estate. But it's going to cost you 100 times more than that because of the real estate you don't buy. But I guess the good news is you just don't know how much it cost you. This is the most important event of your life concerning buying and selling houses. I don't care how many gurus you bought stuff from. I don't care how much money you spent on other things. And I'm assuming you spend money on other things. There's no training like my training. And you're going to see that why we're producing so many millionaires and multi-millionaires, and you'll meet some of them at the event when you come live. But Ron has spent a lot of money on other teachers and I'm still not rich. Yeah, well, me too. You should have saw me when I was coming up. I bought everything I could get my hands on. I had truckloads of books and tapes. Of course, back then there were cassette tapes, but same thing. And then I discovered what the problem was. It was me. You see, the best teachers in the world can teach you, and you can listen until your eyes cross and your ears bleed, and all of that is absolutely worthless, my friend, without implementation. And the cool thing about Global Publishing, this company, is that we are going to help you implement even before you get to the boot camp. By the time you get out of the boot camp, you will already be implemented. Now all you got to do is go step by step and do what I ask you to do, because your tools will already be in place. And I mean, they're very inexpensive. I've never seen a business with such small operating costs that will produce such large checks. I don't know of any other business. The operating cost is insignificant and the checks are huge, high transaction value checks. There's a lot of businesses wish they had that kind of a business. Walmart wishes they could sell something for 20 or 30,000 bucks. And I'm pretty good at what I do. I want letters like this from you. We get them constantly. You should come to our building here in Jacksonville. When you come down here for an event, we got you all over the walls in both buildings we're in. I'm in building number 2 here right now in the studio. We got you in here. We got them over in the other building, and we constantly get these letters and checks from all over the country. And I'm looking forward to getting yours. And I would expect you to send me one of these when you get your next check. It's a law. It's federal law. You got to send me a letter with a copy of the check. All kinds of money. Still getting them. In fact, I got a book right here. Look at this earlier. This is a whole book of your stories right here. This is really a cool book. Exciting. When I get excited for you when I read this book. Every page in here is somebody's story and their check. Beautiful book. All right. If you need financing, we'll provide it. One of two ways. When you call in, and I hope you're calling right now because only 10 of them are going to get that certificate where I work with you personally. I know my limitations. We have a thing called a Vive card, which is a $15,000 line of credit. And you will apply for it while you're on the phone. Only take you a few minutes. We don't push the buttons. You push the buttons. We don't want your personal information. And it'll immediately come tell you how much you qualify for, up to 15 grand. And if you qualify, it's 0 interest for 6 months after your purchase. Not 6 months from today, but well, if you purchase today, of course, 6 months, 0 interest. And you can use this card outside of us. It's good for retail and doctors and all kinds of stuff outside of us. It's a $15,000 line of credit in your pocket. No, it's not. That's not our company. It's an outside company. So if you get approved for Vive, then you won't need any money. You can just put the whole thing on the credit card. And if you get approved, you'll get approved for enough to pay for this whole event. And that's the way I would do it. You have a very, very minimal principal payment every month, but no interest. And obviously, you got 6 months to pay it off. And if you don't pay it off in 6 months because you got lazy and you didn't do anything with the training that I gave you, first thing you pay off is this card once you get your first deal, cost of your education. Then it costs you nothing because there's no interest. Or if you don't qualify for the Vive, you qualify with us. And there is no credit check. We don't check your credit. And for $1,500 down, we'll finance the balance for 12 months at no interest. So you try to get the Vive card. This is assuming you're not going to use your own credit card or your own cash or whatever. If you can't get the Vive card, then we'll finance you in-house with $1,500 down. And again, that's no interest. That's 12 payments. So your payment obviously is going to be a lot less on the Vive card. I'd use it if I could. But if you can't, we will most certainly finance you in-house. With 15, you get everything. You don't sacrifice anything. You get all the goodies I just gave you. You get all the discounts. You get the $500 travel off, whether you're financing it. And no, you do not have to have it paid in full before you come to the event. If you're putting up $1,500, I trust you. I know you're going to pay, especially when you get the information to make the cost of this whole thing just totally insignificant. Because my friend, it is totally insignificant what this thing costs. This is a lifetime education. You're not going to get anywhere else. And, you know, you might as well learn all you can about real estate because it's with you for eternity. You're going to live in it and work on it while you're alive, and you're going to be buried under it or spread over it when you're dead. So come on, learn all you can about it, because there's no way you're not going to make money in real estate one way or another after this training. So do it. Do it now. Make the call right now. You got no risk. You got 30 days to get out if you want to get out, crying out loud. Let us help you finance it if you need it. Just make the call and get it done and get registered. Please join me in Vegas. You're going to hate yourself if you don't. You don't have to gamble in Vegas. By the way, I got to take my wife to Vegas. There's no way I go to Vegas without taking Beverly, because her business is video poker. And I'm not kidding. I try to explain to her that a business is supposed to be positive cash flow. Sometimes she forgets that, but by the way, she's very good at it. Just for the record, she's very good at it. She wins big jackpots all the time, then gives it right back to the casino. So anyway, enough on that. So if you like what you heard so far, get on the phone, make the call right now, and let our course advisors help you. And they'll get on. Remember, they have the data on you. They can tell you what you got and all that, what you qualify for, and all your discounts. And that said, first 10 get my work with me personally for the next 90 days. So you guys go ahead and take a break. We'll see you shortly.
It is our basic training. It is where people actually learn the art of buying and selling houses without using their money or credit. And it's the beginning of the training, but it's the training that actually launches careers, because they can leave that training and go out and start doing deals immediately. And then, of course, if they want, they can grab one of our mentors to help them for 6 months and lead them step by step through the process of getting checks. It's quite an intense event. I mean, it's 4 days long, and it's long hours because we don't end until 7:30 on the first night. But the last thing that happens on that first night is that we actually call live sellers. I mean, you hear both sides of the conversations on the phone, and we have some of our mentors call these sellers from leads that the students brought in. And of course, we have a daily feed of these leads into their Gold Club site every day, so we actually get the leads for them, call them for them, so they can bring them to class. Now when they bring them to class, our mentors get on the phone and create some deals. And this is a huge benefit because some of the people who bring those leads go home with deals and literally make more money off those deals than every training we could possibly provide to them. And on the second day, the afternoon, we get into the ugly house side of the business, which is wholesaling and rehabbing and buying junkers and that whole business. We cover that during that day. And then on the third day, we actually have a brand new video now of us. A friend of mine, Jay Connor, who's renovated over 420 houses, going out into the field and going through 2 ugly houses and then through 2 houses that he's just renovated. And we go through those with a fine-tooth comb, talking about what we'd fix, how we'd fix it, what would it cost. And by the time you're through, you get a whole overview of rehabbing houses. And one of the things, of course, we addressed hard is the actual cost of what it takes to renovate a house and handling contractors and the like. We even got contractors' agreements right in the manual. The manual's about that thick, and I'm updating it constantly with the stuff you will not get anywhere else. And then on that afternoon, we talk about raising the money, private money. And then I go into some entity structuring stuff. Entity structuring is tax reduction, estate planning, because that is a part of the learning process. It's one thing to go make money, but then we have to learn how to protect it, what entities to use, how do we take title to it, and how do we set up our estate so that our stuff goes where we want it to go. And the last day is spent on selling houses on autopilot. And I do mean autopilot. Automation is built into this entire event. It's part of the learning process, and we have it all set up so when the client goes home, they're ready to do business, not have to go out and find a bunch of stuff and put it all together. And one of the really cool things we do there every single day is we take all of these property information sheets that were called during the event by our mentors, and I discuss them. So we go over them every single day on, all right, what's the next step? In fact, we even get a contract for them before they even leave to take out into the field, because literally appointments are made while they're making the calls. Have Brian and Lynette Wolf come in. They talk about what to say and how to say it and help people with their scripts in their language. But more importantly, they're out there calling deals all day, every day, and they're helping me coordinate all of these deal structuring events that we do along the way. This is a couple that actually does the business and does it at a high pace in their city in Phoenix, Arizona. And I've been working with them for the past 17 years when they came into Planet Ron. Then I also have Jay Connor, who comes from North Carolina and done well over 420 rehabs, but he's also the expert on getting private money from individuals, not from loan sharks. Jay helps me throughout the event as well, and they sit down with students and they work with them and they help them overcome any issues that they have, and they give them guidance and how to build their business. And both of them have been with me long term as part of the event. You know, one of the biggest things that people get out of this is they build a big old network of nationwide relationships, because people come from all over the country when we do this live, and they get to know each other and they grab each other's information, and that creates relationships that go on for years and years and years. I've seen it happen over and over. Plus, you know, if I want somebody in LA and I live in Jacksonville, I build my list, and now I can call on that list whenever I need to. And frankly, the students get as much from the other students as they get from the teachers, because some of the people in the room are doing deals, they're doing business. Because we let people come back for free to this event as many times as they want for the first year, and very inexpensive even after that. So there's a lot of good quality people. I'm constantly updating the content of this event because things change, technology changes, and I think one of the biggest benefits is the students bring stuff to me. I learn as much from them as they learn from me. And as I learn it, I add it to the content of the class. And frankly, one of the biggest benefits of people coming to a live event is that they get to sit around and talk to the other people. And the other one is that I have full attention the whole time, and I never know what you're doing when you're watching virtual. I don't know what you're doing behind that. And we can't have any fun. I can't tell jokes because I can't hear anybody laughing. We've discovered that people learn 3 times more at a live event, and they'll have a whole lot more fun at a live event than they will ever have at a virtual event. But going forward, we will still be doing virtual events, and we'll have live events mixed in. And the good news is that once you attend a virtual event, you can come to a live event at no charge, and vice versa. So you actually can get to experience them both, and you don't have to wait for a live event to come up. There's just a couple of things that one has to learn to crack the code to really turn this machine on and grow it as fast as they want to grow it. And frankly, you're not ever going to believe how much money can be made in real estate until you come spend 4 days with the old guy.
All right, here's a big question. Why would a seller take terms? You've been asking that the whole time now, so let me answer it. And there are a lot of reasons. I actually did answer it once, I think. John, this thing ain't letting me flip. Oh. All right, let me go down the list here. Number 1. Let's say there's a debt on the house. Well, obviously, you're going to be making their payment. That's called debt relief. That's also called stress relief, because they can't make the payment. Creates a lot of stress as well. Number 2, maybe the house is not ready to sell really, and maybe it needs some work and they can't or won't fix it. Or maybe it's just full of junk and they are embarrassed to call a realtor and more embarrassed to sell it. They want to protect their credit. And or there is free and clear and they are okay with taking a monthly payment, and which a lot of people that have free and clear houses are. If it's free and clear, they don't need the money. And by the way, if they need the money at closing, they're not going to do terms. It's just really that simple. But there's an awful lot of people that don't need the money at closing, and most free and clear houses don't need the money at closing. So instead of asking why they do it, why don't we just get out there, get some sellers on the phone, read the scripts, master the scripts, and let them give you the answers that you want to hear. And just watch this afternoon. I mean, we're less than an hour away right now of actually doing real deals that you guys sent us, and they said yes. So if you're not careful, you're going to keep asking why, and that's a deadly question, because why is irrelevant. It's what, when, who, and how. Forget about why, because you're not going to live long enough to figure out why people do the things that they do, and nor is it really even important. They get full value. They get what the price you could get. They're going to get more money. And usually they're going to get more than if they cashed out, especially if they're listing with a realtor, because there's no commission. And if it's free and clear, they're going to get a monthly payment, so they get an income stream from the house before they get paid off. Lots of reasons. And 75% of the time, you're simply making their payment for them. That is just not something that's that hard to get a seller to accept. Remember my house? All I do is made the payment for him. That's all he asked for. That's all I agreed to do. I'll buy it for what you owe on it, and I'll pay your closing cost. And I did. And 7 days after meeting them, I owned this house, and I've owned it ever since. But wait a minute. Why? I don't understand, Ron. Why? Look at all that equity gain. I don't know. I'll ask him something. Well, never mind. I'm not going to ask him. I can tell you why, though. He needed the debt relief. He's 2 weeks. He had to move in 2 weeks. He didn't have time to mess around with a realtor for another 6 months. And he's had to make the payment the whole time that they had it listed anyway. Not hard to figure out why on that one. And there's no cost. You're paying the closing cost. Come on. When a realtor sells the property for a cash buyer, the seller pays a big chunk of the closing costs, sometimes all the closing costs. And you don't need to negotiate. You just read the scripts. Can't impress upon you how important these scripts are. They truly are $1 million scripts. They've been time tested, improved, changed, and fixed. And frankly, if you get the scripts and you practice at them and you correct your own mistakes, you are going to be shocked at how much better you are at negotiating everything going forward when you learn to ask questions and shut up instead of preaching and teaching and begging. Applies to everything. Remember, the sellers make you an offer. You ask questions, they answer your questions, thus making you an offer. What's the least you could take? We usually buy with nothing down, okay? What's the least you could take per month? Questions. But Ron, how many sellers will actually take a terms deal over cash? And you got to know there's no way on earth I can answer that question. But it does depend on the quality of the leads and the person making the call. It's just that simple. The more practice you have and the better quality leads you get, the more deals you're going to get out of the smaller pile. Now, I'm going to get to in a minute how we find sellers and how we find buyers, but I'm going to tell you right now, the best quality leads you're ever going to get are when you get sellers to contact you. They are a much better quality lead than the ones we deliver to you on the Gold Club site because we're chasing them and they're listed their house on the internet. Now, after saying that, all the deals we do this afternoon, you're going to see came from the Gold Club site. The lesser quality leads, the crappy leads, so to speak. And yet we still got several deals today from just a pile of them we had yesterday to call, which half of them we never got through to at least. So imagine how much different, how it's going to change when we start getting sellers to call us. And we can do that with very little or no money, or we can spend some money at it. 15 to 20% of will be yes leads, and the rest will be no leads. And frankly, we've been doing this for a long time right now. And even in this hot market, we're still getting 15, 20% of them to say yes. But I'll say it again in the answer to that question earlier. Guys, there's no way you're going to get a bunch of leads without some of them being yes. And if you're not, something's wrong. You need to find out what it is. It's not where you live. It's not how hot your market is. None of that that's all baloney. That's all reasons that you make up to justify not doing anything. That's all that is. There is no city where people won't take terms, period. Okay. But we have to follow the system, and we have to, if something's broken in the system, it has to be fixed. But again, I don't care if they're yes leads or no leads anyway. They got to all be called. We don't just call the yes leads. Am I clear on that? We call all the leads using the appropriate script. How many leads do you think it'll take for you to call per deal? Now, remember, if you're calling the lead, property information sheet should already be filled out. Okay. So now you're calling filled out property information sheets. So you tell me, I don't really care, whatever you want to pick. You think you can get one deal out of 30 sellers? By the way, if you don't, you really suck. Okay, you really suck. You need to fix whatever you broke, because it's all you. Trust me, it's you. It's you that needs to be fixed. And the good news is that everybody sucks when they start. Okay, the best mentors I got and the best students that I've got all sucked when they started. Okay, they had to do the same fixing that you'll have to do. They had to recognize the mistakes. They had to work on fixing their mistakes. They had to get good by making a handful of calls, more than a handful of calls, before they got to the point that we feel real comfortable on the phone and actually enjoy talking to the sellers. When you get to the point to where you're confident that the seller's not going to ask you a question you can't answer, and where you clearly understand that, hey, this seller asked you to call them, you know, you're not interrupting their life. You're doing them a favor by calling them. And you'll get to that point when you talk to a handful of people. And when you also come to grips with the fact that most of them are people you're not going to do business with. Okay. We're only trying to get to the bottom quickly. And you'll recognize, I mean, within 60 seconds of being on the telephone, whether there's any reason for you to be on that phone or not. So, you know, what if it takes 30 calls to make you $30,000 on one deal? You realize that's $1,000 for every no you got? You need to get more no's. They pay well. So let's say it takes, I don't know, whatever you want. Let's say you want to replace an $80,000 a year job. Now, for some of you, that's giving you a raise. For others of you, that's taking a pay cut. Okay. And let's say you're only going to make a pathetic $20,000 per deal, and that's the upfront deposit. That don't include all those other income streams we're talking about. So you only need 4 deals a year to replace your job. 4 measly deals a year. Okay. Now, convert that to math. Let's say you need 30 leads per deal. Oh, crap. Let's say you need 50 leads per deal because you suck. Okay. You only need 4 deals. That's only 200 leads per year, or 200 divided by 12. That's less than 20 leads per month. Per month. There will be weeks where we will deliver you 20 leads. That don't count all the stuff you do to get sellers calling you. The math is working for you, and that's if it takes 50 of them to get a deal. And I'm telling you, you suck if it takes 50 of them to get a deal. The more you learn about how to handle that call, the less of those leads. In fact, I hope to get numbers here in a little bit. I got Tony Pearl and Lynette Wolf on here. I hope they're keeping track of how many calls they made, how many they got on the phone, and how many deals we got out of how many they got on the phone here. And Tony and Lynette, if you're not, be working on that. That was a hint. So yes, RVAs will supply you with leads, but I don't want you just to sit around and hope and let your VA run your front end. I want you to generate some leads as well. And don't forget these income streams. In fact, you ought to probably take a picture of that screen, because that's all the reasons why I like the Pretty House business right there. Deposits, the monthly cash flow, the free equity we get. And you're going to get free equity in almost all your deals. Not necessarily a ton of it, but you're going to get free equity because you're almost never going to pay the seller the absolute retail price of their house. And quite often the seller's asking less than what it's really worth anyway, because they're using Zillow, they're using the Zestimate on Zillow, which is almost never correct. It's usually almost always lower than the market value of the house. I'm going to teach you how to determine the market value of the house properly. When I get training you, you need to learn how to create an ARV after repaired value properly, not using the Zestimate, because the Zestimate is not correct. So when I teach you how to find out the real ARV, you're going to find that the Zestimate is usually below the ARV, and therefore the seller thinks the house is worth less than it's really worth, which gives you the advantage, because now you could even get it cheaper than that, so you get a bunch of equity. Now add that to the fact that when we sell it, we're going to raise the price and create more equity. So it's not hard to get a bunch of equity out of a single family house, even if you don't get a price discounted very much below what the real ARV is. Debt pay down, again, every month that goes by, you make more money. And then the depreciation, I talked about that earlier, the appreciation, which is a huge factor right now. I don't think I've ever been in a time where houses are appreciating as fast as they are right now. Even 2005, when we were at the top of the market, this appreciation is really going nuts right now. But it will stop. Believe me, it's not going to keep going forever. And then all the deposits, like the house I showed you, they walked away. I'm telling you, 80 to 90% of my buyers walk away from their deposit and move on. Their choice, not my choice. May the goose live forever. Because you see, when they walk away, I don't get upset. I get excited. Now we get to go out and do it. It's kind of like going out and buying another house and getting the deposit, but we don't have to go buy the house. We already own it. In fact, I have at least one house that I can think of right now that I'm on my 6th tenant buyer. That's right, 6th tenant buyer on that house. Oh, it's true. I've owned it for about 7 years, I think, but just the same, 6th tenant buyer, and I still own it. All right, so how do we find these sellers? You're probably going to want to take a photo of this one. Now, here's a few ways that we find them. You come see me for 4 days, I'm going to spend the whole first afternoon on nothing but finding sellers. All right, your daily Gold Club leads, that's easy. Sign up for the Gold Club if you're not already. Pick 2 counties you want the leads in, and they'll come into your inbox every single day. Every single day. Now, these are for sale by owners advertised online. And you can take those for sale by owners and a little comment about the house there, and you can make sure that, I don't know, the house is where it's in your area, or that it's a house, not a mobile home or a piece of land or whatever. Sometimes those creep through. And then you forward that to your VA after you got the VA set up, and it's clear that you're going to be forwarding them leads. They know what to do with them after that. So all you got to do is look at your inbox daily and you'll see the gold emblem. And when you see that gold emblem, you better open up that email because those are either leads or our Friday newsletter that we send you every Friday, containing questions that I put on tape and a whole lot of other goodies that you get as part of your Gold Club package. So these daily leads, unfortunately, many students start their whole career with just these leads and sit around and wait for our VAs to do all the work for them. But I do not want you to do that. I want you to take our leads and combine them with your leads if you want to get a jump start to your business. Now, and our VAs will also what we call source leads for you. They'll go online and they will find for sale by owners that are not in that group that comes into your inbox every single day and call them for you as well. And then, of course, our VAs will run ads for you on all kinds of free sites. I mean, they know where to run them. You don't have to tell them where to run them. And that's the iBuyHouse ads. And they're free. So the question is how many free ads can you run before you run out of advertising money? And so think about it. The top 3 are done by your VA. And the only thing you're paying is the VA and for your $59 a month for your Gold Club. That's it. So I would call that some very cheap marketing. And then there's the FSBO field agents and the FSBO signs. Where you live, there are people with for sale by owner signs in front of their house. As you're riding around, now start looking for them. And as you see them, you take out your telephone and you shoot a picture of that sign. You don't even need to worry about the picture of the house. Just shoot the sign. Make sure that the number can be read. Now you take your phone, you punch in your VA's email address, and you press send. Gone, just like that. Your VA now knows to take that sign and call that seller for you. And guys, these are good leads. The sign is in front of people's houses. You know the sign is for sale, unlike these ads. When we send you these ads that are online, a lot of them are sold and a lot of them are listed. That's why the VAs have to call so many of them to get property information sheets filled out. Well, when somebody's got a for sale by owner sign in front of their house, it's probably still on the market and still active. They're a much better quality lead. And a lot of times they don't even put their property online. They just stick the sign in front of the house. So we find that these are good leads. So how many of these do you think you could find in a week? I don't know. I'm not telling you spend all day driving through neighborhoods. I'm just telling you, take a detour from time to time, drive through neighborhoods you like, look for these signs, take pictures of them. Could you find 6, 8, 10 of them a week, maybe? Well, if you send 8 of these things a week to your VA, you're probably going to get at least one deal out of every 8 or 10 you send them. So is it worth for you to take these little detours? Is it worth for you to learn how to answer that or to make that call and handle that phone correctly? Because I'm telling you, a deal minimum is worth a minimum of $20,000 in a decent neighborhood, $250,000 and up, which is where most of you are going to be working. But most of you are going to be working up, not below. By the way, I didn't mention that in the pretty house business, you should be working above the median price where you live. In the ugly house business, you should be working at about medium or below, not above. Oh, excuse me. Whew. So I want beautiful houses and beautiful neighborhoods, and frankly, the higher price, the better. So when I see these signs, it doesn't cost anything to shoot them, send them to the VA calls them. Now you get on the phone to make the closing call. And your success ratio is going to be higher with the signs than with the ads online. And then if you want, I'm going to teach you how to get somebody else out there looking for these signs for you and show you how to advertise online to find some people out there to find these signs and send them to you. And you pay them a little money for these leads. And if you want an awful lot of for sale by owner signs in a hurry, trust me, I can teach you how to pile them up that deep on your desk within just a few days by having other people out there doing it for you. Have to spend a little bit of money because you got to pay them. But I'm telling you, it's insignificant to the amount of money you can make from these for sale by owner signs. So this is a good start. We got plenty of other ways for you to find deals. I mean, I got a pretty good long list. And, you know, if you're really interested, I have a whole 3-day course on nothing but finding deals, finding sellers. And it's That's all it is. In fact, I brought in 6 experts, and each of them told us what their best producing method was. And then altogether, we had 23 different ways to find deals. And during that 3-day presentation that I did, if you're interested in that, just call in and tell them you're interested in talking about the Finding Deals seminar that we have on video for you. It sells for $14.97. Tell them I told you to sell it to them for $4.97 today. $4.97 today, as long as you get it by the end of the day. That's the Finding Deals seminar. Okay. The Gold Club is only $59 a month. You're going to find that is the absolute biggest bargain in real estate today. There is no contract. There's no term you have to commit for. You can get out anytime you want. But if you have any interest in real estate, you're not getting out, because this Gold Club site is amazing. Spent years building it. Nick built most of it. Nick maintains it. Nick is constantly upgrading it. And if you look over on the left where it says FSBO lead service, you have to punch on that. As soon as you register, you punch on that and put in the 2 counties you want leads from, and then you'll start getting them in your inbox every day. Notice the Gold Club points accumulating up there, worth $1 a piece. There's also a private lending site on here you can go to. There's an affiliate. Did you know that once you sign up as a Gold Club member, you can be an affiliate? And literally, you go to that, hit that button, and it'll take you and get it where you can get a whole bunch of links, and you got a link for about everything we sell. If you put that link in front of people you know, and they push on it, and they come to our website and buy it, you get 50% of whatever it is they buy. That's right, 50% of whatever it is they buy. I ain't going to make you rich, but what the heck? It's like a little extra money ain't going to hurt anything. And so once you sign up for a Gold Club member, this is your home page. And at the top, you'll see a button that says training. You'll see another one that says resources. The training module's got hundreds of hours worth of training modules on about every subject you can think of. The resources has got every form and agreement and every course that I've produced, and all kinds of other valuable resources there for you as well. In fact, most people come to the Gold Club to A, get the leads, and B, get the forms and agreements and the training modules. But there's a whole bunch of other stuff on there as well, including a forum where you can talk to other students, and weekly newsletter. Every Friday you get a newsletter, electronic newsletter, and it has me in front of a camera answering questions, and articles from me sometimes. And then several times a year, we mail out an actual newsletter you get in the mail, delivered by the post office. And you have to be a VA, a Gold Club member to get a VA, which means you only have to be at the $59 level for us to even allow you to work with one of our VAs. There is a $500 setup fee now to get a VA, one-time fee, but there's no fee for you to get into the Gold Club. So you have to get in the Gold Club before you get a VA, but you don't have to pay the $500 fee to get into the Gold Club. So go to ronsva.com if you want to interested in getting a VA. And if you go there today while I'm still on the air, get this. I hope Pam is watching, because if you go there today, here's what your VAs cost. It costs $105 for 5 hours of VA service and $200 for 10 hours of VA service. But please know that you're charged by the minute they work, not by the hour. You're charged by the minute they work, electronically monitored, both online and on the telephone. So in other words, somebody sitting in a seat that we got to pay by the hour, that's like you having a $5, $6 an hour employee is what it amounts to, because you're only getting charged for the minute that they work. Very cheap for a live human. And same VA is the one that's making those calls for you to those sellers. And they got a whole bunch of other stuff they do. They do all the grunt work for you. They manage your site. They manage your dream system for you. They build your flyers, run ads for you. They do all that stuff. There's a big old long list. And there's a whole bunch of VAs. There's not one VA. So we got certain VAs doing different types of jobs. You get the advantage of all of them, and you've only got to deal with one of them. It's an incredible service for a very minimal price. So if you're, whether you're in our VA service or not, if you will go to ronsva.com or call our office 800-567-6128 today. If you commit to $200, which is 10 hours of VA service, I'll give you an extra 500 Gold Club points. That's like giving you $500 or $200. Okay. You can't use them today because you won't even get them until tomorrow, but you can use them in the future. So I'll give you 500, you give me 200, and you get 10 hours of VA service. You got until 4 o'clock to make that call and get that VA service, and that deal is off. Okay. Ron, why are these houses so easy to sell? I think you already know the answer. Number one is the market. But number two is the terms. All right. Even when this market wasn't so hot, houses that I'm offering terms on were always easy to sell because remember, 70% of the market can't qualify for a loan. 70 can't qualify for a loan. So a house with terms 10 times easier to sell than a house you're trying to sell for cash. But I'll confess today, if you want to sell them for cash, they're very easy to do that as well, if they're in good shape and in nice neighborhoods. All right, so how do we find buyers? Well, frankly, that's one of the easiest things you're going to be doing in this whole business. But again, on the last day of my 4-day quick start, I'm going to spend the whole day on selling houses on autopilot and doing really cool stuff you've never heard of before, and with very little of your participation. Number one, our VAs will run free ads for you, and they know the websites. You don't have to know them. They know exactly where to put the ads on the sites that work, and you're going to have to create the ad for them, but that's no biggie. They're right there in your manual if you want to come to my training. And you're probably going to want to put up signs, and you may want to run Facebook ads. Now, you can run paid Facebook ads. Some people do, but to be honest, I would not spend any money paying for ads until I've done everything I know how to do. It's free. I mean, well, putting up signs ain't exactly free, but it doesn't cost much, $2 to $3 a sign. And I'm talking about pointer signs that point to the house like this one. There's 3 unique selling propositions on that one sign. Lease purchase, that's one. That immediately tells me I don't have to qualify at a bank. And no credit, no banks. Okay. And then I got my phone number on there, and you better make sure your phone number goes in that arrow now. Because if your phone number's not up there, they got no way to contact you, because a lot of people will call you from this sign without going to the house first. And your competition will probably add your sign to their sign pile as well if you don't put a phone number in it. And please do make sure the arrow is pointing toward the house, not away from the house. So we put up about 15 to 20 of these for every house that's for sale, in multiple different directions, like a yellow brick road guiding them to the house. Then when they get to the house, put another sign, lease purchase, with a phone number to call. And in this case, I suggest you make that phone number on that sign in front of the house your phone number where they can reach you directly. Okay? It doesn't have to be your personal cell number, but you ought to get another number where they can call you and you'll know what it is. It's a buyer call. And you can get those from Google, for crying out loud. And you can get them from Pat Live as well. Pat Live is going to give you 6 phone numbers when you sign up for them with your area code on them at no extra charge. Pat Live is a company that will take the inbound calls, collect a little bit of information from your sellers and your buyers, forward that to you. If it's sellers, then you're going to forward to your VAs. If it's buyers, you're going to handle them yourself, because Pat Live is going to ask them, what's the most you can put down? What's the most you can pay per month? And the answer to those 2 questions is going to determine whether you even want to call the buyer back. And if they got no money, there's no sense of wasting time on them. And whatever they tell you they got, they're lying. They got more. So you're going to call back all of them that have a reasonable amount of money. And then I gave you a script in the course and in the book telling you the questions to ask them to determine exactly whether they're a suspect or a worthless waste of time. So we put up the signs. The signs drive the call to Pat Live. The signs drive the buyer to the house. The sign in front of the house comes directly to you, because if they're sitting in front of the house, they're trying to figure out how to get in it. So that's when you ask them a few questions to determine whether they need to get the lockbox code or not. They don't, if they have no money and they're looking at a house they can't afford, there's no reason to give them the lockbox code. And so you just tell them that, look, this house is not going to work for you, but I'll put you on a list. And if I find something that I think will, I'll give you a call. So, and now you're building your buyers list. Now, if they're sitting in front of the house, you don't want them to go away and have to come back. If they give you information that you like, now you give them the lockbox code and let them go in and take a look. It's just that simple. So they need to be able to reach you or somebody that you appointed to take these calls so that they can get into the house, so you can ask them the right questions so that you can determine where they belong on your buyers list or whether they belong at all. And their answers will determine that. You know, again, if they got no money, they're not going on my buyers list. I have no reason to put them on there. Now, guys, I'm going to tell you, when you take calls from people and they have a reasonable amount of money and you let them in the house, you're probably just sold the house, and not this one, the one right behind them. You don't have to let but a handful of people in your house, and that house is going to be long gone, especially in today's market, probably to the very first person that has money that you let go in the house. So selling houses is easy. We do it. We don't have to go visit the house. Don't even think for a minute that we got to go trucking out that house and let people in it. No way. And don't worry about, well, I'm going to give them a lockbox code. What if they steal something? What are they going to steal? The house is vacant. What are they going to steal? Okay. And these are nice houses in nice neighborhoods. Don't confuse these with crack houses and crack areas. Okay. I've had my share of them. They steal everything. These folks don't steal anything. So get these myths and misconceptions out of your mind. So you've seen the automation. They call Pat Live. Pat Live notifies you immediately. You call them if you got the information that you like. You get more information when you call them, determine whether you want to give them a lockbox code or not. And if so, tell them to call you back as soon as they've been in the house and seen it. And then you follow up with them if they don't call you back and find out if they're interested or not. If you got a beautiful house in a beautiful neighborhood, I can almost promise you that this non-qualified buyer at a bank is going to be interested. It's a home. It's the American dream. They can get in it without going to a bank. How many of those do you think you have to show before you're going to wish you had 10 more just like it? Yep, I got a script for you to call them. I got a buyer's list that's already built in. When you join our Gold Club, there's 3 levels. There's a $59 level. That's the Gold Club. And then there's a $297 level that includes your website that we build for you and your dream system, which is the CRM that houses all your lead sheets. And it's got our comps section in it. It's got an analysis section in it. And most importantly, it's the thing that you put your comments in, and it does all the follow-up for you automatically. So it allows you to set it and forget it. This is all part of your $297 a month package, which includes the $59 for the Gold Club. So when you call in and check on our Gold Club, make sure you know all of your choices. There's a $697 level that includes all of that, plus 25 hours of VA service. So to recap that, I got to be at least a $59 level to get a VA, or the $297 level. I can go up and down anytime I want to. No penalty to switch, but I got to stay in the $59 level to have a VA. You're only going to be calling a few buyers because only a few of them are going to have enough money to satisfy your request and in your mind about how much you want down. No one shows the house. House shows itself. And you never name the down payment or the monthly payment. Remember, we ask questions and the buyers make us an offer by telling us what's the most they can put down. And I give you the script for that. All you got to do is sit there and read the script, wait for an answer. And if you're not in and out of a beautiful house on terms within 30 days, something is wrong within your system, unless the house has a problem, because it's usually not the house. It's usually the person in charge of getting the house sold. So are you ready? If you're ready, I'm here. I'm here at least for now. It took me a long time to put together the system. We have a lot of people working on it. We have 3-4 dozen employees sitting in this building, plus our VAs. And all day and every day they spend working to try to make your life easier and taking care of your needs. So I've told you about my Quick Start School. I don't know what else I can do to get you involved in it. Every one of them's different, by the way. So if it's been a while since you've been, you need to come back because you probably won't recognize it. Plus, you need rejuvenation. You need another dose of Ron. And there's a lot of stuff you'll hear you didn't hear the last time. Plus, I am constantly adding stuff to it. And if it's about the money, let's get that fixed. I told you we'd finance you. And frankly, if the money's keeping you from getting in, isn't that the exact reason you need to get in? Or would you rather spend the rest of your life telling somebody you can't raise $3,000? That's a small amount of money. To some folks watching, it might be a large amount of money, but in the big picture, it's insignificant once you see how easy it is to turn that education into hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. And don't forget your Gold Club points and your first responders and your travel discount if you sign up for Vegas. And don't forget that I'm working with you for 90 days starting today. And then you got a hotline for 180 days after that. And you can use your IRA or your 401k if you're in control of your 401k. You can't use it if your employer is in control of it. Now, of course, you can take a withdrawal out of it if that's part of your plan and your employer permits it, and you can use that to buy the boot camp. Nobody can stop you from doing that. I also told you could sign up and up to $15,000 line of credit, and you get approved immediately. And you know what? I don't think I did tell you that it only takes $2,000 down to finance the boot camp if you don't get approved for the Vibe card. Well, maybe I did. Anyway, we'll finance the balance for you. I'm sorry, it's $1,500 down for the boot camp. But you can use the Vibe card for anything that you purchase from us for that's over $2,000. $1,500 down payment. We'll finance it, no credit check, 12 months, no interest. Now, it does cost $500 more, but again, totally insignificant when you see the value of it. So if the money's the only reason you haven't signed up yet, I would strongly encourage you to get on the phone and see if there's a way to fix that for you so that you'll never have to say, I can't afford it again. I hate those words. I can't afford it. What's the worst can happen if you say yes right now? Well, what is the worst can happen? You lose a little bit of money. I guess that's the worst. What's the worst can happen if you don't say yes right now? Well, I'll let you decide that. And I gave you a whole bunch of discounts today. I gave you some easy financing. I gave you an extra travel bonus to come to Vegas, which I've never done before. And I gave you a chance to work with me for 90 days. I'm not sure what else I can do for you except give you someone to work with one-on-one for 6 months. We have a program we call mentoring, and that's exactly what it is. It's one-on-one. We assign you a personal mentor. I have 12 of them. I've personally trained all of them. All of them run their own successful business. All of them do every day what they're going to help you do and lead you by the hand to get you checks. All of them have servants' hearts, and all of them have been trained by me, and they are monitored by us here at Global. They report to us as you report to them. You get a 30-minute meeting with a mentor every week, pre-registered. You and them agree upon what day and time you're going to meet. At that point, you're to go over deals with them, generating property information sheets, which we generate for you. And you go over those, and your mentor is available to talk to your seller when you need them. And they are most certainly available to talk to your seller. And when you make the appointment to go into the house, they will be there. And again, now you must make sure they are available at time and not just assume that they're going to be available for you just because you make an appointment. But they will be there, and they'll call your seller for you if you ask them to, and tell the seller, listen, I'm the principal here. I'm going to be on the phone when John comes out to your house, and he's working with me, but I'll be there to answer your questions when he gets there. That takes the pressure off of you. You don't have to know anything. You don't have to pretend like you know anything. And of course, it won't be long to where you know the answers to the questions anyway. And that's the whole goal, really. See how many of them you can answer. And if you can't answer them, then your mentor is right there on the phone. Your mentor will be there to guide them through the contract if they're ready to sign the contract. And your mentor will actually approve that contract before you go to the house. Under no circumstances do you want to go to the house without running the contract through the mentor first and getting them to fix it, because there is zero chance that you're going to get it right where it doesn't need fixed, at least on the first several of them, until you learn, what goes in them and what doesn't go in them. So your mentor is going to save you from losing a ton of deals that you don't see. They're going to drive you to do the deals when you're looking for reasons not to do them. They're going to force you through them. They're going to beat you and prod you and whatever it takes to get you across the goal line, not to the 2-yard line. And that's what it takes. If you want to be honest, absolute force for many folks. Push, 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 drive, threaten, sometimes swear at if necessary to get you to go take the next step. Because I'm going to tell you the two biggest hurdles you got is conquering that phone call and going out to that house. You conquer those two, everything else is easy and pretty much all done for you. So your mentor is going to be invaluable to you to get you through this first 6 months, get you as many deals as they can during the 6-month period. And they'll also critique your calls. When you come to training, I'm going to give you an exercise to do when you get home, which will include recording some practice calls. And then I want your mentor to critique those calls after you've gone through that exercise and actually got a couple of live sellers on the phone and talk to them. And by the time you get through that practice and your mentor is critiquing your calls, you're going to be amazed at the difference between where you started and where you are then, just a few short days later. They're going to help you get checks. That's the whole point. I know until you get a check, you're not mentally there yet. Okay. You can attend the seminars, you can get excited, you can see other people succeed. But that doesn't do a darn thing for you till we get you a check. Once we get you that check, now the most important person has been proven that this works, and that would be you. You see, you know it works, but you don't know it works for you now where you live till you get that first check. From there, it's uphill, and quickly you're going to see all these things that bother you go away as you see getting that check wasn't all that hard. And then most of the stuff you worry about is not even real. Remember, we operate without risk on Planet Ron. There's no way you're going to lose your fortune, and nobody's going to check your credit or put anything on your credit. If you do what I ask you to do, you're going to be able to go to bed at night knowing there ain't nothing anybody can do to you. Now, partnership is available to you the minute you enter the mentoring program. You don't have to do anything except along the way, if you get a deal you think you want to partner on, you just let your mentor know, and your mentor will let me know because I'm going to be your partner. That means I'll be putting up the money. And honestly, if you don't need the money, you don't need a partner because your mentor will guide you through the deal. You don't need to give up a big chunk of the deal if I'm not contributing anything in the way of money. And it works very simple. If I have to put up the money, I get 75% of the profits. If you have to put it up, we get 50-50. But honestly, if you put up the money, I'm going to try to talk you out of partnering with me because the mentor is going to, again, give you the same advice as if you partnered with me. But if you need the money, I'll be happy to put it up if it makes sense. I must approve the deal. But frankly, if your mentor sends it to me, there's a good chance I'm going to approve it to begin with. And I'm happy to do it. Look, this ain't seminar crap. I mean, look at it from my point of view. If I work a deal with you, the mentor is going to be doing the work because they're going to get 25% of the 75% I get. And all they got to do is guide you through that deal. And they're the liaison between you and I. Don't worry, we'll be talking a lot during this process, and you'll learn a lot during this process. Now, you only submit one of these deals to partner if you think you want to partner on it. We don't force you to partner. Heck, I'm going to do my best to talk you out of it if it doesn't need any money. And even if it does need money, it would probably behoove you, if possible, to come up with the money to protect that other 25% instead of giving it to me. But I'll do it any way you want to do it. So you partner on the deals you want to partner on, and you don't partner on the deals you don't want to partner on. Now, look at it from my point of view. Why wouldn't I want to partner with you? Okay, I get 75% of the profits. I'll take all of those that I can get. So if you think about it, you're just more of my field agents out there bringing me deals. So I am glad to work with you on deals that make sense. Mentoring is $15,000 with $2,000 down if we finance it in-house. 12 payments, no interest, or $13,500 paid in full. But paid in full means with your credit card or the Vive card or your checking account or your wire or however you want to pay. $13,500 saves you $1,500 off if you can. And if you can, obviously that's what you want to do. $1,500 is $1,500. But if you can't, then $2,000 down is all it takes. We'll finance the rest in-house at no interest. So here's your opportunity to get some one-on-one help to work with you for 6 months where you won't need the financing anymore. And you can use Gold Club points for up to half the balance at $1 each. Ron, that's a lot of money. Yeah, really? Bought my wife a new Navigator, $92,000 for a Ford that depreciates half its value after 3 years. That's a lot of money, a lot of wasted money, probably. It cost us more to go on this trip, much more than you're paying for this mentoring. I'll tell you that. So it's a lot of money. Relatively speaking, it's very cheap. I won't do a deal for less than $20,000. That pays for your entire education, include your boot camp and mentoring. And then I told you how you get it free. You just partner with me on a deal. But here's the cool part. During your 6 months mentoring, the first deal we partner, I'm going to give you back your entire cost of your mentoring right off the top before we split any profits. That's right. You get all of whatever you paid for mentoring right off the top of any deal we do. Then we split the profits 50-50 or 75-25, depending on whether I put up the money or not. So that's now you get it for free. And obviously, it's in my best interest. Remember, I still get 75%. So hey, don't feel sorry for me. So that means if we net 30 grand, you get 22.5 of it. That's your 15 back plus half the remaining, well, 25% of the remaining. No, this is 50-50 split, half the remaining profits. If you follow instructions, honestly, it's a short window between the time we get a deal and the time you get paid. And don't forget, the IRS pays for you charge off your entire mentoring cost as well. So that's going to give you somewhere between 25 and a 37% discount right there on taxes you don't have to give the government. If you pay by check or wire, you may deduct an additional $500. But we will need a deposit today while we're waiting on your check or your wire. Look, if you use a credit card, you got to pay a fee. Okay, rather give that fee to you than to give it to the merchant account company. So if you want to save another $500, just wire us the money or write us a check. You register for mentoring today, I'm going to give you the Business Management Bootcamp. That's a 3-day event where I teach the business of running the business. That's not about doing deals. That's about the things that you would expect in a business management bootcamp. Hiring and firing and delegating and outsourcing, more asset protection, entity structuring stuff, time management, handling cash flow, making sure you know what your cash flow needs are when the month starts, not after it's over, which is unlike what most people do to run their business. They just run it out of their checkbook. Systemization, outsourcing, all of this stuff is part of this event. Husband and wife working together, home versus office. This is a great event. I do it twice a year. Some say it's the most important event of all because now they can see how to run their business and it makes a lot more sense to them. And frankly, the people that have been running businesses all their life is the ones getting most out of it because they see the big mistakes they were making and how easy it is to fix the errors that they made in the past running their businesses. So regardless, I want you to come to this. So yes, you can buy your way into it without buying this event, but I'll give it to you free if you're registering for Mentor here today. I'm also going to pay the $500 setup fee for you to get a VA. If you've already paid it, don't worry about it because I will credit you for the entire $500 right off of your total cost if you've already paid it. So either way, you get $500. Now, I cannot put you in mentoring unless you have signed up for or been to Quick Start School. Actually, I could, but I'd be wasting your money and I'm not going to do it. Okay. If you have not been trained in the Quick Start School, you're not ready for a mentor. And let's be real here. There is nobody that can teach you this business over the telephone. It just don't work that way. You got to get the basic training. Then mentoring is all about implementing that basic training, not about learning. Oh, you learn a lot along the way, but you have to know the basics before we can work with you to implement those basics. So Quick Start School, now you must have registered for it. So if you bought Quick Start School today, you can add mentoring to it, and actually it's perfect timing. Because if you're coming next week, you got time to generate some leads and get it to us, and maybe we can get you a deal virtual. Now's the time to get a mentor if you just signed up for Quick Start. You want the mentor before you get there. Yes, I'll be offering mentoring at the event, but think about this. Suppose you bring a bunch of leads to the event and we get you a deal or two. Okay, we're going to set you an appointment shortly after the event is over. What are you going to do if you don't have a mentor? We cannot get you a mentor that fast and get you set up. You need the mentor prior to getting to the event for several reasons. One, they'll save you deals you're about to throw in the trash. Number two, they can be working with you on the deals before you arrive. Number three, and more importantly, they'll be available immediately after the boot camp is over so that you can follow up on these deals immediately. And, we're doing the hard work for you, but you still got to follow up and go visit the house, and they need to be available when you go visit the house. So it's best you get the mentor before you come to the event. And you have that chance today. But again, if you've been to Quick Start in the last couple of years, then obviously you should come back for a minimal $500 fee. But you're not required to come back to get mentoring if you've already been. But I got to tell you, you really, really should, because if you was there 2 years ago, you won't recognize it today. And besides, you need to get refreshed so that you're getting off to a jump start on the mentoring. So if you've already been, no required to come back, suggest you do, especially if you're within your year and it's free. Okay. And I know, went through this COVID thing, so we couldn't do these live events for a long time. So what a great time to get out, spend 4 days with a cool guy. Looks a little bit like me. Now, don't confuse the helpline with the one-on-one mentoring. Okay, the helpline is there to take your inbound calls. They are not going to do any of these things for you. You get the helpline automatically with the boot camp alone for 6 months, and it starts after you leave the boot camp. But they're not going to talk with sellers for you. They're not going to review your property lead sheets or review your contracts or talk with the buyers. They're not going to do 30-minute pre-scheduled calls with you, going over all your deals. Not going to partner with you. Not going to force you to get checks. They're there simply to answer your questions when you call. And if you get mentoring, you don't need the helpline, because your mentor will be your helpline. You can communicate with them during the week by email and by phone when needed, in addition to your 30-minute scheduled call, especially when you're in the heat of the battle, so to speak, which means you're working on a hot deal. Guys, our success rate is just outrageously high with our students who are working with these one-on-one mentors. And again, I got 12 of them, and all of them are quality people who do a quality job, or they wouldn't be in the mentoring system. So let's do something together, okay? It does require your participation here. So 6 months of mentoring, get business management free, VA waive, and I'm going to give you $1,000 off of the $15,000 or of the $13,500 if you register today. And in fact, you've got till 5 o'clock. If you're not registered by 5 o'clock, you will lose that $1,000 discount. Now, that's in addition to the discounts I gave you with a Quick Start School now. So, Tim, I hope you're watching. Make sure everybody knows. They register for the mentoring today, they get $1,000 off. And again, the minute you register, you're eligible to partner with me and your mentor. And again, you can finance it with $2,000 down, or it's $13,500 you pay it in full. And pay it in full includes the Vibe card. If you get approved for $15,000 on the Vibe card, you won't need any money to get into mentoring. So is this your time? No, that's entirely up to you. But I will ask you this. If not now, when? If you don't make a move to put you on a course of financial freedom, now, will you ever? You don't need a whole list of excuses why you don't want to do it now. You just only need one. I mean, you're either going to do it or you're not going to do it. Okay. Again, you're not going to change my life one way or another. but this is not a life-threatening decision. I promise you it's a life-changing decision. You're not going to go through 6 months of mentoring and spend 4 days with me in a boot camp and not learn a whole lot of stuff you didn't know and be a whole lot better, not only in negotiating, but also at the art of real estate. Again, small amount of money, huge payoff, as you're about to see on some of the deals we're about to process here. So get that on that phone right now, make that call, at least discuss your options, let them know what the cost is after all the discounts, let them know how many Gold Club points that you can apply and so forth, and you make the decision there. And I'll leave that up to you. Okay.
Sorry.
All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break, but before we do, let me tell you what's going to happen afterwards. One, I got a bunch of questions to answer that we've been putting off all day. Number two, I got 6 deals that I'm going to go through with. We're going to bring Lynette Wolf on here. And number 3, I actually got an attorney that all you Floridians are going to want to know about because she is going to be your real estate closing attorney. I interviewed her this morning and I really like what she says. So I'll talk about that when we get back. 5 minutes, guys, 5 minutes. Or John, 5 minutes.
I tell you what I learned along the way is the cost of education is cheap compared to the price of ignorance. You know, my biggest focus today is not so much teaching real estate. We teach real estate. I can teach anybody how to buy and sell houses in a very short period of time. But the hardest thing we have to work on today is to teach people how to run a business and get out of the minutia, get out of the daily grind. I'll tell my folks, this is a very part-time business that produces a massive full-time income. And if you're working at it more than part-time, you're just wasting all the time you're putting into it.
Welcome back. Okay, before I get started, John, would you give me the overhead, please? I had a meeting this morning with a real estate closing attorney here in Jacksonville. And you guys need to get out your camera now and take a picture of this right now. I don't care where you're at in the country. You may want a Florida closing attorney. And she also works in New Jersey. So in New Jersey or Florida, you need to get this gal on your list. Her name is Michelle. There's her contact information. And I can even tell you what she charges. So get this. She charges $500 to close a real estate transaction. She does wraparound mortgages. She does subject tos. She does cash deals, of course. She does lease options on the exit. She does owner financing on the exit. She does all of that. She worked for a title company, and they only charge $85 for a title search as of this taping of this. So that's a very valuable resource for you if you live in Florida, anywhere in Florida. It makes no difference where you're at in Florida. If you don't already have a good closing attorney, there's a tip worth a lot of money to you. And she does a great job. You don't have to teach her anything. She's got all my forms. She knows exactly what you want done. And you know, if you want her to, you could even ask her to get me to take a quick look at the documents that she prepares. But honestly, you won't need her to do that. She does this for a living. Okay, so she's not doing it just for me. She already did it before we came in contact. So she said that I could give you this information. There it is. So if you don't have it, get out your camera and quickly take a picture of it anywhere in Florida or New Jersey. Okay. Next, I have a bunch of questions here that we're going to knock out. Let me see. Oh, one thing I just forgot to mention. We are going to have price increases the first of the year now on both the Quick Start and mentoring. Quick Start's going to go up $1,000. Mentoring is going to go up $3,000 to $5,000, depending on whether you finance it or whether you pay it in full. You might want to make a note when you're trying to make a decision whether you want to get in here, because it's not going to get any cheaper. It's only going to go up, as is everything else out there today. All right. I don't think I missed anything there, John. So let's get to the deals if we can. Do we have Lynette Wolf and Brian Wolf on here yet?
Yeah, we want to take questions.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we better take those questions. We'll never hear the end of it, will we? Okay, go ahead. Fire away. Who's going to do it? You going to do them, or Nick going to do them from Michigan?
I'm on.
Huh? You're on?
Yep.
Okay.
All right. So first question is from Tracy. She says, during this session, I know it's a little bit late at this point, can we go over forms in detail?
No, we do that at the Quick Start School. It's also in the terms course, and of course, they're all in the Quick Start manual.
All right. Valerie, this morning you mentioned the mentorpodcast.com. Can you, I think we have that banner, like that's the THE.
The THE, mentorpodcast.com. Boy, we got some good ones on there. Got some good ones coming up too. In fact, I'm gonna do one here pretty soon on mastering that closing call to the seller.
All right. William says, when you say little money, what is that? Like, what's the minimum? What is that about? When you say little money to
Well,
do these deals?
it depends, William. If you're going to buy the house, you're probably going to pay the closing costs if the seller gets very little down payment or none. And you're going to see, I got 6 deals right here where I'm probably most of them are no down payment. So you still have to pay the closing costs, and that's going to depend on what state you live in. Some states they're pretty healthy. Some states they're none, like Arizona and where else? Arizona, and there's a couple of states there's absolutely no closing cost. Texas is almost none. And then there's some states like Maryland where they're pretty healthy. Of course, now if I'm doing a lease purchase, there are no closing costs because I'm not buying anything. So That answer depends on what kind of deal you're doing. If I put a property under contract for all cash and I assign that contract, there's no cost at all. That may be the $10 deposit to the seller. By the way, as I was talking to Michelle this morning, the attorney, they are doing tons of assignments of contracts here in Florida. And while I'm on that subject now, if you are in Illinois or Oklahoma, you cannot assign contracts. They have passed laws against it unless you own the property or you have a real estate license. Make note.
All right. Next question is from Eric. Ron, in buying pre-foreclosures with the Pretty House method, should someone keep about $15K in the bank to bring properties current and out of arrears?
Come on, Eric, that's deal by deal. How would I know how much money you should have in the bank? Depends on how far it's behind, whether it needs repairs or not, or whether you intend to even do the repairs. There's no way anybody can answer that question, really. It's case by case.
Right. And if they were in the mentoring program, then they could partner if they didn't have that money in the bank, right?
Yeah.
If they needed it or something like that.
In fact, Eric, I hope you get a deal and you don't have the money and you need a partner. Come to Papa.
Dolores says, do private lenders require some money or decent credit to lend money for a deal?
They're not the kind you're going to get, Dolores, because you're going to deal with the people that yourself. They're not private lenders until you let them know that such a thing exists. You're getting your money from humans that aren't in the mortgage business, not from loan sharks. Loan sharks and private lenders that are in the business are probably certainly going to check your credit, and some of them expect you to bring a down payment to closing. Absolutely. Not in my world. In fact, in my world, you're always going to be borrowing more than you need if you want to go get a private loan. But I'll make this case for you. In the terms business, you don't need private money at all. That's only if you're going to pay cash for a house. Even in the ugly house business, if you're going to sign a contract and flip the deal, you don't need to raise private money. So private money is only for rehabbers.
All right. Do you ignore all the economic fear mongering about what the Federal Reserve is doing related to the economy?
I don't pay any attention to all that crap. It's one talking head making up crap the other talking heads pick up. I don't believe anything that I hear on that television. And even if it were all true, the only way you're going to take care of yourself is to take care of your cash flow in your own house. You get the cash flow in your house fixed, and you won't have time to worry about what's going on in the White House. I just made that up. That's pretty good, wasn't it?
Yeah. We've got Dang on with us again today. Dang says, Ron,
Of course we do.
the seller refinance with the bank. We're suggesting what percent the bank will do. For example, 80% refi, what up to 20%. How do you structure the deal with the seller in this situation?
Well, now, dang, you can suggest whatever you want, but the bank's not going to do anything you suggest, nor do you have any conversation with a bank about a seller going to refinance a property. It's none of your business, actually. Now, as far as the equity, that's negotiable between you and the seller. If the seller wants to sell you the house for the 80%, fine. But if they want you to, do a wrap around their mortgage, which is probably likely, and maybe you'll pay 90%. That's case by case. Dang, which as many times as you've been on here, you should probably know that by now. You hang around long enough and, 4 or 5 years from now, I'm going to get all your questions answered. I promise you. This guy needs a prize. We need to give this guy a prize for the most questions ever from anybody participating in our events. You got that, Debbie? Send Dang something.
Got a t-shirt, talk less, listen more.
Okay.
All right. What are your thoughts on manufactured homes that are FSBOs?
Well, there are people that love them. There is money in them, especially in this market. They're very hot right now, actually. But the problem is you're still dealing with small dollars, same amount of work. I would make the case that I could go out and do houses and make a lot more money with the same amount of work. And there's a whole lot more houses out there. And mobile homes are a depreciating asset. Houses are an appreciating asset. So, I could make you a case for both sides, but if you get a chance to make some quick, easy money on them, great. But I wouldn't get into the business where it's your responsibility to repair them. I can tell you that. Wobbly boxes are always need repairs, and you can't go down to Home Depot and buy the stuff.
All right. Dang says, on terms deals, what rebuttal do you use for sellers if they refuse to have us taking title when we're taking over the mortgage?
So if that's the only thing keeping us from working together, then why don't I just go ahead and lease purchase it from you, and then of course when I pay you off, it'll be in all cash, and we'll pay off your mortgage.
All right. Danielle says, Ron, I'm seeing that a lot of the leads I'm receiving from the Gold Club are apartments. Should I have my VA call apartment leads or discard them?
Well, that depends on whether you want to do apartments, Danielle. If you don't, you discard them.
James says, what happens to the buyer who has put a deposit?
I don't know what that means to you.
I guess it could be two different things. I don't know if it's a bot. Well, I'm sorry.
I think James needs to rephrase that question. However, I won't have time to get to it back to him today. But I don't know what we're talking about. If they put up a deposit and they don't buy, they lose that deposit. I don't know what other answer to give you. And that's clearly stated. And I just, by the way, just talked to Michelle this morning, the Florida attorney, and she makes it very clear to them that they will lose the deposit if they don't close.
Okay. Jerry says in a subject to deal where the seller has a first mortgage of $50,000 and a HELOC of $70,000 on a property worth $240,000, and they file bankruptcy after deeding the property, what happens to the debt?
Well, they will name that debt into bankruptcy, but that doesn't mean you will lose the property because they've already transferred it. It's all going to depend on what the trustee wants to do in the bankruptcy, but you own the property. You have rights. You're the owner. And if you didn't give the seller any money, there's probably no reason for the trustee to come after the property anyway, but that's going to depend on state law a lot, and that's more of a question for an attorney, but it would not bother me, I'll tell you that. Worst case, you go get your tenant buyer to cash it out as quick as you can and pay everybody off, and believe me, the bankruptcy court will be thrilled to learn that that's what your intent is.
All right. Danielle says, while the buyer is in the home paying monthly, fixing their credit, is the monthly amount that they paid for 2 years put towards the loan, just
No,
like their
absolutely not. None of their rent applies toward their principal pay down on their property.
Dana says you have issues getting them out.
No. People who give you thousands of dollars getting in are not a problem getting out. They've been told up front, signed off in front of an attorney that they will lose a deposit if they leave. And frankly, I can't remember the last time I've ever had any kind of issue with any of those folks. These are different than tenants that are renting low-income houses that can barely give you enough money to pay for a month's rent. They want to fight about everything. They want to tear up stuff. This is a totally different world when we're dealing with nice houses and nice areas with people who are giving you a big chunk of money. They got skin in the game. They act like owners, not like crazy tenants.
All right. Jeff says, what price range does this work best on?
Anywhere from median price on up. Most areas that's on up to $1.5 million, $2 million houses, and even higher if you are in the game and you've built the deal without risk.
All right. Zoe says, Ron, you mentioned not to send a seller a blank agreement before having an oral agreement. What happens if you do this?
I don't know how you can send a blank agreement without having an oral agreement, because if you don't have the oral, you don't know how to fill in the blanks. So what happens if you do this is nothing. You will not hear back from them. All you're doing is confusing them. And frankly, if you send them an agreement, then they are in control of the conversation, and you haven't learned that you should always be on the offense and never on the defense. And my thing that they asked me to send them a blank agreement, I said, I don't know why why would I send you a blank agreement when we don't have an agreement? First, we have to have an oral agreement before I can fill in the blanks, and then I'll be happy to get you an agreement. Before we can have an oral agreement, I just got 3 questions for you. Okay? And then I go right to the $1 million script.
All right. Ree says, where are you finding tenant buyers with high down payments?
I'm just letting the world know that they don't have to go to a bank to qualify to get into this beautiful home, and trust me, they will come. I showed you that earlier, by the way. All you need to do really is put it on social media, run an ad on a few sites, which our virtual assistants will do for you. They'll even put it on social media all over for you. And I put pointer signs to the house, and I put a sign in front of the house. You really don't need to do any more than that. Remember, your ad says no banks, no credit, lease purchase. They will come, believe me. It's not a matter of them coming. It's a matter of you picking the one with the most money. And you will have a lot of people. The price range of house will determine how much money that they have to put down. That's why I want you to get out of the junk and get in the nicer houses. $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 houses is a real sweet spot. Somebody looking to buy a $500,000 house does not have any money. They have money. They'll have to have $100,000 if they got excellent credit and go down to the bank to buy the house. So the higher price house, the more money that you can expect them to have. and they got the money. If you're asking this question, that means you might have been dealing in the low income crap where nobody has any money. You know, if you fish for salmon in the pond in front of your house, you will not catch any because they don't live there. Go where the money is.
Right. There was some confusion on the dates of the next upcoming quick start, so I just wanted to clarify that. Next week is virtual.
Yeah,
And then the next live one is in Dallas
yeah,
in January.
correct. Not
Mhm.
Vegas,
And,
Dallas.
and just
My bad.
just for clarity, next week, the virtual, we're broadcasting a recorded one, but we are gonna have live, Q&A, live deal structuring, and live seller calls.
Yeah.
From our mentors. So make sure you're signed up for that one. Make sure you submit your leads. I think we're approaching that deadline, so get your leads in for that event. All right, let's see. Alpha says, do Canadian vets get the discount as well?
You're pushing it, man. Okay. Normally it's United States vets, but if you took the time to watch this today, you call and tell them I said give you the veterans discount.
All right. June says, what about nurses on the front line?
Of course. Of course. That's first responders as far as I'm concerned. If you're watching this and you're a nurse, please take the $500 discount and thank you for your service.
Gene, I just answered this. December 7th through 10th is virtual. It's only virtual.
Come see me in Dallas.
Greg says, I missed the part on how many gold Hub points you can use.
You can use up to half of the balance after you take off the discounts I'm giving you. $1 a point.
All right. June says, how many VA hours do you get for $200?
10.
Ty says, if we are new to all of this, do you provide guidance on how to obtain an attorney?
Yeah. Actually, I just gave you one for Florida and New Jersey. I got several more on the front of our website, but obtaining an attorney is not very difficult at all. I'd ask around to investors in my area and investor-friendly realtors in my area. They'll lead you right to an attorney. They've already done all the front-end work for you. And it is true, you need a good closing attorney to work for you, not against you. And that'll sometimes make or break your deals, but they're not hard to find. And there's always Google. Real estate closing attorney in Jacksonville, Florida. Here comes the list. Just call them and ask and find out if they do what you want done and find out what they charge. I did the exact same thing this morning when I was talking to this attorney I just gave you. I asked her, I made sure she does lease options. I made sure she does owner financing, subject twos, sells on lease options. She does all of that. By the way, she even does evictions. Okay. So any real estate closing attorney will do all of those things. Now, I'll tell you what they won't do, and that's litigate. They're not litigators. They close real estate deals. I think I told you, she charges $500 to close a real estate deal, getting in or getting out. And remember, if you're getting out, the buyer pays that $500. Getting in, you'll pay it. You'll find that very reasonable if you go shop around. And she only charges $85 for a title search. And by the way, I asked her, do I have to have title insurance for you to close? She said no, even though she works for a title company. No. They're all over the place. They're not hard to find.
All right. Trey says, I guess I'm still lost on how to find these properties.
That's why we have quick. I'll see you in Dallas. You ought to get on the virtual coming up here shortly this month and then come to the live in Dallas. You'll notice a big, huge difference between the two. Live is always better, and you'll see why when you get there. But you got to get into training. If I can only show you. I can't do it for you. And in order for you to get this internally, you got to get in there where we spend 4 days of intense training. And that's exactly what it is. There's a reason we call it boot camp. It's intense training. And if you're going to get into this business, you need to just make up your mind that you're going to get the training. You're not going to be successful in any business if you don't learn the business inside and out before you go open the business. That's why a lot of businesses fail. And this one is no different.
Right. Here's a good question for Mario. Is a mentor only available during the weekly 30-minute meeting?
No.
What if I have questions while I'm
They're available whenever you need them. Questions are pertaining to deals. They're not interested in discussing how miserable your day was or you know, how your dog is sick or any of that. It's just deals. That's all they want to talk to you about is deals. And they're going to be available to you. And don't forget, they're available. Here's the big thing that mentors are going to do for you. They're going to get on the phone with your seller and close the deal for you while you're in the house. I mean, how important is that to you as a beginner? They take the load off of you. You don't have to know anything. They're going to call your seller before you even arrive if you tell them to, and tell them you don't know anything. I'm sending them out to take pictures of the house and look at it, but they'll put you on the phone with me when they're there, and I'll get all your questions answered because I'm the principal. So they're going to pretend like they're the buyer.
All right, Janet says, how long will it take for the buyer to move in their home after the paperwork is completed?
My home? Well, I'm not going to be leasing it out unless it's vacant, so they can move in the day Michelle closes it for me, and that's about 2 to 3 days after I take title to the property. In fact, I asked her, how long does it take you to close? She said 2 or 3 days. 2 or 3 days to get the title, another day or two to close. Let's call it a week.
Tim says, hi, Ron. Anything wrong with using the word realty in your business name?
Yes, you probably should be licensed, because if you're not, that might attract attention from people who don't like it that you're not licensed. There's no reason to.
Dang says, I have 3,000 plus focal points. Can I use them for the full down payment on the
No.
repeat mentor program?
No, you cannot use Gold Club points on down payment. You can only use them on the balance after you pay the down payment and take off your credits.
Ty asked if you could put the attorney's card back up while we're going through the rest of these questions.
Always somebody asleep on me, isn't there? Ty? 3 times I said, get out your camera and take a picture.
Eric, you just answered how much for title check.
Yeah. Can you see that clear? Or is that blurry? Yeah, is that blurry? That's better. That's better. That's good. That's good. Okay, there it is. I'll leave it up there.
Tim says, I have to admit, I am seeing other trainers as well as you.
No way. What? Trader Tim? As long as you've been around.
Say you train most of the trainers out there, would you be willing to name a few current strongly trainers?
Oh, I can make you a list as long as you are, man, but I'm not going to do that now. No. It's not. What difference does it make anyway? I'm not the only one out there that knows anything, and other people learn stuff that I don't know, and vice versa. So there's no such thing as too much training. There is such a thing as too little implementation, though.
Tracy, what's the name of the man that does title searches for you?
Right in front of you. Michelle, right in front of you. She'd do a title search for you. She's also your closing attorney.
She can only do that in Florida, right? She's
Florida and New Jersey.
oh, New Jersey.
Now, she's going to work with somebody in New Jersey. She's not going to close them herself up there.
Jeff says, are expireds on MLS a good source for deals?
They are, Jeff, but it will require direct mail. And I'm a little leery of advising anybody to go spend a bunch of money on direct mail when they got so many things they can do to get free leads, especially our Gold Club leads. Jeff, I'm about to show you that Lynette got 6 deals here, and she only talked to 36 people. She got 6 potential deals, and every single one of these are Gold Club leads. So, why don't we work with the stuff that don't cost money instead of looking for ways to spend money? The real key is not in how many leads you generate, it's how you follow up with them after you generate them, because you don't need that many leads. In fact, I'll show you this right now. I'm gonna get this card off of here. All right. While I got this up. These are the stats we're about to go over. These are the leads we're about to go over. She started with 68 leads. When did she start calling, Deb? Yesterday? Today?
Yes.
Yesterday. Okay. She made 68 dials, no answers on 23 of them, which is normal. Not interested 28, sold or listed 9. Now look at this. 6 potential deals, and she only got a hold of 36 people. That's a 17% rate from the people she got a hold of, which is the 36. Now, I'm not telling you that you're gonna get 17% of the people you get on the phone. You're not Lynette. She's been at it a while. She's pretty darn good on the telephone. But on the other hand, I remember when she sucked on the phone, and she she sucked just as bad as all the rest of you do on the phone. How she fixed it, she just practiced and kept going and fixing what was broke and recognizing her mistakes. And you guys that are getting into my system, and that's part of your training, learning how to answer that phone. And the 12 mistakes are right in your manual. And I'm addressing your weaknesses because I know what your weaknesses are. When you can do this, you ain't got to worry about deals. Every one of these are leads that you guys sent in. 68 leads. You ain't gonna get that many in a week, that's for sure. So this is a conglomerate of you guys sending some in. But look at there, she harvested 68 leads yesterday, but she only talked to 36 people to get 6. Now these are not all going to go through. I'm not going to try to make you believe all these are going to go through. They're not. On the other hand, do they have to? For a day's work, what if just one of them goes through? And we'll see what that means here in the way of dollars here in just a minute. More than one of them should. And if they don't go through, it's because the student brought in the deal, screwed it up, or did not have a mentor working with them down the two. All right.
We're in the home stretch.
Okay, good.
Okay, Alfonso says, can you repeat all the types of deals Michelle can close?
Can I repeat?
The types of deals Michelle can close.
Any kind, residential or commercial.
All right. Gary says, if the seller wants a deposit to show skin in the game, how do you deal with this request?
Give them a deposit. Gary, we give them a deposit anyway. Unless they're getting really unrealistic. I mean, $10, $100, what difference does it make? That's enough to do any FSBO deal. But if they want more and you know you got to give them more to get the deal, then you might want to put a little maybe 5 days to back out if you find something that wasn't disclosed or you didn't know or whatever. But I've never had a problem with a deposit.
Dolores says, is there a quick start in August 2022 in Vegas?
Yes.
And it's actually in September.
Is it September?
Yeah, September.
Okay, September. But you don't wait till then, Dolores. Holy moly, that cost you a fortune in lost deals. Remember, if you come to see me in Dallas, for example, you can come back to Vegas for free, no charge. You can come back to all of them for a whole year, no charge. Don't sit around here and wait till we get to Vegas, crying out loud. That could cost you 6 figures easy.
Right. Alfonso says, when will you be doing another live quick start in Houston?
I don't know, Alfonso. I'll make sure you're the first to know. I'm going to Dallas. What's wrong with that? Come to Dallas. Get away from home. Better you get out of town anyway, man. And I got your full attention. You don't have to go home at night, drive in the traffic in the morning. And man, it's way easier when you got to go from your room downstairs than to go across town to get to the hotel. So it'd be better you get to Dallas.
All right. SOS Sauce on the Side says, can someone contact me? Not without contact information, but you can give us a call. I'll pop up the number right as soon as we finish these questions.
Yeah, and we don't contact anybody that don't want to even give us their name.
Alfonso, when will you be doing?
This ain't Twitter.
When will you be doing another live business management boot camp?
Not for several months. June 1st through 3rd. Okay. Just did one. And the next one will be live here in Jacksonville, Florida. And when I say live, I mean in a hotel room with people, just so you're clear on that.
Ty says, can we have you as our mentor instead of the other 12 coaches?
No. No, you can't.
I don't think you would like that very
No,
much, Ty.
you wouldn't like the price either, man. You have no idea what I get for consulting. You don't want to know because you won't believe it if I tell you.
All right. Luis says, the Gold Club has a standard purchase and sale agreement from 2015. Where can we get the updated version?
You already got it because now the thing has changed since 2015 in it.
All right, 2 more questions here. Gary says, will real estate solutions in my business name be an issue if I am not a realtor?
Will real estate? No, no, that name is not a problem at all. I'm not saying I like the name, Gary. I'm just saying it's not a problem. And I'm going to tell you right now, you're worrying too much about a name. You public don't care what your company is named. They don't even remember what your company is named. And frankly, I don't even tell them what my company's name is. It's irrelevant. I don't even want anybody to go to my website by advertising a company name. It's totally irrelevant. They're going to be doing business with a human, and that's all they care about.
All right, and finally, Dang says, instead of sending me something, how about reward me with free 10 hours of VA time?
Nice try, Dang. Nice try. All right.
That's all, Ron.
All right. Do we have Lynette on there? Okay.
Hello.
Oh, we get two for the price of one today, huh? Okay.
I heard what
Uh.
you said about me making calls.
Was
You
it good?
said
I don't remember.
You said I was terrible, that I sucked in the beginning.
Brian, am I right?
She developed confidence very quickly, though.
So I'm right, huh?
She got,
Okay.
she got confident.
Thanks
She
a
was a little bit
lot.
nervous in the beginning,
Okay.
like everybody is. And
So
then
for
she
those
got
of you who
used to
don't
the
know,
scripts.
this is Brian Lynette Wolf, who hailed from Phoenix, Arizona.
Yes.
Our oldest mentors in tenure, and certainly always the loudest dressed. So,
All right.
guys
We
been
like to
doing
brighten
deals?
your day. Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
so
Ben,
we started with Ron almost 20 years ago. First event we went to was back in 2003. This is basically the same event that you guys are signing up for today and getting to be a part of. Now you're going to see us there.
No, I wouldn't say that, Brian. I think that changed a lot since 2003. I change it every time.
Well,
Yeah.
that's true.
Right. That's true. But it's
Yeah.
the introductory
It's cutting
event.
edge.
Yes, the introductory event to the Pretty House and also the Ugly House business.
And you'll be there, calling
That's right.
sellers live in the first night.
That's right. That's
And
right.
being there the whole time, calling sellers out in the hall and working with people one-on-one, and also working with them on getting over the fear. And you're the guy that checks their contracts before they leave so they can take them home and get the deals immediately. As I said earlier, the best thing you guys can do is have a mentor before you get there now, because if we get you deals while you're there, we got 19 deals our last boot camp, 19 deals. So, one of them happens to be yours. It'd be nice if you had a mentor to follow up with after. So I'll say that again. Anyway, let's get going here. We got 6 deals.
Yes.
All
Okay.
right, before we do that, and I've already showed them this sheet here, Lynette, that you
Okay.
sent me. But
Yeah,
before we do this, I want to know how much time, honestly, did you have in calling and reaching 36 people? Because that's how many you
Okay.
reached.
It was like 3 hours and 20 minutes.
3 hours and 20 minutes. That would be about an average of 10 minutes a call. That means, is that right?
Yeah,
No.
That's about
is that
right.
right?
isn't it?
3 hours and 10 minutes. It's
20
100.
minutes.
Well, whatever.
3 hours
Oh,
and 20
okay.
minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. So you put in 3.5 hours
Yeah.
to get 6 potential deals. All right.
Yes.
Okay, still got to make appointments, which you already made appointments. Still got to go out in the field, and some of them are going to crap out. I've already told everybody that. And by the way, these are today's now. What's the date? 12/2/21, guys. This ain't some old crap that we're rehashing here. This is reality. But guys, I don't understand. The terms market is so hot. People can sell them houses for more than what they're worth. I don't understand how you can get 6 people to take terms and only talk to 36 of them.
Did you know, Ron, that actually 17.9% of properties on the market right now have been reduced in price? So that's almost 1 in 5 properties on the market been reduced in price. So you do have those properties that will get multiple offers the second they hit the market, but there's plenty of properties that don't.
But that's not the market. No.
Yeah.
And even if it is, that's not our sellers. And that's
That's right.
something people have a hard time understanding. Okay. I had this discussion with somebody this morning. I don't care if your market is hot. I don't care what's going on in your world with real estate agents. It has nothing to do with me. There's always people that'll take terms. We're about to prove. But I will confess, it's kind of hard to understand and comprehend when you hear all of this stuff on television about how hot the market. It is a hot market, hottest market I've ever been in. Yet still people take terms. So, in fact, 17% of the people you reached on the phone said yes. And some of them said no before you called them.
That's right.
So let's get to them. I'm going to start with Dwight and Dwayne Alcorn. Oh, you there?
Hello, Ron.
Hey,
Hey,
guys.
Brian Lynette, how y'all doing?
Hello.
Hey,
Yeah,
guys.
tell me you don't live in Jacksonville, Florida.
Possibly.
Do you? Really?
Possibly.
Okay, let me see where this house is here now. You got it marked out. Crap. All right. Well, you know that there are no deals in Jacksonville, Florida, because Ron gets them all, right? I wish. I can't. I got them stacked up with myself. I gotta get to them. Okay, so tell me what side of town's this thing on, guys?
It's off of 295, Ron.
North, south, where?
That's on. It's south side.
Okay. All right. Well, that's a good area then, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, yeah. I live in Mandarin, you know.
Yeah, that's a nice conservative area.
Okay. Yeah, it's all old Republicans.
Yeah, yeah.
Not really. Not really. Okay. So we got an asking price of 275,000, but I don't see any ARV on here, Wolves. Why not?
Yeah, I think it's worth 320, Ron. This is a really
Did you
nice-
look it up, Brian?
Yes, I did a lot of research on it. The Zestimate's
Okay.
312. I think it's worth a little bit more than what the Zestimate
Oh,
says.
then I know it's worth at least 320.
Yeah,
All right.
and it looks really
okay.
pretty. It's a
Oh
great
my
looking
goodness.
house.
Look at that. $1,100 payment on a $300,000 house. This is a no lead, turned to yes. Came through the
Yes.
Gold Club. And, it needs repairs. Okay. So they say it needs about 10,000 in repairs.
Yes.
It's a foreclosed property. Okay. And, it's a 3 bedroom. What's that? 3-52. What is that?
Too bad.
The seller says it's a 3 to 5 bedroom and it's 2 baths.
Okay.
She told
That
me
must
it was
mean
yeah. she said it
3,000
was
square
like-
feet,
Yeah, 3,000 square feet.
not 300,000. Okay.
It's
Oh wait, oh no, it's
it's
2,000.
2,087. Ron.
It's 2,087.
2,087.
All right. And it's a house and it's got $100 a year association dues. All right.
She's
And,
been living in it
it's
for the
not
last
listed.
6 years. Yeah, she's
Okay.
been living there the last 6 years.
Well, and that's one of the ways you find good deals. This is not on the market. It's an off-market property.
Okay. She already has another place to move also in Florida. Okay. Terms.
The terms are nothing down,
How much?
nothing down.
How'd you get them to do nothing down on that?
I said we usually put nothing down.
And they said,
They said okay.
and that's all there is to it? But,
Got
but,
you got to
but
say with
why?
confidence. Confidence.
But why? I need to know why, Lynette. I need to know why. Can't do anything else till I know why. Or not. I don't care why. All right. But it does need work. So all you listeners out there, ask yourself now, is this one that she could put on the market and sell through the MLS? No. This thing needs some work. That is probably the reason she's willing to take terms. But the reason nobody is going to take terms if they have to have the cash the day they sell. It's just as simple. Okay, we ain't buying from those unless, of course, they sell it cheap enough to where we'll pay cash, which we do. Now, if this thing is only worth 320 and she's asking 275 and needs a little bit of work, cash is way out of the picture unless she's willing to come way down. So, but she did give us terms. So I'd rather take the terms anyway. All right, guys, do you want this house?
Absolutely.
Okay, you know if you get it, you're going to sell it to me anyway, right? Right, guys?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not kidding. You get this house, I'll buy it from you.
All right,
I'm not-
Ron.
I'm not kidding. I'm looking for houses right now. I want to buy some houses. All right.
Well, this
So
one's pretty, Ron. It looks like a brick front, and it's
We
nice.
got some pictures if you want to see them.
It's
I'll
a
put 'em
nice
up there real
sized
quick.
one. Well,
put them up there. Let me see what I'm buying.
That's all we got.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's
That's
Remember,
that's
it's
exactly
off-
what I want to buy. I want to buy.
Yeah,
Okay. All right.
that's all I got because it's off market.
All right, guys. You guys got a mentor,
Yeah, we had Tony Pearl.
Tony Pearl. All right, you guys. I want you tell Tony to alert me if you get this thing under contract. I am not kidding you. All right. I'll write you a check. We'll figure out how much when I get to more of the details. Got it?
Got it.
Hello? All right.
Yes,
I ain't gonna tell you what,
Got it.
I ain't gonna give you an exit unless you agree to sell it to me.
He's not even going forward.
Come
Uh-oh.
on, Papa Ron.
Yeah, but somebody's got to do that work on it now, and I don't have any idea what it needs.
It's a pool in the backyard, and it needs to
Yeah.
be drained, clean, and things of that sort.
Yeah, well, that's not, if they let the pool go, they let other stuff go as well, I'm sure. So I don't know. It says foreclosed property though. What does that mean?
She
6
bought it.
years ago, she bought it.
Oh, she bought it in foreclosure 6 years ago. Okay, that's totally irrelevant then. All right. All right, so you say it's worth 275. If in fact you did go put 10, 15, 20 grand into it, and closing costs alone on this thing now, 275 price, which you're going to get down some. If it needs that much work, you're going to get that price down some. You're looking at here. Let me see. You're looking at about $3,000 to get this thing closed, and that's without title insurance, all right? Which you don't need. Okay, so let's say you sell it for what? If it's truly worth 275,
No,
and you do get it in
320,
good shape. I'm sorry, 320.
Yeah.
320.
What kind of price you want? What kind of price would you put it on it if you were lease optioning it out?
About 350.
No,
Yeah.
no. I might stretch it 339.9. 350 is quite a stretch. Okay, and you're going to get at least $25,000 down. So that's 340. That's 315 the buyer owes you, and 275 you owe out if you don't get a discount on the price. So you got a $40,000 back end, but gosh knows how long it's going to take you. The problem is, out of that 25, gosh knows how much you're going to have to spend to get it in shape. You're going to spend at least 3,000 closing it. You could easily have 15 to 20 in it to get this and get that back.
Work for equity buyer? Sweat equity buyer?
Could, but you're likely not going to get that much down anyway. Me, I'd go ahead and fix it and go for the top retail price. Is what I'd do. That's what I'd do. Anyway, it's a workable deal, but you guys don't care because if you get it under contract, I'm buying it anyway.
Ron, the payment's 1,100. The rental
Yeah.
comps are 1,895. So we got a
Okay, so
really nice
1,900
spread.
minus 1,100. Yeah, that's $800 a month.
That's a great spread.
You didn't want to show
Yeah.
Dwight and Dwayne that.
No, I didn't. I left it off on purpose until you open your big mouth.
Sorry, Ron.
Thank you.
All right, guys.
Ron.
In all honesty, I really want to see you get this deal because this is a true definition of a golden goose.
Great deal.
Awesome, awesome.
True
Yes.
golden goose. All right, and then you can decide if you want to keep it or not. But in this case, it is going to take some money to keep it. That's the only case I'm trying to make.
Well, if we keep
Debbie,
it,
could I get some water, please?
Yeah, if we keep it, we'll just move to Florida, Jacksonville.
Oh, so you don't live here?
No,
No, we're in
Oh.
New Orleans, Louisiana.
Well, then I know you don't want to keep it. You want to sell it to me?
yeah.
All right. All right, guys. So you got this lead off the Gold Club. Wow.
Yes.
Wow. That might pay the dues for a few months. The lousy
Yeah,
59 bucks. Yeah. All right, gentlemen. I got to get moving. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Brian,
Ron.
Lynette, Ron.
Yeah, great.
Thank
Great
you.
job,
Thank you.
guys.
Appreciate it. Happy holidays.
Yeah.
Same to you. That's why
All
we're
right.
dressed in red, Ron. 'cause
That's why
it's the
we're in red.
holidays.
It's
Yes.
Christmas.
It's December.
Bah humbug. All right. Jason Antonio from Baton Rouge. Thank you.
Okay.
Jason, you on there? Jason on there, John?
Jason,
There he is.
Okay.
Jason, you're muted. You need to hit that mute
You're
button.
muted, Jason.
Jason was at the last Quick Start Real Estate School live.
Oh, hello. Good. Hello. Now we got you. All right. Okay. So what do we got here? We got a asking price of $240, and you think it's worth about that amount. Where did that comps come from, Jason?
It's worth $250.
Yeah,
Well,
Oh, it is worth 250. I see.
okay. Did you check it, Brian, or not?
I actually did check it, and I thought it was worth $250, Ron.
All right. Okay. There's 100 owed.
Okay.
Payment is 800. This is exciting right here. I can tell you that.
Yeah.
I smell cash flow. Okay. It's a no lead, turn to a yes.
I like that.
Another Gold Club lead. Does not need repairs. And it's an investment house, so they don't live in it. They want to move. So is it rented? Is it rented?
Let's see. They said
Looks like they have a tenant.
They have a tenant. The tenant is paying.
They have a
the
tenant
tenant's
right now.
paying- That's right. The tenant was only
What?
paying 800 though.
Oh, that tells you you got an uneducated landlord here. Okay, it's a 3-bedroom, 1-bath, 1,500 square feet, and that's all I know about it. And the terms are
Nothing down.
another one,
And then I said we would
two-
go ahead and
two in 1 day.
Yeah, and they were both
Okay.
no's.
Okay, and you're going to make their payment for them.
Yep. I
Oh, wait
said
a
we
minute.
would go ahead and cover their payment.
No,
with PIT.
they want 900 and their payment's 860.
Oh, that's right.
Okay, who
Little
cares?
spread.
Who cares? All right. And the term is flexible, meaning years, not months, right? Okay.
Correct.
So, Jason, you want it? Jason, you want the house? Hello?
Answer is yes.
I do, definitely.
Okay. Do you live there?
Yes. I
All
do,
right.
definitely.
So if it's worth 250, what you gonna do with it?
Yes, yes.
No lease option it?
I don't. I live in Hawaii.
Well, you don't
The
live
lease
there.
option, yes.
Well, then what are you gonna do with this house in Louisiana?
No, I live in Hawaii.
Okay. How did you even get a lead in Louisiana then?
I'm going to lease option.
All right, you got somebody there?
I just checked out the my
Your
VA.
VA is not gonna help you lease option
No.
his house. Somebody
got
needs
the-
to be there.
He got the lead from the Gold Club, Ron. We're
Okay.
mentoring him, so he
all
gets
right.
Gold Club leads. He picks some
You're-
counties
yeah,
and other
You're
states.
mentoring him?
Yeah.
You're mentoring? Does he have boots on the ground where this house is?
Yes, yes.
Yes?
You know who's there, Ron, is Joey. Joey, who we've worked with in the past, has a whole organization right there in Baton Rouge.
That
so we
doesn't
could-
mean that
we could get
Jason
some
has
help.
boots on the ground there. Okay,
No,
yeah,
but
Joey'd be
he-
glad to help him, yeah.
He'd be happy.
All
to
right.
help.
Yeah, we got a good student there to be glad to help you there.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
So, if you say the ARB is
Awesome.
250, what are you gonna sell it for, Jason? What's your lease option price? It is only a 3-bedroom, 1-bath, which means
Lease
it's not
option
that
price
attractive.
to
You hear what I'm saying?
80.
Yeah.
Can you hear me, Jason?
Yeah, he said 280, Ron.
Wait a minute, there's a delay.
Yeah.
It's a 3-bedroom, 1-bath house. It's not that attractive to the marketplace, so let's don't get crazy here. 259.9 is all I'm gonna push it. Did you hear me, Jason?
Okay.
Did you hear me? Okay. About a
Yes.
$25,000 deposit,
259.9. Yes.
235 AOU, and you're gonna owe out about the same. You're gonna owe out about the same, so you have no back in there except debt pay down. What do you think it will rent for, Jason?
Mm.
What do you think, Brian?
got
I looked
the
into
rental
rent
comps.
comps. I couldn't find any. Maybe 1,500.
Did you
I
go to
actually-
Rentometer?
I actually have rent comps at 1,600, Ron.
And that's rent. Lease option
I'm-
tenant buyers pay more.
I'm very confident in the 1,600 then.
Okay, that's a $700 a month positive cash flow that you don't deserve or earn, Jason.
I will say, one other thing about this too, Ron, is it's very close to LSU, which is a huge college down there,
Yeah.
Louisiana State University. So, and it even mentions in the ad that this is a good Airbnb candidate potentially. So that's
Yeah.
another thing to think about at least.
All right.
Mm.
Well, Jason, you got
Okay.
them working with
That's
you,
good to know.
so you're in good hands. And you got an appointment Saturday at noon. So you better get with them quick and get a contract filled out.
Yep.
All right? Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ron.
Guys, let
Thank you,
me
Lynette,
let me
Brian.
know if you get this thing under contract. All right, one more thing, Jason. Next time you get on the camera, kill
Yes.
all that noise behind you, will you? It's really noisy behind you. All right, thank you.
All right. Good job, Jason. Good job getting a good lead.
Yeah. He has some other deals we're working on, Ron. We just
Okay,
don't have
good.
time to go through
Thank you,
all of
Wolf. I appreciate it.
All right, well, let's get Julie on here. Julie, I can't read that. Davies, I think. Dawes, okay, from Phoenix?
Yes,
Oh, up there where you're at.
Julie's right
Yeah.
here where we are, and these are two really good deals. We're very familiar. We live in Phoenix.
Are
and
you
these
her
two
mentor?
deals- no.
Well,
not
maybe we
sure.
can fix that. All right,
Yeah.
where's Julie? Who's Julie?
Julie, you're muted.
She's not on there either.
She's coming. So we're very familiar, obviously, in Phoenix here, and both these deals are very exciting. She's going to make a lot of money. They're both no money down deals. And
I just also want you to know that I'm okay with owning houses in Phoenix too.
Ron,
I'm not kidding. I need a bunch of houses.
okay, well, these are good ones because they're both no leads turned to yes. Did you realize
Okay.
that this makes 4 leads? The first 4 leads we're going over are no leads turned to yes? Because once you explain the situation, it's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, people don't really understand what a no lead is. All that means is they said no to the simple question in B there, and the person on the other end of the phone hadn't had time to even absorb what they're saying or don't understand it. So the natural reaction is no. So now if you get on the phone with them and you go through the no script and make good reasons why they might say yes, if they don't have to have all the money right now, that's why you turn the no's into yeses. And you and I both know there's as many deals in the no's as are in the yeses.
For sure.
Got to call all the leads. All right. Well, I got to keep moving. I can't keep waiting here on Julie. So let's go through this.
Okay.
It's in Phoenix.
Which one are you
And
doing
the-
first?
Which one with the asking price is 465,000.
Okay, this one.
Yeah.
And I
Oh,
don't have an
yes.
ARF.
I like this one a lot, Ron. I think the R's 520 on this one.
Nice. Okay.
Yes.
All right. And it's a 4-bedroom, 2-bath, 2,500 square feet, occupied, needs no work. And she'll move whenever. That's good to know. House is
Yep.
not listed. Got a 2-car attached man cave.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right. And the terms are,
The terms are nothing down.
again,
Again,
do you know anything but nothing down on that? Huh?
That's her favorite strategy.
Are you just making these up or is this actually what these people said?
they
Huh?
heard everybody. We record it. These are recorded.
So these
and the
students were on the phone when you were
Yes.
making these
Yes.
calls.
That's
Yes,
right.
All right.
That's right.
Okay.
And we record them.
Okay.
So this
So
this one's nothing down, Ron. Now they wanted $3,000 a month because there's a tenant in there month by month paying $3,000 a month, and I know what you're going to say.
Well, obviously I want to get that down,
Yeah.
but on the other hand, they're giving me how much? $55,000 worth of equity here,
With nothing down.
which I'm sure they don't know because they think it's worth 465, which means they probably got their price from this estimate on Zillow, not knowing that that's fictitious, false, fake news, right?
Actually, the Zestimate on this one's 508, Ron. I think it's worth 520, but so they're
Yeah,
even way under the
I'll guarantee it is. I'll guarantee it is. If there's, all right, well, but why? Did you ask them why they were selling it so cheap?
It's probably because
You
they
don't-
got a tenant in there. And so.
Yeah, that's probably it. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So anyway, all we got to work on here, Julie, I hope you're watching me because I'm certainly not watching you. We got to get that down, that monthly payment down some. We certainly don't want to get that down payment down any.
No.
But the monthly payment and the terms, all we got to figure out here, and it wouldn't hurt to go at them a little over price. And that's your mentor's job if you have one. If you don't have one, better strongly consider getting one today.
Julie
Let's-
does have a mentor.
Okay, do you know who?
It's Andrew, I think.
Was it? No,
Oh, no.
not this one. She does. I don't know who it is. I know she said she had one.
All right.
Okay.
So it's 520R. So we're going to get this thing and lease option it out or sell it to you or me.
Yeah.
Sell it to
Right here,
us.
yes.
You and me.
I'm
We'll
not
partner
kidding.
it.
You guys
Yeah.
watching these things, if you want to sell these things quick, you just let me know. I don't care where you live.
Yeah.
All right. So we got a 520R. You guys know the market better than anybody else I know. So what would you put this house on the market for, Brian?
I'd do it at 539.9.
I was gonna say
539.9.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, I agree with Ron.
All right.
549.9.
Okay,
Okay.
push it a little, that extra 10. It's a gorgeous house, actually, so,
And that's a minimum of 50,000, agreed? Down?
Yes,
yep.
Probably
Yes.
more?
more,
Okay.
I would say.
So that means that they owe you 500 and you owe out 465. Assuming we don't get the down any. Wow, that's a nice back end. That's a very nice front end. However, we don't know. I know we've got to get them down to a minimum of 20. What do you think they rent for?
I would definitely say 3,500, 3,600.
Okay,
Yeah.
all
I'd put it
right.
at
So we need to get them down to at least 2,500,
Yeah,
which ain't going to be hard to do if they're collecting $3,000 now, because now we're absorbing the repair costs and the vacancy and all of that. Once
That's right.
explained, they get it. So that's
And it's a
$1,000
gorgeous-
positive cash flow.
it's a
Okay.
gorgeous, pretty house, Ron. You should see the pictures.
So this is the kind of house you guys like to buy.
Mm-hmm.
And you've learned from recent big monstrous cash outs from lease option tenant buyers getting them refinanced that there's a huge money in the back end of these things if you hold on to them for a while, huh? What's the last check you got when they did that to you?
Well, 2 days ago, we just got another one this one was for 148,000, but we were only in that house for about 3 or 4 years. But we recently got one for $405,770.
On one house.
Yeah.
All right,
One
now,
house.
That's
but you were in that house how long?
over 20
Over
years.
20 years.
That was a long-term lease purchase. And
Yeah,
we
but you made
collected-
money the whole time you had it, every single month. You got all these
That's
big
right.
deposits. So that 405,000 doesn't count. How much do you make on a house altogether? Because you figured it out. I
Total
know.
amount was $706,000.
On one
When
house.
you count, yes, when you count all the monthly cash flow, when you count all the depreciation, all the different factors. it
And the
came up to
forfeited
700.
deposits. How many tenant buyers do you have in that house over the years?
That was 4 that did not buy, so the 5th one was in there.
Fifth one bought. That's the nature of the beast here, guys. That's the game we're in. And by the way, did all 5 of those tenant buyers have the exact same opportunity to buy the house if they wanted to?
Yes. Yep, they did.
Absolutely.
Did you force any of them out?
No, and they're usually apologizing and
They
thanking
made
you
the
for
decision.
living in the house. Yeah.
They made the decision. You didn't.
Yeah.
Did they all know that their deposit was not refundable when they moved in?
Correct.
Yes, and guys, we say the words non-refundable option deposit 3 times in that deal meeting. I actually make that a key performance indicator. Say it 3 times, so they know.
And then the attorney is going to make sure they know as well.
That's right. And this deal
All
that
right.
Brian just talked about, we put into a 1031 exchange, so we're looking for at least
That's another.
3 more
That's another
houses.
lesson.
Yeah, that's the one we
Right.
just closed 2 days ago, so that's a really good one.
So guys, if you want to learn how to take one house and turn it into 4 times the asset value, 4 times the cash flow, and get more money back than you put into the exchange, go to the Gold Club site and look up the exchange lesson that Brian taught me about trading one house into 3 houses with owner financing. It'll blow you away. In fact, you might want to forward it to your CPA because they're going to think you're doing something illegal. But it's not.
Plus,
It's not
you
illegal.
cover this at the Quick Start too.
I
And
absolutely do.
Yeah, Ron goes into some incredible entity structuring, guys. You got to see that session. He didn't used to have that in the Quick Start and then realized how important that is. People love that session. You're going to learn exactly about entities and this 1031 exchange. No one better than Ron to teach it.
So we got to make money, we got to protect the money, and then we got to keep it from the IRS as much as we can.
Yes.
That's the whole game, ain't it?
That's
Right.
right.
And then we got to take it and buy stupid stuff with it, like classic cars and things like that, and RVs and stuff. Okay, let's move on.
Okay.
We got
So
another
Julie-
one here.
Yes.
Julie has an appointment on that last one, Saturday at noon here in Phoenix.
Okay, all right.
I am really
Wow.
excited about that one.
Yeah, it looks good. That's the kind of house I'd love to have right there. That's it. That's the
Yes.
perfect example.
Yeah.
Okay, now this one 975. I like this one even better.
Woohoo!
What's the ARB on it?
I would say it's right around $1 million, Ron.
Okay,
You
So
know,
they're
when you
asking
get
full
into
price.
this price range, it's a little more challenging to get the comps, but that's right.
yeah, but it's also easier to raise the price considerably more because nobody else can get the comps. Not that it matters when we lease option houses, they don't get them appraised, do they?
Right.
All right, got an $1,800 payment. That one ought to be exciting. $1 million house, 1,800 payment. I already know I'm in for a monstrous cash flow. All right, it needs some repairs. It needs a fresh coat of paint. And it is occupied and it's not listed. And it's a 2,000 square feet, block house, no garage. And I don't know, have any idea where in Phoenix it's located. Maybe you got
It's
that information.
great.
I don't.
Yeah, great location. And the thing is, this house has a separate guest suite, which is big. People love having the
Really?
separate guest suite.
Yeah.
Is that part of the square footage?
The guest suite is extra, $625.
Now wait a minute. Did the comps that you pulled up
Did you
include
pull up
the guest suite
625?
or not?
Yes, they did. They did.
It's
And you know
one
what though,
bedroom, one
Ron?
bath with a pool.
I think there are some issues with that with the Zestimate and with some of the other comping sites because there's some low numbers attached to this house because I think people are not recognizing the fact that there's that extra
Square footage in
square
guest
footage.
house.
Yeah.
But the seller thinks it's worth $975, so they've done a little homework.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
All right. We're going to get that price down. I can tell you that, Julie, if you're watching. We got to get that down. And I don't know who your mentor is, but that's normal for them. We ain't going to get the payment down. And they're asking us to make their payment for them. So that hurdle's already crossed. They don't want any more than that. They want nothing down. That's a big hurdle right there. So all we got to do is try to get the price down and determine the term, and we're in business. We're in business. This is a beauty. Here's a good thing about lease option, about $1 million houses. They command huge deposits. Huge. I'm not handing anybody the keys to $1 million house with less than $100,000 of their money in my bank account. 100 grand's the minimum. Think about it now, folks. If they go to the bank and they want to get a loan, they need $200,000 down. Plus they got to qualify. With me, they only need 100. And I am the committee, and they're qualified if they got 100. I don't need to know anything else. Okay, so, all right. So we can probably sell this. What do you think? $1.1 million?
Yeah,
Brian?
that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Yes, $1.1 million.
1.1.
Okay. 100 down. And I tell you right now, people looking at $1 million houses got more than 100 down. There's a real good chance you'll get more than that down without even having to fight for it. So that means they owe $1 million. And if you can't get it down, you owe $975. This thing would work even if you can't get the price down, wouldn't it?
Yes.
What do you think this thing would command on a monthly payment?
4,000.
You know, the rental comps are not including that other building, I think. And so
Right.
they're coming in around 3,700. But if
Let's
you
just
add
call
that
it
other-
4,000. Be
Yeah.
conservative, because that 625 unit ought to bring in about 1,500, 2,000 a month, don't you think?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yes,
All
it
right.
could.
That's $2,200 a month on one house. $2,200 a month on one house. I wonder,
love these deals.
and that don't even count the $100,000 up front with zero down. So let's see, 100,000 minus zero is 100,000. That goes into Julie's pocket if this is pulled off. Julie, I hope you've got a mentor, and this
Well,
one you better
she
get
does-
with like ASAP.
She does have a mentor, but like I said, since we're in Arizona and she's in Arizona, maybe we could all partner this deal.
It depends on, no. If there's a partner involved, I'm putting up the down payment.
That's right.
And in Arizona, you don't have any closing costs, for God's sakes. You don't need any money to buy this house, Julie. You don't.
Right.
But I'll tell you one thing, if you get this house and you want to sell it, you let us know, because I promise you I'll buy it from you in a heartbeat. But I don't know why you'd sell it to me, because I ain't giving you no $100,000 deposit. All right.
So she's got an appointment at 11 o'clock for that one.
Yeah, on
but
Saturday.
I know, I'm very familiar with Arizona, so she can definitely do the 11 o'clock and then go to the other one, which was at 12 o'clock.
Yeah. In fact, Julie, if you're watching, I don't know who your mentor is. I don't know why we can't connect with you here.
Yeah.
But you want to get with your mentor, because they may want to rely on the Wolf, since they live right there and work there every single day buying houses. And there's no reason why this deal shouldn't come to light. All right.
Yep. We can be your boots on the ground.
Perfect. Okay. Saturday at 2 o'clock. Let's see. We are in New Hampshire now.
Oh, this is Brian. Brian, where are you,
Brian,
Brian?
yeah, Brian
Hi.
Benedict. There you are,
He's a
Brian.
truck driver.
Are you really?
Yes.
Yeah. Drive cross country?
No, I haul gasoline locally.
Okay. 500,000 asking. What's the comps, guys?
The comps are 555.
Okay. No loan.
Oh,
It's a
no,
no
there is
lead.
a loan. Ron,
Okay.
I'm
Payment?
sorry. You got an incomplete sheet. It's 2650 PITI, 2,650 PITI.
Okay.
No turn to yes. Nothing down, 2650 a month and flexible.
All righty.
We did this call on our weekly call.
vacant.
Monday. Brian was on the phone.
Yes.
Vacant, need no repairs. So, Brian, you were on the phone. Did the seller actually say okay to nothing down?
Yes.
And they didn't make that up. Huh? Are you any relation to the Wolves, Brian?
No.
Huh? Are you any relation to me? No. Okay. It's a 3-2. It's 2,032 square feet, and it's a house with no dues. Golly. This is a sweet golden goose.
Can I show you
Okay.
the pictures on this one, Ron? They actually have some of these don't have real good pictures, but
All
this
right.
one they did a pretty good job. So you
Shoot.
can see it's a nice size house. Nice
Oh, yeah, that's a
yard.
beauty. Yeah.
Yeah, it's big, you can tell. And inside it's very clean. Look at all the light. They got big old
Yeah.
Windows and bulbs.
yeah, huge
white.
windows.
Yeah. Brian,
Skylights all over the place. Look how nice
tenant
this is.
buyers are going to be lining up and hurting each other to get in that house. Oh, you guys tell me, ain't that exactly what the American public and the middle class want to live in right there?
Yes.
I'm not sure that, no, I'm not sure how long that green and that orange wall is going to hang around, but that's up to them to fix. And that's
right.
perfect. You don't fix that. You let them move in. And people like to have projects when they move in a house like that. Now you stop there.
Yeah.
This is a good example of a crappy picture that should not be online. Somebody should have mowed the yard first. But look at it. Looks kind of shabby. That's not the way you put up houses, guys. Trim those bushes off there and mow that yard. And that frontal appearance of that house goes a long way to getting that thing sold. And of course, we're putting it out there on a lease option. I don't think the yard much matters, but just the same. And I'd put some flowers in that circular thing there. I don't care if they were artificial flowers from Home Depot or something. Put something in there
That's a great
before that
idea.
picture was
Color.
taken.
Little
Yeah.
bit of color.
All right. So Brian, you got an appointment Saturday at 2:00. You got a mentor?
Yes, I do. They're right there.
Yeah.
Them two?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, there. 555 is the R. What you gonna lease this thing for when you get it?
3,000.
No. Price.
Oh, price. 529.9.
It's worth 555, Brian.
Oh,
559.9 he meant to say.
559.9. Okay. How much down?
50.
Okay.
Oh, Ron's very aggressive now that he saw the pictures.
Not on a $500,000 house. I'm not.
Yeah.
How much do they have to have at the bank? 100 grand.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, and I do like that pictures of that house. All right. So they're going to owe you 580 minus 70 is 510. And you're only going to go out 500, 499. And that's if you don't get the price down anymore. So little small back end, but don't forget, all of you watching, when you lease the house out for 580 and you get 70 down, they owe you 510. They owe you 510 now. They owe it a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now. Their price does not go down. Your loan balance does go down because you're paying down principal every month. So you get the benefit of debt pay down here, whether you're leasing it out or not, because of that. That's all built into your agreements. Now here's the cool part, though. You got a 2,650 payment. What you think this thing would rent for, guys?
3,000.
More than that. This is a 2,000 square foot house.
Let's say 3,500. What do you
What's
think?
Yeah.
rentometer said?
I didn't get good comps on this one, Ron. So it's a little
3,500.
tricky finding comps. So yeah.
That's a $3,500 rental. Let's remember, lease option tenant buyers pay more than tenants. Okay, so that's $850 a month positive cash flow, $70,000 up front, debt pay down every single month, appreciation as long as it lasts, depreciation. This is a beautiful golden goose. Beautiful golden goose. And just for the heck of it, let's say you paid what'd you pay? 500 for it. Okay. I would call the land worth about $50,000, Brian, because you can't depreciate that. So you got about a $450,000 basis. You divide that by 27 and a half years, and give or take, that's about $20,000 a year right there that you don't have to pay taxes on just because you own this house. It makes no difference if you got it free and clear or paid cash for it or put a down payment or however you paid for it. You own it, you get it appreciated. If you're in a 25% tax bracket, that's $5,000 you don't have to send the IRS just because you owned this house. God bless depreciation. So don't forget that, because that's like somebody, that's like you getting a $5,000 a year rent increase when you think about it.
That's right. People don't
All right.
consider that when they consider their entire
Nope.
positive monthly cash flow, but that can be a big
No,
part
that-
of it.
Yeah, just think about it. You get yourself a whole portfolio of houses like that and you ain't got no income taxes.
Brian, where did you get this lead?
This is organic lead found on Facebook.
Okay.
Meaning they called you or you called them?
Yes, they contacted me.
So that's good. So that's the more quality lead. We always like it
Yes,
when they.
that's what I'm looking.
Lynette, here you go. You guys know you're 100% nothing down so far.
Yeah, she's batting 1,000 on this.
But
one.
Ryan, there ain't no way that many people will give you nothing down. I would remind all of you, these calls were recorded and the students were on the call. And remember, we do not make offers. Sellers make us offers. We usually buy with nothing down, okay? If they say yes, they just made us a nothing down offer. All in the script and how you handle them, guys. All right, thank you, Brian.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it, man. I hope you get that thing done.
Great job.
Great job,
Because you got
Brian.
appointment Saturday at 2.
We'll be there for you.
We'll be
All right,
there.
thank
We'll
you.
be available.
Yeah. And I do want to say, Ron, when we say we usually put nothing down, obviously it's the way you say it. But if they say they do want something down, I say, well, most sellers don't care about any down payment. I've been saying that, following up the no money down, and that's been working
Yeah,
well.
that's good. And then if they still want something down, well, then how close to nothing can you get?
That's right.
Yes.
That's right. It's all what comes out of your mouth. That's all it is.
That's
That's all
right.
it is. All right. Okay, let's go on to the next one then.
And we really focus on that at the quick start, guys, teaching you what to say so you know how to close these.
We do. Lawrence Kershaw.
Yes,
Oh,
sir.
you're there.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. How's everybody doing?
We doing good, man. Are you Lawrence or Larry?
Lawrence.
No, okay. You live in Fayetteville, North Carolina?
No, I used to live in Fayetteville, North Carolina. I used to be the head coach at Fayetteville State University.
No kidding.
Really?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Wow.
Okay. So where you live now?
I live in Georgia.
Okay. So do you have boots on the ground there?
Yes.
All right. Okay. And this league came through the Gold Club, didn't it?
Yes.
All right. So, man, hard to read this thing. All right. So 210 is the asking. What's the
Yes,
comps,
so
Brian?
I think it's around 240, Ron.
Okay. 1,100 payment. Yes, lead.
PITI. Yep.
No repairs. Vacant. Why do we like vacant, Lynette?
Quick payday.
Quick payday. We get immediate access. We can put it on the market immediately and get paid quickly.
Motivated
Not
seller,
listed.
too.
All right. It's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 2,000 square feet, block house, 1-car garage. That's the American dream right there. And another nothing down deal. So if we make their payment for them, they're happy. We just got, and by the way, here's what we're going to shoot for all you guys listening. We're going to tell the seller, I assume you're okay if we make your payment until your loan is paid off. Okay. If they say okay, you just got a loan to the seller for the length of time they owe on their mortgage, which is usually years and years and years. So you got a long time golden goose.
Set it
Is
and
that
forget
total?
it.
Is that totally different than, well, how long will you give me? Please, please, please. No, we usually make the payment until the loan is paid off, okay? It's all in the scripts, ladies and gentlemen, and how you may ask the questions. Practice,
That's
practice,
really an
practice.
important one. Yep.
So
It is
Ron,
indeed.
a little bit about this seller, because you know the thinker brains out there. I don't search for this, but the seller told me his wife just passed away, and he was in Hawaii because they were doing the memorial. That's why he can't meet till December 14th, because with his wife just passing away recently, and he was in Hawaii.
Well, the
taking
house is
care of-
vacant. He don't need to meet. All he's got to do is get Brian in it or Lawrence
That's
in it.
true.
Yeah.
But I'm saying his motivation, you know, he just wants to move
Yeah.
on. It's very sad.
Yeah.
But
And Lawrence,
yeah.
yeah. So do you have an appointment on oh, you do, December 14th? All right.
Yes.
I think it's worth calling the seller and say, listen, if you can just get somebody to get me in the house or tell me how to get in it, I'll know what I need to know and I can get you an agreement and we can get this thing closed before December the 14th if you want. I bet he finds a way to get you in. You don't have to meet him there.
Right.
Gonna do it all electronically anyway.
Yeah, from the pictures, it looks like it's vacant if these pictures were just taken. And it looks very nice. It's got a
Wow,
pool.
it's got a pool.
It's got
Well,
hardwood
show me.
floors.
Show me.
Wow.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so that's
Oh, yeah.
from the street. It's got a nice sized lot. See
Oh, yeah.
hardwood floors.
Ready to go.
Some of these
Get it?
pictures are not great, but you can see how big the backyard is with the pool there.
Yeah.
And very clean. I
Clean.
like the hardwood floors.
Yep.
Yeah. So
Nice
Lawrence,
door.
you're not ready to move back to Fayetteville, are you?
It crossed my mind. It
Oh.
crossed my mind.
What better way to get a house to live in than nothing down owner financing, no personal liability, nothing showing on your credit report, no banks involved, nobody pulling your credit.
Right. Right.
I mean, this is how you buy a house. While you're looking for the deals, you move into one of them.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we got a $240,000 value. You're going to lease option it if you get it. What you going to put on it?
259.
259.9. Okay.
Uh,
All righty. And that's at least $25,000 down payment in it,
yeah.
right? So they owe you 245 and you owe out man, these things printed out very light, 210. And
210.
that's if you don't get them down any. So you got a nice back end and your payment going out is only $1,100. So that's a nice cash flow. What do you think, guys? 2,500?
Yeah.
Well, no.
I'd say about 2,500.
Maybe closer to 2,000, Ron. This is
2,000
Fayetteville.
square foot house, Brian.
Well, okay. I mean, you can be pretty aggressive.
What's Renometer say?
Like 1,350.
Ah,
So
All
they're
right.
very conservative.
yeah, but lease option tenant buyers pay more. And you can't trust Renometer anyway. Remember that, Lawrence, just because Renometer says that doesn't mean anything except that's some logarithm they put in there to get it. You're always going to get more rent than what Renometer says you're going to get.
Yes. These are lease purchase tenant buyers.
Okay, I'm gonna call it 1,800. You're not gonna talk me down from there.
Okay. I think
That's
you're safe.
$700 a month. $700 a month. That's pretty safe. Okay,
Yes.
all right. So you got a mentor there, Lawrence?
Not yet.
Gonna get one?
I want to.
Well, it's only worth 25 grand to you.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you think's gonna happen if you don't get one?
Hopefully I'll still keep the deal.
Okay, but we all know what's gonna happen, don't we, Lawrence?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think what's gonna happen, you're gonna lose $25,000 trying to save a little bit of money to be a mentor. You know, you can get one with $2,000 down
Just 2,000.
right now. Yeah, after the first year, it's gonna be $3,000 down,
Yeah, that's a
And-
special offer.
several thousand more. I strongly suggest you get one, and I'll tell you why. You got an appointment there, December the 14th. That might work out great because you got time to get one now and get them in this deal. And then you guys contact the seller and see if, I'd rather you have a mentor before you even call a seller.
Right.
And I want the mentor to act like your partner.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So you don't have to know anything, takes the pressure off of you. And so you represent yourself as the person that's going to go take a look at the house for your partner, and your partner will then see the pictures, and your partner will then send them an agreement
Right.
before they even come back. In fact, they can stay in Hawaii if he wants to.
Mm-hmm.
He does not have to come back to close this house. That's something I'd make certain he understands when I'm on the telephone with him.
That's a good point. That might be a big relief to him, and that might
Yeah.
make the deal happen. Just that.
Very well might. But get yourself a mentor, please, for your own benefit. Okay, it ain't gonna make any difference in our life,
Right.
but it's not only might cost you this deal, it might cost you many more thereafter. One of the big benefits of having a mentor is they keep you from losing deals
Right.
that you don't see. All right, any questions?
No, sir.
Good job.
Great
Yeah,
job,
all right.
Lawrence. We love to see you at the
Thank-
training coming
Yep.
up.
Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for submitting the deals and spending the day with me.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate all of you tuning in today. It's always a pleasure to sit here, and I'd much rather be in person with you live in a real room, though, where we can actually shake hands and talk and meet other people and
And
make
hug.
friends and create networking relationships. Nah, no hugging, no hugging.
She'll,
No
Lynette
hugging.
will hug
But
you.
no mask either in my room. Ain't gonna be any mask in my room. Well, you can wear one if you want to, but anyway, we've had a lot of fun today. So guys, you guys want to add anything before we get out of here?
I know that you guys know this, but when we met you back in 2002, 2003, you changed our life forever. We love you. Mwah. And we want to go on many more vacations with you. And we just love teaching alongside with you. And I don't know where we'd be if we hadn't met you, Ron.
Yeah,
You're-
and guys,
Pleasure to have.
thank you,
And
Ron.
so I guess I won't see you again. Well, you're going to be on the virtual
Next week.
next week,
Yes.
and then I'll see you live in Dallas.
Yes.
Absolutely.
All right.
Guys,
Okay,
Ron
guys.
can change your life, and he changed our life and so many other folks. But you have to make the decision. You have to
Yeah.
take action.
That's a fact. And implement.
Thank you so much for having us, Ron.
Thank you all. Okay.
Mwah.
All right, guys and gals. That would be the end of our presentation today. It's been a blast. I hope you learned a lot, but more importantly, I hope you use it. So I bring you to bear. Now it's up to you to skin it. So maybe we can see you in a live event here coming up real soon, because that's where you're really going to learn this thing. And with that said, thanks for coming. Bye-bye.